Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech.
Did you know that over 60% of global utility companies rely on SAP ISU to improve their operations and boost customer satisfaction? This powerful tool helps businesses optimize their services and reduce costs significantly. SAP ISU, or SAP Industry Solution for Utilities, is a comprehensive software solution designed to help utility companies manage everything from customer accounts to billing, energy consumption tracking, and more. It plays a critical role in streamlining operations, ensuring efficiency, and improving customer service. SAP ISU is a game changer for over 1,000 utility companies globally, saving millions through optimized processes. It ensures smooth operations, quick service delivery, and accurate billing, enabling companies to reduce costs, improve customer satisfaction, and effectively meet the growing demands of the utilities sector. In this course, we'll cover the main features of SAP ISU, the various modules it includes, and how businesses use it to optimize their day-to-day operations. You'll learn how to use SAP ISU to manage utility services effectively. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Introduction to SAP ISU. 2. Business Master Data. 3. Device Management. 4. Device Master CTPP. 5. Meter Read. Scheduling. Let's dive in.
What is utilities? We will learn a high level of which all industries cater to utilities. Within each industry, what are the things which we do in utilities? Overview of ISU, industry-specific solution for ISU, key features of ISU, component and introduction to terminologies. So you'll be covering it over here. So as we are all aware, utilities means anything which we have, so which we take services for. Let's say electricity, gas, water, waste management. So these are the areas which we take services and the company bill us for those services. So the industries are electricity. We know, in electricity also there are many divisions which you'll understand in the next slide. Gas, water, waste management. These are the industries where utilities get factor. There are multiple types of consumer utilities: individual, industrial, and organization. So, you are an individual person. I have a home and I take electricity services at my home. So the bill comes on my name, and this is a bill for you. This is the amount which you have to pay at by this particular date, due date, and others. So I'm an individual customer. But if you see an organization or an industry, so when we're a small medium organization, what happens? The bill doesn't go to the customer, to a particular person. It goes to a chair, maybe MD or Chief Operating Officer, CEO, someone who is going to pay the bill, or it will be to a chair. The people keeps on changing, but the bill is going to a chair in the organization. So that is why both for industries and organization, it remains the same. So individual, industries, and organization, who is your business partner? Who is actually partnering with us? In individual, it is me who is partnering with the company. But in the organization, it is the organization or that particular position is partnering with the company. Okay. Look, this will quickly go to electricity industry. So within the electricity industry, the broader way which we are using, 90%, 80% of the projects you will see in this industry for utilities. So within electricity industry, what happens? There is generation, transmission, and distribution. There are three different sectors. If you see over here, and utility is applicable to all three sectors. Whether it is generation, so yeah, definitely ISU is we are using utilities for generation, transmission, and then the last part, industrial, commercial, and maybe there is these three particular sector which you say is industrial, commercial, and then residential, the last one, which is a home. So normally what happens in this, if you read through this particular line, so every in generation how it works. So this grid line, and just understand this grid line is actually a medium to transfer electricity from generation to the distribution. Every grid line has a frequency. Industry, when I say a grid frequency means, for a demand and supply, if the demand is more than supply, in that case also frequency gets higher and the grid will break. And if the demand goes low and supply goes higher, the frequency gets lower and the grid may break. So that is why, if you must have observed 12 years back, Delhi was into a blackout. For 12 days, the grid has broken. So it was a 12 years back story. Recently, 2 years back, Pakistan got blackout for 5 to 6 days. So why it has got blackout? Because the demand and supply got distorted. The demand was high, but the supply was very low. In that case, what happens normally, the grid breaks. So how does ISU help this generation company is in optimizing their demand and supply. So now we are not going to generate arbitrarily whatever I have. I will only generate what is planned to generate so that the grid stays protected. So this is how ISU helps a generation company to plan and generate so that the generation is smooth and the grid is protected. In transmission line, it is the same. Let's say there is a generation at higher. Generation is quite high in a particular area and the demand is low. So what it will do is, utility will help it to transfer the electricity from one grid to other. Okay. There are many types of grid. When we say we have state grid, we have national grid, and we have international grids as well. So state grid, we know each state has their own grid, like Maharashtra or West Bengal or everything. If you must see, they have their own grid. You must have understood the name as Gridco, West Bengal grid, or maybe Maharashtra grid. So which we say Maharashtra, we call it M Transco. The transmission company is the grid company. Okay. So that particular company also implement ISU so that they plan that from for the next week, how much energy at what time will be wheeled from my wires. And that amount of energy, what they do is they keep on planning their SCADA lines to keep on shifting. So let's say if energy is higher in one particular line and lower in a different line, to avoid the breaking of the grid, it transfers it to the next line as per plan. Okay. So that's how we help them to do it. Okay. Then there is a distribution sector, which is we are very familiar. The distribution sector caters to customers like industrial, commercial, and last one is residential. So there is a step-down transformer which you see. So there are two types of transformer. In the left-hand side, the red, there is a transformer, we call it step-up, and the right-hand side, in green, we call it step-down. So these two step-up transformer raises the voltage so that energy gets transferred. If in a low voltage, energy cannot get transferred, because of which we have two different substations. You must have seen in every region, in your home, nearby your home, you must also have seen a substation. That is a step-down substation in the green. And at a generation location, there must be also a step-up transmission, so that electricity can be smoothly transferred from the generation to the transmission. Okay. So how many of you have seen a substation at your home? Nearby your home, where there are many transformers in one particular clustered location and big transformers, not the smaller ones. There are smaller and a big transformer. So those are step-down transformers. I'll let you know what exactly they are all about. Has anyone seen it nearby substation? Nobody. Okay.
Yeah, I have.
You have, right? So that there must be you must have it. It must be around not less than 500, 600. Maybe I cannot say 600 square feet. I can say maybe around 5,000 to 7,000 square feet area, which is having all those substations and the big power lines. These transmission lines, they first charge it here, and then there is a distribution lines comes from this particular transformer. From where distribution starts? From this green transformer, where directly this transformer has three different type of line. One is 33 kV, one is 440 kV, 33 kV, 440 kV, and 220 kilovolt. If you see, okay, these three. So 33 MV. Sorry, the 33 MV is for industry. 440 kilovolt is for commercial, and 220 comes to our home. We must have seen at our home, we see that 220 kilovolt is the energy which we get. That is because this step-down transformer makes this energy down. Then there will be again one smaller transformer nearby home, which is called a further step-down transformer, which gives our electricity, brings down the electricity from 33 kV to 220 kV. Okay. There is another transformer which gives it to commercial to 440, brings it down to 440, and the 33 MV directly feeds in from the industry, from the grid line to the industries. Okay, so this is how the three different grid lines are factoring to three different kind of customers. Okay. So any question how generation works in planning, demand and supply? So transmission and distribution. Any question over here?
Please quick explain setup transformer. Like I didn't get it that much.
That's what. See what happens. Normally between two different transformer. I'll just open with Excel. Okay. So we all must know that V is equal to IR. Who knows this formula or not? That you know. V is equal to IR. Who knows this formula? Voltage is directly proportional to current and resistance.
Yeah, I am.
So yes. Yes. Right? Everyone says yes. That means we have studied in school. Otherwise, I will really doubt it. So, okay, V is equal to IR. In that case, what happens? This the voltage, higher the voltage, higher will be the current, and higher will be the resistance. Okay. So what happens? If we pass the current at a lower voltage, the resistance will be equivalently high. Every particular line has a threshold resistance. Let's say if a particular line is having 2 ohms as a resistance, I have to overcome that resistance. At a lower voltage, when I cannot overcome that resistance and my passage of my current will be very low. So in that case, to overcome that resistance, I have to make the voltage very high. And to make the voltage high, I have to bring up a step-up transformer. Step-up means it increases the voltage at this level. And step-down means it decreases the voltage. Okay. So if you increase the voltage, the current will be high and the 2 ohm, which is the resistance, will be overcome so that we pass more energy. To save and pass more energy through the grid line, we are increasing the voltage. And to increase the voltage, we are using step-up transformer. Okay. So I'll go to the next slide. In case this slide is completely clear, any further question, you can ask me now. No, right? Okay. I think now you guys are all clear. So you also know that the generation company are having 3 or 4 different types of generator: thermal, hydro, nuclear. We all know that. Thermal means it is based on coal, natural gas, and diesel. Hydro means it is like we have dams from where hydroelectric is generated. I will not go to that nitty-gritty how dams work and all. This is not the session, but yeah, I will just explain you that hydro also we generate electricity from hydro, and there's also nuclear power plant from which we generate electricity. These are the conventional way. Non-conventional way is wind, solar, and biogas. So we know there are windmills, solar panels, and biogas. India has the highest solar panel setup. I mean, there is a Bardnera solar plant which is in Rajasthan, which is world's highest. So it can charge the whole West Bengal alone. It is that big. Okay. So, and then we also have windmills. So this is how we generate electricity different ways. So we also have value chain. Value chain means in electricity we give services to generation, transmission, distribution, and customer service as well to the end user. In gas, we start only from distribution. We don't take care of exploration of gas in the ISU. We don't take care of transportation of gas in the ISU. No. We start from distribution and customer services. Okay, when we say customer services, we move out, complaint management, everything, whichever we must have discussed. I think few of us have discussed that I want to learn move in, I want to learn move out and all. Those are customer services. So from distribution to customer services means billing, invoicing, dunning, move in, move out, meter replacement, all those comes under customer services. So we do generation, transmission, distribution, and the customer services. Gas, we start from the distribution to customer services. And in water, we always start from the customer services itself, the end part. Okay. We don't take care of production of water, treatment, and others. In utilities, doesn't work. I mean, for this, we have already S4 modules. So we do the customer service. We do the distribution, supply and distribution, and customer services. Okay. the same circle applies. I will quickly go through
In the previous slide, is there any specific reason for these? I mean, gas transportation and, for example, if electricity transmission we can handle, why don't we also do for transportation in gas? I understand production and treatment in water is a different thing, but why not transportation included in this module also? I mean, why doesn't it get included? Is there any specific reason?
Yeah, there is a reason. Thank you for asking that question. So hope you are all aware that electricity cannot be stored, but gas and water can, right? So we don't have batteries that use that we can store electricity. Okay. So in that case, we need more planning and transmission. So whatever is as I mentioned in the previous slide, whatever is the demand in the other area, supply will be accordingly. Otherwise, what will happen? Grid will break the transmission. So there is a huge amount of planning required, energy-wise planning. Is at this moment, what is the energy required? At the next 15 minutes, what is the energy required in India? We do that. So that energy planning, whichever is required, that has to be done by a particular specific module. And utility is a specific module which does that energy planning. For other kind of transportation, we have SAP S4 modules, where we call it production planning, or we call it maybe some other modules. But yeah, that takes care of a storage transmitted at a regular interval to a next storage. Let's say I'm having a gas industry, and I can store it in the next in the next storage plant. So in that case, I can just quickly untap, and that much of amount of gas is being stored in the next plant, and from there I can transmit. So distribution starts from the latest storage. I mean, the nearby storage, whichever is there in the plant, from there distribution starts to the various different hole. Okay, at a different pressure. There's a pressure mapping which is done at by every plant level. So with that pressure, it gets distributed into multiple locations. So that is why transportation does not include into utilities, because I don't have to take a planning of every 15-minute interval how much gas passed through, giving from the generation, or I can say from the production of gas to the nearest storage. So hope I explained you why transmission means 15 minutes. You must have heard EDM. Some of you must have heard about energy data management, which is not part of this course. I would definitely like to take that in the next sometime whenever it comes up. But energy data management is a module of SAP which helps you to plan. It can store electricity meter reading for every 15 minutes. So the meter calculates for every 15 minutes what was the reading and consumption passed through, and that we use for planning and reporting. And you have to, let's say in the morning, there are few types of reading: on peak, off peak, which you must have had. What is that on peak, off peak? That is all because of generation. So let's say whenever there's a peak time, that means the demand is high. And generation company, generation company, how it works. It's coal. Let's say I have a coal generator, thermal generator. When I charge coal, it takes 2 to 3 days for me to charge the coal power plant to a particular temperature, and it keeps on running. It keeps on generating electricity. It doesn't stop. To stop that generation, you have to again wait for 3 to 4 days to cool down that particular plant. So that plant, once charged, doesn't stop. Only for maintenance it stops. So there is a frequent amount of energy which keeps on passing. You cannot actually store that energy. Okay. So that is a basic bare minimum threshold which we ask our users to at the other end to at least use. Okay. And for that, and also in case there is a on peak, means when it is more than that particular generation, we use our auxiliary generators. Who are our auxiliary generators? Those are our windmills and biogas, diesel generator. These are the ones which are auxiliary generators, which we call it auxiliary means. In case the demand is 10, and the normal generation, they generate 10. And the demand is 15. But generation of coal cannot increase from 10 to 15 immediately. There's a temperature at which it works. So that additional 5, who will give? These are the auxiliary generators who keeps on giving that additional 5. Like diesel, I will start up the diesel generator. They will immediately pump electricity inside. Immediately, within 5 minutes, they start and they start pumping electricity. In case there is a high demand, we will start up our biogas on others. maybe solar panels, biogas, whichever we can directly link it, and then they can start charging the grid lines. So that's how we control it. We control it by these means, by auxiliary generators. Okay. Now coming back to your question, gas, these all complication is not there in gas. Directly it is transported to the nearby storage, a nearby centralized storage location. From there, at a regular interval, as per demand, we have to maintain a pressure in our pipelines. As per demand, you keep on consuming, and the gas will keep on getting supplied. It is not every this 15 minutes you are using 5 cubic meter, and the next 15 minutes you are using 3 cubic meter. But my plant storage location is already having it. So, and at a regular interval, it keeps on getting replenished. So you don't have to do that transmission planning. There's no loss if I don't use. But in electricity, if you don't use, it is lost. So that is why many other times, if you don't, in off-peak hours, we promote our customers to use more energy. What do you mean the off-peak? In India, there are sometimes off-peak in the night where we ask our user to use more energy free of cost. There are many industries who get energy free of cost. Because if they don't use, the grid lines will break. So that is why you see many industries, they operate more at the night than in the day. There are many heavy machines, they operate more in the night, in like steel plants or in heavy industrial companies, they operate more in the night because the generation cannot stop, but someone has to use it. And that is the off-peak hours when the price of that particular energy is actually rock bottom low. And right now, and during the daytime, maybe peak times, you must have seen the energy will go up to 12 rupees as well sometimes for the generation and for the distribution companies. Then you understand how planning goes haywire. If it in off-peak hours, we are getting 12 rupees per hour. We are using that particular per kilowatt hour. Okay, so that is why planning of this transmission line is that important, because energy cannot be stored, and that planning is done in utilities, and every 15-minute planning has to be done. Australia has gone to 5-minute planning. India and other country is still in 50-minute, and India is also planning in future to go to 5-minute planning, because that 15-minute is also too high a gap to plan further. Okay. We are able to understand why transportation don't need, because I don't track energy at this level. I track energy from here, distribution to commerce, and supply distribution to customer service. Okay.
Yeah. So means if we could have like stored electricity in batteries or something, if there would have been a setup, then we would have like done it there also from distribution.
But you can't store energy, cannot be stored. So because of which planning is required, and that is done, every 15-minute planning is done in utilities, and that's why it is there.
Okay.
Thank you for that question. It was a good question. So the next slide covers the consumer journey. So when we say consumer journey over here, it is like a customer who, this will be for the distribution sector, the retail market, mostly, or where it switch to any of the customer section. So when the customer plans to take electricity, what is the whole setup done, and then gradually how is meter getting installed, when is he going to use, when is he going to pay the bills, and all this. Okay. So in this case, if you see this particular person is, if you can take an example of Naveen with his family, if you see Naveen is having a wife, 2 kids, and he's planning to get into a particular home. He has got a new home setup, completely new home in a completely in a very good location. It is not a building. Okay, let's consider as a row house. So Naveen has got a row house, and he is trying to now get electricity for his row house, and is one of the and these are let's say distant row houses. Okay, when you want to get electricity. So what he does, he applies for electricity business. So what do you do while applying for electricity? You go to the website. There will be a portal. Let's say West Bengal State Electricity Board has their own portal. So you go, you fill up all your form, you give your Aadhaar card, PAN card, bank account, and number of things, whatever they ask for. All those things you upload as in data, and then you submit. The post your submission, what happens to the second part? post a submission, what happens? The consumer care, your form will be received by consumer care. Your consumer care will validate all the information given in the form, whether all the information is valid, you have updated it correctly or not. Okay. And then in that case, once this is particular is received and all valid, what they will do is they will pass it on for a security deposit. Then you will have to pay a security deposit. For example, 300 to 400, maybe 5,000, 10,000. I'm talking about industries, but now for us it is maybe 5 to 10,000, whatever it works. That is our security deposit. And as per that, they will pass it on to the next team. What the next team does, next team goes to the site. Okay. And at the site, they inspect the particular site and they see the length of wire, let's say to draw the wire from the nearest pillar or pole to my home. What will be the wire required? What kind of customer I am? And sorry, I missed one thing. Once this particular customer care approves, in the backend, the BMD gets created. What is BMD? Business master data, which is business partner and contract account, gets created when the customer care representative approves that particular form. Okay. So once it is done, so this is the place where BMD gets created. Okay. And then the next is TMD to be created. So to do that, the site visit person is a notification is sent to the site visit person who goes to site. He checks whether the location and the address which you have given is right or not. So to avoid duplication, let's say the same address can be given by multiple people, multiple ways. Okay, near to this school, near to that office, but both of them are same location. So to avoid that duplication, this is a guy who checks for the address, and he checks what are the capex required. Capex required means amount of wire, amount of number of tools which is required to do a site activity for this particular person. So that planning is done by the site visit person. We call it as a vigilance team who goes to site, validates everything, and then gives a report and with all location details. So once he submits this report with all this location detail, what happens? He updates the location. So the location, the tools and others. So with this location, what happens in the backend, TMD gets created. Okay, I will also discuss about TMD, technical master data, which we call it as, and connection of their device, location device, all those gets there. I mean, not device, connection of their device, location, premise, everything gets created at this particular location. Once this is the key guy who approves it, and in the backend it gets created. In case you don't understand this terminology, don't get panic, because we will discuss in very length details in the next slides. Okay, so BMD gets created at this particular location by the customer service, TMD by this guy. Once the TMD is created, what happens? He again requests for these particular whatever tools and wires or whatever he needs to do an action at the site. All those activity, all those requirement he gives to the store, and the store guys for a goods reservation. So we call it goods reservation. That okay, boss, 50-meter wire, these many tools. Please reserve it for me so that one of my engineer will come to you and then take these tools or these goods for site visit and doing an operation. Okay. So here we have given an example of pipeline band, because this is more complex than wires. Wires are simply wires, 50-meter wire. So if you see how a water industry, there is a complication. There he has to give all the bands and T's, bands, D's, whatever is to be done. So he will have to give that count. Otherwise that engineer has never visited the site. What to take to the site, he never knows. So this is a key link guy who gives that particular information, and accordingly in the store, this amount of goods are being reserved by the store manager. Okay. So once this amount of goods is reserved, there is a site engineer who actually visits the particular store manager and then collect this particular goods for a site visit. Okay. So he will collect this particular one, go to site and then do his installation part. So what he will do, he will draw this particular wire till the meter from the nearest pole. From in gas, from the nearest main pipeline, he will bring it till my home, okay, till my premise. But this is the guy who will never install a meter. His job is only to draw the wire or pipeline till my premise. Okay. there will be a new team or next team for meter installation, because his expertise is to draw a pipeline or wires, not installing meter. So what he will do, we will pass on in the workflow, we will pass on to the next team, which is called meter installation team or metering management team. So what this particular metering management team will do, he will capture, he will take that particular meter. There are two different type of meters, single phase, three phase meter. Maybe some of you who are working into device management must be aware of this terminology. Single phase meter are the meters which are installed, which are used for residential customer. Three phase meter are something which are used for commercial customer. Please note down this about single phase and three phase. Ask me in the device management team the detailed session. I will definitely try to clear it up. So this particular guy installs this particular meter at his premise, and once this premise is installed, the device is installed, the whole TMD is created, and now the customer is ready to move it. Okay. Why is ready? Because now because his home is now charged and he can start using electricity, and meter can start calculating how much he is using. Okay. Due to which this particular, so once we say that the meter is installed, the home is charged, then after that there is a contract being created in system. We call it move-in. So the move-in is being created at this particular location where the meter is installed. Then the customer will move in into his premise to start using electricity. So this activity is called move-in in system, and it is where once the move-in is created, a contract will be. Once the move-in is done, the contract will be created, and from that particular day when the contract is created, the billing of consumer starts. Let's say if the consumer has never moved into a premise, device is installed, the customer will not start billing. Billing will only start once the consumer moves in and the date of moving, the date of contract that created. Yes. So that particular day, billing will start. So once the moving is done and the customer starts using electricity, every month, let's say 5th of a month, electricity bill will be given to the customer. Customer takes the bill, he makes the payment in a regular interval thing. At maybe 10 to 15 years now, he did the same. He gets his bill, he makes the payment, and he's a happy customer. And maybe all of a sudden he gets a bigger home. Now what he wants to do is he wants to shift from that home to a different location, a different state, and he picked up. So then what we'll do? We will do a move out process and final bill. So he applies for a move out on the portal, and then what will happen? Someone will come and do a final billing of this particular customer. He pays all his final due, and then can happily move out to a new location. So this was the journey of Naveen over here, if you see. And that's how in the backend how we are creating the data. In this detailed session, we will refer this particular slide and I'll show you each step what happened. Okay, normally majorly what happens, because there are some technical steps. We'll try to avoid that and give you a glimpse of it. But yeah, personally, each step I will try to show you how it works by creating a data, BMD, TMD, and data. Any question on this business, bro? This is most important. There are different processes. We call it meter to cash. You must have heard this terminology. Are you aware of meter to cash? We'll learn about it. The another scenario is, are you aware of the consumer gain or new connection process? This is the new connection process. Okay. So we completely get into a new connection on the termination process. And this is the famous process. Then there is something disconnection, reconnection, many other processes which we'll also learn due course of time. Okay. Hope you must have learned and understood about this consumer journey. Any question, anything, and take a pause. No questions? All understood? Okay, this is the next process, which is called meter to cash process. So we'll also learn about this process when we come into device management in very details. I'll quickly go through because as of now we have started the BMD TMD. My primary focus will be to explain it in the next session, BMD TMD. There is a process called device management where meter to cash process, where the meter reading order is being downloaded to a particular handle unit. Let's say if you see what is meter reading order? Meter reading order means it's a request from the utility company to the meter reader. Take these customers reading on 5th, the other set of customer reading on 6th, 7th, 8th, something like that. So those are called as meter reading orders, those requests. So a group of customers whose reading is to be taken over a common day, is called meter reading order. That order is being downloaded into an instrument. We call it handheld unit or an CMRI, common meter reading instrument. Anything you can say. So a handheld unit, you must have seen every meter, a meter reader comes to your home with this device. How many of you have seen that? You can watch.
Yes, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it.
They come, they scan your meter, and then they take the reading and go away. Right? That's how it come. So you must have observed this particular, when we download this particular meter, details, we not only download the meter serial number whose reading is to be taken, we give the complete planning to this guy. Let's say any arbitrary guy, because it's a contractual job, where a contracting company, you must have seen every alternate month a new face, or maybe same face for not more than 6 months. Because it's a contract was like the electricity company contracting to someone, and that particular contracting company employs people who can go inside. So it is a very it's a site where you don't see common faces, and so the system drives the people rather than people know that that now you have taken. If you must have seen the way he moves from home to home is always common. After your home, he will always take the next neighbor home, not the immediate front one. He will take the next train in the same row home, not the immediate the front face one or the other lane. Okay, so he will go in an order. So in utilities we define a street route and metering unit, which is we call it as meter reading unit and street route, which is designed to guide him how to take the reading. And in that particular order, only he will take the reading. Automatically, system drives the next meter and the next route and next pole. Okay, and that's how a utility guides him. So once it pings that next meter is this and this is the hole, he will go just take the reading, capture the reading, come and upload it into the system. Okay, once it uploads the reading, system goes for a validation. There is something called meter reading validation which happens in the system. What is meter reading validation? Meter reading validation is something like, I will look into the history of your consumption, let's say last 1 year history, and I know that you have always been using 300 unit in a month, 350 unit, and suddenly there was a reading which shows that your meter reading is 700 or your consumption is 700. So that is a suspicious reading. That may be a suspicious reading. So what I will do, I will scan it out or flag it out for validation. That is where, and this is a system, it is already inbuilt in SAP. We call it meter reading validation. It validates, flags out, and for that you can go and ask someone to revalidate. Okay, so that also happens. That is also a functionality which is present in SAP. We will learn in very detailed device management. Post this, there are missing reads. There are 4 of the customer who is not at home, or you are unable to reach his meter, or the meter is burnt. In that case, you definitely have to ping that customer. There's the process of estimating. I can estimate your meter reading and then send it for billing. Okay. If your home is not, I will estimate and send it for billing. Next month, when you are there at home, I can take your actual reading and so that it can actuate back. So there is also a functionality present for estimating. And how do I estimate? By looking into your last 3 month history, I will do an average of it and I will bill you for the next consumption. That is that simple. So that estimation is done over here by the system. And then once it is estimated, your billing and invoicing is done. The bill will be sent to the customer for payment. So this is called a meter to cash process of SAP. Okay, we will learn in very details in the device management section. In case you have any high-level question or any questions which you feel like it's there differently in your current organization or current projects or something like that, you can also discuss process-wise. Process-wise is a session to discuss. So because this is where you see a high-level picture. Some of you say that, okay, I don't know the high-level picture. These 2 are the high-level pictures, which you are just...
So in the second picture, right? Like you said, like the person who takes the reading, he takes the reading in a particular series, like one after the other or something, like in the same lane, doesn't go to the opposite side of it. So what my thing is, like if the person like skips a building or like maybe like get confused or goes to the opposite side, what will happen in that case? I mean, I don't know whether I'm being able to explain it, but like
what will be the consequence if he goes to the opposite side? See, in this as I mentioned, the next meter whose reading is to be taken is being guided by the device. Okay. So say I took your reading. The next meter reading is of Avinash. I'm your neighbor, and your opposite side is actually Soumya. So in that case, what will happen is it will always ping his meter number. And when I go to the opposite one, I cannot tally that meter number. I cannot just, if I have a meter, I cannot just blindly take your reading. I have to tally it. And it will show, oh, this is what the number. Then I have to go to the next, the opposite side. I will capture only that readings and go to the next one. In case there is a new home built between two of your home and a meter is serial number, a meter is installed, what I will do is I will search. There is a search button for that serial. I go, okay, this is not ping, but it is the next home. I will search and then enter the meter reading and go and put a note. There is also a note which can be put, this meter is not available in the route, so that someone from the backend team will put it into the next route. Okay, maintain it into that route. But that particular person has to follow a route which is called in meter reading unit. Okay. And the consequence, if you don't find, you don't demolish, you can always search and enter the reading. But that is a tedious activity. To avoid his manual time, he quickly updates and there's a streak to present to help this guy to save his time and also to validate. If I keep on hopping from opposite side to opposite side, I have to always keep on searching for a meter. It may happen that I have seen the different meter and numerically I have entered something different. And that is also a valid meter number, and I have entered his reading to some different customer. To avoid that, system is having a street to define where next meter pops up and he understands that this is a label and he goes, validates the last four digit, validate, enter the reading, go to the next term. To avoid that manual error, these are the provisions given. Let's say your meter number is 223 and by mistake I have entered 233. In that case, what we have done? Manually I have search for a different customer's meter and I have entered your reading in his meter, which is wrong, right? Hope you got the point.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other further question? If no, then I'll go to the next topic. This is your high-level process. Next topic, we have already discussed what is ISU. ISU is mostly an enterprise solution for the utility company. We call it industry and solution to utilities. Okay. Or for utilities. So it is a comprehensive package solution for utility companies like generation, transmission, electricity, water, gas, and all. So how it helps? As we mentioned, let's say to plan the to plan the transmission, or to plan the generation schedules, or to build a customer in the detail. All of them are planning. This how it helps. It improves their it improves their output. Performance of their particular company itself. Better reporting, better planning, and others can also be done due to implementation. Correct. So that is how utility is a package solution for this enterprise. Where let's say if you are into distribution, I exactly know how much was your previous month reading, your historical reading. I know what was your historical bills. I know what will be your estimated rate. I know which meter you have. I know what is your location. So completely customer, his data, his meter, all assets, everything is entered into the system to bill a customer and to validate and report anything whichever is required. So that's how utility actually helps. ISU helps to have an enterprise solution to these kind of industries. Okay. Any question? What is ISU? If you want to add something, I'm happy to get it added here. There are different modules of SAP. Like we know billing and invoicing, energy data management, meter data management, customer experience and management, reporting, renewable energy, asset and compliance. So there are many different modules which we have or key features in SAP. So we will, in this particular session, in this particular training, we'll learn high level on billing and invoicing, meter data management and customer experience as per the course curriculum, and analytics and reporting somewhere. We'll not be covering renewable energy, we'll not be covering energy data management because these are advanced topics we can cover sometimes later. Okay. So what are the benefits? Automates manual process. As I mentioned, the manual meter reading process, it is automated. The manual billing process, automated. Your manual complaint process is automated. Everything and anything which was done manually, the complete enterprise is now automated. Only thing which we are going to work on is error. If there is an exception, you must have seen in support project, every one of you are only working on exceptions. If there is no exception, you won't have work. You're a happy child. Correct? So, because the automation itself takes, let's say if I have 50 lakh customer, 49 lakh is exception free. 49 lakh 50,000 is exception free. That rest 50,000 which is having exception, that is why me, you and others who are sitting into this organization is to resolve, manually see what is this exception all about, manually see, resolve it, forward it further edge processing. Okay. That's how utility ISU is that strong. It improves business performance and compliance. Let's say we have a strict guideline of how do we do it, and that's how it has to be done. Let's say meter reading, this is how it has to be taken. Billing, this is your calculation. You don't have to everywhere it is not cannot be manually manipulated. This is a strict schema as a rate which is already built, and that's how it can be calculated. In case you want to change the rate or any calculation, you have to take approvals from many people before doing it in the system. So, I mean, there's a strict guideline and standards which is being followed, and that's being a part of ISU police. Okay. And it is required definitely because in this kind of business where we involve 50 lakh customer in a complete state of customer, kind of in India, you may have 1 crore customer in many of the locations as well. If you cater or factor to that particular volume of customer, you definitely need a specific solution which is ISU utilities, and that is how it benefits us. We have already discussed about this, like generation, transmission, distribution, customer service, and billing, and what are the supporting connecting particular modules which is connected to utilities. ISU CCS, plant maintenance is well connected to our customer service. Material management is well connected to device management. Sales and distribution is similar to billing which we do. So we bill for energy. Non-energy billing is all done by sales and distribution. Let's say if I want to sell, I'm an electricity company, I want to sell my scrap to some company. So I will not do it via ISU. ISU is not meant for that. For that, we have SD, sales and distribution, which will sell the scrap, which will sell the anything else. If I have a company which also sells bulk, light, any material which is required for transmission, additionally, that can be done. Non-utility and non-ISU billing is done by SD. We have FICO and FICA are both very tightly integrated. So FICA is for finance and contract accounting, which is a utility-based solution for subledgering, and FI in FI is a parent ledger or the master ledger, where all the expenses or all the payments which is being done into the entities is at the end of the day transferred to the main ledger, which is FI. And also we have customer relationship management, which we are working on. So utilities is not only a solution for power and generation utilities. It is also very tightly integrated into the existing modules. So utility, it is very famously said that utility is very well set up on the S4 or on the generic S4 modules like PM, MM, SD, FI, and others. And they have very strong integration with it, reporting elements. Hope you understood. There's a strong relationship. You have modules like DM, billing, FICA, and other. It is also very strongly connected to other modules as well. And we will also discuss about this in the detailed training. We also have industry challenges. We know there are regulators day in, day out. The regulator keeps on changing their rules, guidelines, and others. Like customer demand is increasing, and also the sustainability part. When we say 10, 20 years, 10, 15 years back, you must have seen the power outage was very normal in any sector. But right now, you are completely non-bearable to power outage. You don't see power outage in your location. That's why, because you have a very good, a strong planning system called utilities, or similar to utilities, we have many competitors. Why do we need ERP solution to utilities? To do a good amount of demand and supply, so that I don't lose energy and I don't, which gets unbilled. So the purpose is, let's say if you don't use it in the right grid, that goes unbilled. And some other place, there are some customers who are having outage, and somewhere where it is higher, they are unbilled. So to integrate all of it, there's an ERP solution which has come up, and that solution helps you currently how you have zero outage. Where there are many locations which is less than 0.5% of outage, or 30 minutes of outage in the whole year. Maybe I'm from Mumbai, I have never seen that in my location. So maybe for you, I think it is maybe less than 10, 20 hours in a year. So that, how it has come, it is because of utilities as an ERP solution which has come up. It is doing the complete demand supply planning. It is bringing you out of the manual error. It is planning the it is redefining the planning of any maintenance activity getting inside. Let's say there is a particular transformer which is deteriorating which is there for last 10-15 years, and there is a depreciation going in its maintenance. So what will happen? The system will automatically prompt you to replace that particular transformer or replace a particular meter. So those are prompt preventive maintenance is also done by system, into which you always see a seamless experience of having energy at your home now, just because of this particular solution. Okay, now the advantage of SAP, why it is bringing out all this manual activity, what is the planning and demand and supply planning which we are talking about. I think you are gradually understanding in this particular session why is SAP required and what is ISU doing. Correct? So how it is tightly integrated, which we just discussed, I'll just flash it because we have already discussed about this. In case you have questions, how it is integrated, I will try to explain, or we will go to the detailed session to explain. Key features and benefit of ISU, like utility is a section of SAP's industry best practice, and we know why it is industry best practice because we strongly follow the regulatory. We can easily tweak the billing of a customers. It is configurable and also authorized. It cannot happen that any arbitrary guy goes and can change the billing calculation. It happens with an authorization. Any particular person who is authorized to do that can only go change many particular locations. So that is the strength of SAP. Then the other strength is like good planning and malfunction. Let's say we have a solution of energy audit. So in the energy audits is one of the solution of utilities where you can track where energy is being theft. Let's say out of 10 home, one of you can gain some theft at home. So we have an energy audit process where we can track down that, okay, he is the particular person. Within these 3 home, there is a theft going on. So it is that strong system. And we can go, if you must have seen the vigilance team who directly enters your home rather than your neighbor. And then he finds out that there's a meter malfunction happening here, and he will quickly penalize you. Have been found, you have been penalized. How it happens? Because of a very strong energy audit process also there. So what happens? Everyone is having meter at your home, and there's a meter at your transformer as well. So at the end of the day, system reconciles some of all this consumer meter, subtracting the transformer meter. If it is within the threshold, no energy loss. If it is below the energy threshold, that means definitely somebody has made the theft. And then I will look at the history of every customer. I see every customer who is using 300 units as in history, and using and currently also this month below also for 300, but bill has dropped down from 500 unit to 100 unit. That means it is who is doing this. And I will directly enter home and I will try to check whether there is a problem with meter or is trying to manipulate his meter. Okay. So that's how strong it is. We call it leakage malfunction prevention, auto reconciliation, which I just mentioned. There's a reconciliation, integration with non-SAP modules. We discussed about SDPP, how device management is very tightly integrated with MM. Customer service is very tightly integrated with plant maintenance. FICO is very tightly integrated with FICA. Okay, so all modules are very tightly integrated to each other. Any tariff changes, as we discussed, there is a change in tariff by regulatory. So in that case, what happens? Any change in the tariff. So what I will do, any change in the tariff, I can quickly go change the rate or change this particular schema, and the tariff changes is being implemented. Okay, I don't have to reinvent everything to make change. So that's how flexible the tariff change is. Billing efficiency increases because you have mass billing functionalities also going on. the billing functionality, reporting functionality, scalability, everything increases just because of this particular solution. Hope all of you got it from this slide, how it helps. Yeah. No further question, then I'll go to the next slide. So on this interaction to the specific terminology. So these are the different terminology in sector you must have just for a revision. In electricity, it is generation, mining, energy trade. Sorry, any question?
One question: the features that you talked about. Okay, so like, do we need to like enable them, or those features come automatically in all of the SAP implementations?
Not yet. So features which can you name one feature which
the leakage and the malfunction that you told that it reconciles the amount of load between the.
There's function called energy settlement. We do settlement workbench. So it is a module. It is an enhanced module of EDM which brings functionality. Okay, and EDM we are not studying because it's an advanced functionality. So we will focus it in the upcoming section if we have some of this. But yeah, it is a standard SAP functionality. We customize different utilities. Let's say you have standard SAP says, okay, club out of them in the downstream and try to subtract with the top stream. But there are few customers who says, no, there are losses. There are many types of in the line. How can we apple to apple reconcile? So there are some guidelines, the reconciliation. So we can customize accordingly. But yeah, majorly these are standard SAP processes we discuss. And that is called energy settlement. Just you Google it out, you will know what is energy settlement. Okay. Whatever we discuss is that is called settlement. Electricity, generation, trading means state road dispatch center. You must have West Bengal state road dispatch center. The ISU is also implemented there for trading. For demand and supply, trading is done with. Transmission, distribution, retail, metering, customer care. We all know now this terminology, distribution, metering. In natural things, we know distribution, metering, retail, customer care. We all know. Water, supply, treatment, distribution, metering, customer care. We all know. So I think you are aware of this terminologies. And this we have already gone through the different ISU terminologies: connection object, business partner, contract account, device, revise, version, million. With definitely the introduction session. I think we have all gone through ISU introduction. Next is BMT creation, which we will follow. In case all of you have understood or you had some question, you let me know. We'll learn about the master data. We'll start from business master data. At this particular time, we'll learn this particular slide, which is a consumer gain. So this particular slide we are going to learn in very details. When is a business master data created, how it is created, technical master data, how it is created, movie when it is done, device for how it is installed. So this whole flow we will be doing.
Could you please explain the estimation process? Like if have a zero consumptions before 3 months, then in the next month there is some consumption. So in estimation there will be zero or like something else.
So there are two different type of estimation. One is standard. SAP is having a code for estimation, and custom code you can also write for estimation. Okay, we learn both of them in this training sessions. But you'll start from BMT. Day after we'll learn in details about its estimation as well. So standard how it does. Are you well versed with SAP? See, there are two types of estimation which system follows. Let me log in. See, just to answer your question, I'm coming here. Otherwise, it is nothing. We will learn in very detail again this one. Just to answer your question, SAP has only two. In standard, there are two different type of estimation. Previous period of previous year. Means I will check, the standard will only check for the previous month what was the consumption and try to replicate the same in the next month. Or period of previous year means last year same. Let's say in July month of last year, what was the consumption? In July month, I will replicate the same consumption here. Because India is a country where month on month the temperature changes. February is not same as March. February is cold and March is drastically hot. So your consumption pattern will definitely increase. So taking previous month consumption as a reference may give me a wrong result. So I will always take previous year same month reading. Or it depends on the utility. I mean, how your customer says, no, take previous month, I will take previous month or previous year reading. So this is how standard does it. Okay. as you mentioned, if it is last month is 0, it will take 0 because it's a blunt system. So that is why to avoid this kind of zeros or incorrect simply taking 1 month reading, what system does, we can customize it to take average of last 6 months. Okay. Or we can take last 6 months valid reading. If let's say 0 is a valid 0, it may be a 0 for next month. So how we know that it is valid? Somebody goes, writes a note. Every reading can be written with a note. Nobody at site, premise vacant, something like, so that we know this is a valid 0. And if next month also it is a 0, we'll actually estimate it is 0, unless we get an actual reading. So there will be a day when we'll get actual reading, and from that we can actuate. Hope you got it.
Yeah. Thank you.
We'll learn this again. For others, we'll learn this again. Just it was a question. I tried to answer. Any other question which you have on the introduction session? In case no, I will try to complete the DND part. Hope every one of you have got this access to this system. So business master data has two different components. When we mentioned that this customer service agent has the customer's phone. So, and he has customer address, PAN card, Aadhaar card, telephone number, and all other details. So how and where do we capture those details? I will show you with the business partner. We will cover a business partner and Sarva will cover others. So the T-code to create a business partner is FPP1. Many of you are aware. So this is what we are talking about: person, organization, and group. So person means individual person, organization means industrial, commercial, and group is a different section where few of the people who join together to take electricity. That is a group. That doesn't work in India, but many of the other countries. Previously, it used to happen when you are very remote, your industries or your homes are at a very remote location, and utility company has to build up a new grid line to go to your place. In that case, there was a group formation, but I don't think now it is applicable. Mostly, it is person or organization nowadays. So, person is individual person, organization is industrial commercial. I'll create a person right now, a business partner, Esther. This is last name, sheet, country in Maharashtra. Region is Maharashtra. I have written 13 because Maharashtra's number is 13. PO box, communication phone number, we can give any arbitrary 988 22345 1 2 3 4 5 6. Your email address, everything we can give you at this particular place. Identification, then in identification it will give male, female, like male for myself, marital status, nationality, everything you can capture over here. Control, BP type. So you can give this is a customizer thing. You can give what kind of business partner it is, employee or a normal or a vendor or a customer, or what kind of employee, what kind of business partner it is. To understand whether the business partner is a customer or something else, we can give here the details of the question. In payment of transaction, you can capture his bank details. That's the bank key. It's either SWIFT code or IFSC code. Within India, it is IFSC code. If internationally his bank is an international one, we give a SWIFT code of him, country code, a bank ID, bank account number, and bank key. Everything can be captured over here, so that we can auto credit his amount from the bank account. So that can also be captured over here. Then a status of him, whether he is an archived customer or an active customer. So if you see over here, this is a customer whose all the required details, customer specific, we are capturing the particular T-code, which is called as FPP1 create person. I'm trying to save it. If you see now, Jyoti is now a customer known in this organization with a customer, is known with a customer ID, which is 300042. Okay. So now you will always get a bill with this customer ID. The customer number or the customer number is 3042. Okay. This is how we create a business partner. Any doubt, any question, let me know. Okay. How many of you have all previously created a business partner, or first time you have seen a business partner and all it is created?
I haven't created ever.
You haven't? I have. Okay. So do one thing. Please, for the session, please create a business partner. Go through all these slides. Hope you must have these slides with you. Go through all these slides, whichever we had for introduction, and create a business partner by your own name and come to us so that we'll go. And I understood it is a hands-on session. Each one of you have got one system, one login, and we'll arbitrarily pick few people and try to ask whether you have created a data of your own. You have to guide me through the data. Okay, this is how I have created my son. The people to create a content account is CAAY. Okay. So always, what is content account? Content account is nothing but a contract, an account of the customer. Notepad. What is content account? It is an account of this particular customer which has all the transactions inside. That's how do you have a bank account? In your bank account, I have all the credit and debits. Okay. So similarly, in the content account, we maintain all your bill raised, which is as a credit, as a debit, and all the payments done as a credit in an account. And it has all history, any penalty, any subsidy, anything which was done to you will be there maintained in this particular account. So it is not your bank account, but similar concept, because utility will raise a bill. Let's say I am raising a bill of 500 rupees to you. So in this account, it shows as a debit 500 rupees. So that you have to make a payment of 500 rupees against to nullify it as a credit. So, and let's say similarly next month it has your bill was 900 rupees with an arrear which you have not paid from the last month 500, total is 1400 rupees. So where is that all maintained? There has to be an account. So that account is of that particular customer is called contract account. Concept here, what is contract account? Contract account is the account of that customer in the utility to maintain all his transactions, debit, credit transactions in this account.
So there will be one contract account for one customer, or could be multiple for one customer?
See, ideally that is called master data setup. So let's say you are a customer, you are owner of a shopping mall, you are owner of a residential home, and you are also owner of an industry. For example, it depends on the utility industry. Let's say if you are in Australia or New Zealand, they will always say one customer is one history. Okay. Similarly, when you go to UK market, you will see that if he is a residential customer, his residential account will be different than his investment account. I cannot disconnect your industry because you have not paid your home bill. If I maintain both of them in one contract account, what will happen? Your credit score will go low because you're making your prop payment of your industry. But your home, you are missing every alternate one just because of something. So your credit score will go down. So it depends on that utility or regulatory. How do we maintain or how do we notify that customer? Majorly, it is individual business partner and contract account for residential, commercial, and industry, which he has. One business partner for his residential home, one business partner ID for his shopping mall, and one business partner in contract account, and one business partner in contract account for industry. To maintain three different hierarchy and three different history. So that if you don't pay, when does move out happen? If you don't pay your bill, correct? If you don't pay your bill for your home, do you want your home to be moved out, or your whole dunning will be happening for dunning happens at contract account level? So your letters of dunning will go to your industry as well or your home as well. Your whole contract, you will get an dunning that you have not made payment. But for what? I have not made for my home. But I am getting a common dunning. So I as a customer want to have three different hierarchy. Which payment I have not done? So for that, we can maintain three different accounts. So that's why I gave an example of Australia and New Zealand, where they will have one BP, one CA for one person. Okay. But in UK, it will be residential will be different BP and CA, commercial will be different BP, industrial will be different BP and CA. Similarly, in India, it is the same like UK. Residential will have different BPCA. If you have an industry, you will get a different customer ID for industry, and you have a shopping mall, you will get. If you have three homes, some of you must have two homes, or two flats and two homes. You will see you have different customer ID for them, because the history of those particular premise, what you have done in that particular payment or not, right time, in the you have paid or not in the right time, you will have to that will maintain two different customer history. So it depends on the regulatory and your utility of how do you maintain. You can propose, yes, can be done. One BP can have multiple content account, and one BP should have single content account. Depends on the regulatory and the utility how they want to set up. Okay. You as a consultant always have to ask questions, and you also give pros and cons. That if you maintain same business partner content account for all of this, anyway dumping will happen at content account layer, notification will go to all three. Do you want to do that? The reason no. The advantage of it, is, let's say you are a customer who was into Philadelphia and you have moved to New York. So you have not paid your Philadelphia bill and you have come to New York. So in that case, I will always say first pay your Philadelphia bill, then only boss you will become a new customer. Because I will work business partner one history. But in India, if you are in Kolkata, you have not paid. In Siliguri, if you go, you will get a new contract. Because you don't have a track. A new billing business partner, this is the cons of it. Got it? So there are pros and cons. One side pro is you will get dummy or you will get notification for non-payments on all three if you are having same, but you cannot move from one place to another without getting paid, without paying. It is very strict. You have to show your PAN card, Aadhaar card or something like that in your citizenship. And by that, your business partner is linked. I can easily track you that, okay, there, that particular place, that particular utility you have not paid, pay and then come here. Otherwise, you can get no electricity. But in India, can you do that? No. Every utility company has their own database. You have to just submit your PAN card, Aadhaar card. Within that utility, you cannot do it. From utility to utility, you can always jump without paying. That's the disadvantage. And the advantage is of having different hierarchy is completely clean slate history of every customer. I'll try to create a business partner over here. There I configured a business. I will just replicate the same. Okay. I'll just give you a small glimpse. So this is in contract account. What do you maintain? We maintain the attribute of our account. How will the account look like? Let's say if your bank account, Jan Dhan Yojana account, that will be different than your normal saving account. Saving account is different than your normal account. Normal account is different than your current account. Current account is different from other account. Why? The feature inside. If it is a saving account, you will not get penalized for if your balance is less than 5,000. How it is maintained? Because bank maintain while creating an attribute of your account that this is a general account or this is a normal saving account or this is a salary account. Okay. So in that case, if it is a salary account, you will not get penalized for balance limit of 5,000 because I configure it like that. Salary account. Or I configure it as normal account. Or I configure it as current account. In current account, your overdraft will not be penalized. In other accounts, your overdraft is not allowed. So how will this account look like and what will be the feature of that account? That comes in over here, which we call it as contract account. Okay. In contract account, what are these features? I give you a name of this particular contract account. Let's say I was having an legacy system. Let's say a legacy system was Oracle or PeopleSoft or any other software, and you had an account number there, and you want to always keep a track of it. You can give an account in legacy. That particular number, which was there in their legacy system, that account keep and maintain. Then relationship, you are an account holder to the utility, account owner, account holder, whatever you can. Okay. Then I have tolerance group. Tolerance group means what? Tolerance group means, let's say if you have if you have not made payment for a particular amount. Let's say your bill was raised for 1,000 and maybe you have not paid the interest for a particular account for let's say 10%. There will be a tolerance limit to it. That okay, if your bill is 1,000, you will be a particular penalty of 10% will be accounted to you if you don't pay your bill within time. Okay. There's a tolerance limit, always a tolerance group always present. In case you want to learn more about tolerance group, just click on this and do an F1. See, a tolerance group is assigned to a business partner and master this. The agreement of tolerance group are effective once the payment transaction has been entered. Let's say if your payment is done and you have actually overdue the due date. In that case, in tolerance group, it made this what is the penalty which has to be done. Okay. Clearing category. There's something called clearing category. Clearing category means, let's say your bill amount is 5,000 with a breakup of energy charge 3,000, meter rental charge 500. Then last month's outstanding was 2,000, 1,000, and your taxes were 500. So this is how the breakup is. So clearing category gives you an order in which this amount will be cleared. Let's say if you have made only 2,000 payment. So in some of the utility, you can always make partial payment, right? You must be aware. If you go and pay for 2,000 into your account, system will not stop you. In that case, how it will clear? In accounting, you have to always clear your amount. So in what order this particular amount will be clear, that is given in clearing category. First, it will strike off the taxes, then it will strike off the previous month's bill, then it will strike off the rental charges, and last it will strike off this particular energy charge. So energy, because all the calculation starts from energy charge, so energy charge is the last one to get strike off. So that means this will be minus 100 credited, minus 1000 credited, minus 500 credited, 2000 done, this 3000 is still an outstanding. So the order in which the clearing happens, that is maintained in clearing category and configuration. Then we have something called currency, INR. Then we have something called invoice outsourced check group. Let's say your outsourced check group gives you, let's say your invoice, if you are a residential customer and your normal invoice is 5,000 per month or 10,000 per month. Suddenly, due to some error in the system, it happens that your bill was rate of 1 lakh. System will automatically outsort that because it's an erroneous bill. System does 3 levels of check. At meter reading level, it does a validation which we just checked, we said, by looking into history of your reading. At billing level, we call it billing outsort check. At invoicing level, there's another check called invoice outsort check. It checks from the limit of every category of customer and try to give you an outsorting limit. If your bill is beyond that limit, your meter reading will be outsorted. Someone will verify the reading, the invoice, and then they will release. If he finds it is correct, he will release it for you for final billing, or he will reverse it, correct it, and repeat it. Payment terms means you must have seen the due date being calculated in every industry. So how is the due date created? Because it is linked to the payment terms. Cool. So payment term is having the configuration whether due date will be in 12 days, 15 days, 10 days. What is the date and number of days of due date? That is configured over here. Account class categorizes the class of your account. We're saying I will write it as residential. Account class nobody here not given. Let's just get payment to the data. Let me just account class means your general ledger is being divided in the account, the group of account class and account integration ID. So account class means a group, let's say residential, commercial, industrial, will have different set of GL. So in that case, I will have two different set of account class. Okay. So someone from finance understand this. What is account class? Residential customer will have a different set of DGL. If I enter account information ID of commercial to an account class of residential, it will block. So if I write residential, I will only be available to select few GLs or few set of GL which is there in the account class, and account information ID is actually a group name to those GL. This is a account information ID determines what are the different general ledger or GLs which is applicable to me, that 5 set of GLs that is there in this account information ID. I will have this account information ID as 01 as the residential customer because I'm getting it for residential. Just reading it, I'm just explaining it. So then payment taxes, I will go, there's a bill form. This bill form actually gives the print of that form. In, let's say, I assume bill, this is a standard one. So print, the print form, how will it look like? The structure of the form. The look and feel of that form is always there in the bill format. Is my company logo, the way I have to print it, all of them will be in the bill form. Company code, as you know, company code, standard company code. Company code means if let's say Tata is a company which is having generation, transmission, distribution, all, and I want to have 3 different reporting or 3 different system or 3 different hierarchy maintained for all these 3 company code, I will mention generation or distribution is 777. Transmission is 666 and distribution is 555. And whenever I give 555, 777 as reporting, all my generation, the amount of revenue which I'm collecting from generation, I can see from 777 or distribution, I can see from 555 accordingly. Okay. So that's how company code is maintained. This is more specific to FICA guys or SD or other ESCO processes. But yeah, this is to be maintained as per the industry. What is dunning? Dunning means, let's say if you don't make a payment in time, and let's say your due date was on 12th day. So dunning is a series of reminder, the set of reminder which is given to customer. Let's say for residential customer, if you have missed the due date. So before missing your due date, I will give you a soft letter. Hey guy, hey your due date is on 29. Please make payment before then to avoid any disconnection and all. On 29th, you're not made the payment. Then the next set of letter, the next letter in that set, residential is having one set. In that, how it will come up? Hi Avinash, seems you are not paid your bill. In case, please pay it promptly by this and to avoid disconnection. Correct? And then after that, there is a disconnection done. So similarly, where is this set of letters or dunning done? That is done in the grouping. Okay, the dunning procedure gives the levels of dunning which we have, like whether we are going to give 3 letters or 4 letters. The group says this residential customer has the group of those 3 or 5 letters which we have to send, and the dunning procedure gives a level of dunning. When are we going to disconnect the customer? When are we going to dismantle the meter? All of them is there in the dunning procedure. Okay. Lock means if I don't want to dun the customer, let's say for example, somehow it is a medical or the customer is on life support. So in that case, he can always call and we can put his dunning lock. In that case, there will be no dunning done to this customer because it is a medical or this particular residential customer is on life support. Life support means at his home, he is on ventilator. So that kind of customer, if you done and disconnect, it can be a illegal issue. So in that case, the customer calls up, notifies you that please don't disconnect my meter because I have life support and upload some document, and you can lock that particular customer for dunning. He will never get disconnected. Okay, that's how you lock that in. So these are various different attributes which we maintain at a particular contract account level to create a contract account. And once I save, you see the customer's contract account is being created. So this is how we have created the BMD and TMD of a customer. So when you do from CRM, what happens in the backend, this is how the contract account was created. Okay. There's an FM which replicates to this particular one. In the backend, these are the attributes. You must not always select everything. You just select the customer type. If it is a residential customer in CRM, there is already predefined values there. This particular in the master data generator. So this set I have predefined for residential customers. Since you are in a support project, you are not defining it by your own. There is someone who has implemented it, has defined this, and also maintained it in a table. Okay, in that particular group. So what happens when the residential customers the data comes in? I know this is a set which I have to select and update. Okay, and I do accordingly. So that is why when you select residential, this is a set. When you select commercial, there will be another set. When you select industrial, there will be another set. And the configuration behind will be different. But this is how it works.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which key business areas does SAP ISU typically cover? Option A, only billing. Option B, only customer service. Option C, meter management, billing, and customer service. Option D, only contract management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing utilities? Our SAP ISU course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP ISU. It's like a toolkit for managing utilities, from billing to customer service, helping you stay on top of things. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced skills. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This amazing learning opportunity is very affordable. Ready to become an SAP ISU expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
We will try to learn about each of these topics. What exactly are these topics all about? What is connection object? What is device location? What is premise installation? So I hope each one of you, let's say, I'll take an example of a building. So maybe maybe when you stay in a high-rise building, we'll take that example to understand what is connection object, device location, and premise. So the building where you stay in, that is called as connection object. Let's say the name of the building is Swati Apartment. Device, what is premise? Premise is actually the flat in which you stay. The flat number is, for example, we daffodils, hotels 101. Okay. I mean, you know, right? These fancy names all built on you. So I'm just keeping it. So let's say the society name is Swati Apartment. And sorry, the daffodil is building name. So the society is Swati Apartment, and the building name is daffodils. And your flat number is 101. So what happens is the whole building is called as connection object in SAP. Okay. And the flat in which you stay is actually a premise. Device location is, you must have seen that in the ground floor, in each one of your whomsoever is staying in apartment. Maybe if you're staying in row house, or if you're staying in your own, some house which is individual house, then it will be a different scenario which will come later. In the high-rise building, you must see there is a dedicated section where the meters are being kept, right? There will be a meter room, or there will be under the staircase, people actually have meters all installed. And that particular location is called device location. How many of you have seen that in your area?
I have seen it in the ground floor.
In the ground floor, right? Yeah. So if you see, this is how a building look like. Okay. Each one of you will have flats. Okay. The ground floor, there will be beside the garage. You must have seen this is a device location. Okay. This is called premise. This is called device location, and the whole building is called connection object. Okay. I'll tell you why SAP has actually segregated it. Okay. There are multiple reasons. So let's say connection object is actually for a meter reader. If this is a meter reader, and he want to reach your building, he want to reach to your premise. What he will do is first he will reach to the building, and then he will understand the flat number. Okay, if it is 101, or let's say it is 501 here. So he will say, okay, he will reach to this building and flat number. In SAP, what we do is we don't want to repeat this address again and again for every premise. Swati Apartment, Daffodils 501, Swati Apartment, Daffodils 601, Swati Apartment, Daffodils 101. SAP doesn't want to do a redundancy of data. So that is why they keep the connection object single, and then you create multiple premise, and you bring that premise within the connection object. Okay. You select the connection object or the building in which these premises are. 101, 201, 301, you select the building number, it will do. The connection object is, that's why the name of the building and premise is each flat. Okay. Device location is in that connection object. Where is that device location? Because for the whole building, there is one device location where all the meters of every flat will be present. Find the scenario, what is connection object, what is premise, what is device location.
Device location be stored in like the system below the stairs or something like that, right? Yeah.
I will show you.
Sorry, my question.
No, your question is absolutely fine. So when you keep this question, when we will create device location, then you will get the answer. Okay. Because in device location is a free text. Okay. There is a free text under the staircase or the meeting room. So you can write that free text behind the office, behind something like this, because device location is not a dedicated flat number like situation. Okay. You cannot say that, okay, it is 101, 201 a device. So you can just say device location, but how this meter reader by reading that text can directly go to that place under the staircase. If you write, I will directly go to this building under the staircase. If I peep, I can see there's a device location. In my building which I stay, there's a dedicated location, or there's a dedicated room for premise for devices to be kept. So he just asks the guard, okay, where is the device location? He can enter the device location. Correct? The meter room. And some in a row house or in an individual house, it is right in front of the house. Maybe out of your house it is being installed. Correct. So I don't have to. I'll just write in front of the house. Right. So it is a free text which has to be written. Hope this is clear. And this answer you keep it. You keep this question with you. Once we go into device location creation, you will get an answer.
So let's say I don't live in an apartment, I own a single house. So in that case, I guess the premise and the connection object are same, right?
I was going to ask you the question. Now you tell me what will be there. You are right. The connection object, premise, and device location all will be the same for you, right? or device location, you can add some text when you are an individual house. Okay, right? So see, if your concept is clear, you can design the whole TMD. Got it? In future, if someone asks you, how do I create my connection object device location, you don't have to confuse people. You will just see, okay, this connection object is the building, premise is the flat, and device location is the device location where the meter is. Simple. If it is individual house, you know all three are same. If you are a double-story house and there is a rented guy in the top floor and someone in the ground floor, you know how to create it because there are two devices. You can, the building can be connection object. There can be two premises and device location and all. Okay. So now in case you, also the advantage of it. Again, we will keep on, because this is a very important concept to define your master data. So someone was asking me that, okay, why can't I have multiple contract account? So we got the concept. So how do you want your bill to be? How do you want to present or pay your bills to be, or how do you want to do the turning part as well? Today we'll learn how this premise is set up. Let's say you must have seen there is also something called installation, which is so installation is actually at a premise level. Have you seen installation? I will show you. Each one of you, so that you know the concept why SAP has done it. Look, this is an installation. Okay. And you must have always seen installation is having one-to-one relationship with premise, with a division specific. Let's say if it is an electricity division, the installation will be, this installation is for electricity. For the same premise, I can have three installations. For electricity, I will have one installation. For gas, I will have another installation created, and for water, I can have another installation created. Okay. If the same utility is providing all three services, I can have for the same premise electricity, water, gas. Correct? This is premise flat number 7. So this is also an important concept. Installation is having one-to-one relationship with premise with division specific. So one premise can have multiple installation, but one installation cannot have multiple premise. You understood the concept? Sorry. One premise can have three installation. What is electricity, water, and gas will be three installation. Okay, let me just. So what Peter said, I will take. This is my flat. In flat, I have electricity coming from the grid and charging my water coming from backside. I can get water in my kitchen, washroom, and then gas pipeline is also coming from the backside, and I can get the gas pipeline in my kitchen. Okay. So there are three different utility services which we are taking. Okay. So this is called these three services will have three installation. This installation electricity, this is installation gas, this is installation. So three installation will be there for each of them. Understood? Three installation will be there. Now you can ask me a question, Jyoti, why there will be three installation? See, each installation will have a different calculation of their consumption. Let's say electricity will have a different rate category because electricity calculation is different. And the device of electricity will be different. Okay. Similarly, water will have a different installation whose rate category will be different and device will be different. And gas will have a different rate category whose device will be different, rate category will be different. Okay. There will be three installation. So now right after your concept should be very clear what is installation? Installation is a single page where you get all your billing related calculation or screen together. See, whenever I want to bill the customer, I will take the reading from the device. I know which is the rate category or the calculation with which the calculation has to be done for that particular division. And I will try to bill the customer. Similarly for gas, I will take the gas reading, which is for 02 is gas. I will take the gas reading and bill the customer for the gas rate category. There will be a different rate category for gas. You cannot have electricity rates for electricity calculation for gas. You cannot have water calculation for gas. So that is why SAP has created installation, three different installation. Means for the same premise, I can have multiple installations. Why? Because the device will be different, calculation will be different, and the dealing will be different. Is your concept clear about connection object, premise, device location, installation? In case you have any question, anyone, this is very important. If you have question, feel free to ask me. I will be happy to clarify. Can you explain me the master data if I have electricity and water, or both from the same company, or electricity and gas both from the same company? How will this the whole master data structure look like? Maybe I mentioned you rightly.
How will be the master data will look like?
Just explain me how many installations, how many device location, premise, and connection.
There will be there will be two division. Okay, it will depend on the rates. Different rates will be electricity and gas, and according to that, it will be built. And
so there will be two installation, right?
Yeah.
Installation 1, installation 2. Okay. And then there will be same premise, same DL, same CO. Correct? It is your home only, right? Your flat number will not change. Your building name will not change. Your device location will not change. Only installation will be 3 different, because I need 3 different calculations. Otherwise, SAP must have only gone with premise. This is a premise. I have 3 meter, electricity, water, gas, and then how do I relate with the calculation? Because of which what has SAP done to segregate this calculation with individual device? It has created a concept for installation. Practically, in the one, installation doesn't lie. What lies? Premise, device location, connection object. What is installation? Installation is a concept, an additional concept or page brought by SAP to segregate the devices for different division and its calculation, the relationship part. Okay, so now when you open the electricity installation, and there will be a different gas installation where all gas calculation devices and its history is kept. In electricity installation, all electricity devices, its calculation and history is. And similarly for water meters. Okay, so what is installation? Installation is just a concept. It is not something. There is someone going to install something in the site. This is not that installation. That is why it is called utility installation. And always I have seen many people getting confused with device installation and this installation. There are 2 different things. Why is this installation coming into picture? This is called utility installation, and this installation is just a concept to unite all data under one screen, and there should be a relationship between the electricity meter and electricity calculation, and there should be a relationship between water meter and water calculation, so that all of them can be brought up into and stitched together in one page. I think everyone understood. Maybe it will take time to digest. The concept of installation is little heavy, but I hope you all have understood. I will ask any individual here.
Physical installation marks for the individual division. For every division, there is a separate installation
for that premise. For a single premise. For every division, there will be a single installation. Okay. And the concept is, you must have seen this concept. I am having a flat where electricity is also there, gas is also coming, and water is also coming. So I will have 3 installations, because my electricity device will be different. Gas device is inside my house, and water device is again right here. Okay. So that means I will have 3 different device location, 1 single premise, and 3 different installations. If I want you to design a master data, PMD and TMD, you know how to design it now, because you know the concept of connection object, premise, device location, you know the concept of installation, each one of you. Okay. So what we will do is, we will quickly go to create the connection object, device, premise. We go to create a data. We'll create the first data, which is connection object. The T code to create a connection object is yes. So you just enter. If you see here, I will write Swati Apartments. You write country as India. You must have seen street on house number is there. There is no flat number here. Are you observing that? Okay. I'll give street number is, house number is 101. It's a 501. House number is, street is.
Okay. House number means here apartment number.
No, not apartment number. You are right. House number is under the individual house. The individual house, if it is like the connection object is a row house. Okay. That will be your house number. It is. So here you don't see a flat
connection
number.
Object, but under in connection object, there is no like a particular house, because under premise, the particular house number there need to be mentioned, because this connection object, that not connection like electricity or water particular house supply, because it is the whole building. They are like a connection object.
You're right. So you will not create a connection object for electric water tap. Connection object, since it is a building, always it will be one building, unique building, which will be created in system. You are very much right. And the device location can be 3 different places within that building. And premise will be one premise with 3 different installations.
Can we put a single house in there? So can we put a house number in there? Like if there is a single house, not an apartment or flat.
Okay. So in that case, if you put, let's say my house number is 72. This is a street number. Let's say street number. Can you give some example? It's like a building, apartment, something number. Let me give a street number. Is there a colony? Suvidha colony. And this is a premise house, flat number. This is 72.
Okay.
Okay. I'll give a question for a while. What happens when we go for flat number creation now? Because premise will help me to create a flat number. I can help you. This 72 number you can also recollect. I'll write it as daffodil right now. Peter house. And go back to that. And give any. So let's say building house number is, if within a society you have multiple houses. Daffodils, or let's say daffodils A1, A2, A3. You understand? There, that kind of division.
Yeah, like like here, like in just example, there is Sapurji. Under Sapurji, there is many building like daffodil, lily, rose. Correct. Those are there are like multiple connection object for create that scenario.
Correct. We'll take that scenario and I will also come to your answer. Next connection object will create as an individual house. First we'll create as because the concept comes here, complexity and concept. So now I'm trying to save this. In fact. Okay. So now your connection object, this is being created. Then I will go to create a premise. The code for premise is ES60. Just it is very simple. 55 is for creation. 60 is for device. With 55 is for connection object. 60 is for premise. 65 is for device. 5 difference. Now when I create premise, you must be observing. I have to give the connection object number. What is my connection object? This is my connection object now. See, the moment I select the connection object, Mumbai daffodils has already come up. Okay. So that means which building is this flat in? I have to only give the flat number. I have not given. I have given the connection object and I have only given the flat number, and that is more than enough. So within this, the moment I click within daffodils 4201, whatever is this is the flat number, which is a premise. So what is premise? Premise is just the flat number within that building. So I don't have to, let's say I create premise number 101. I have to again give the same building name and I'm creating 101. I'm again giving the same building name, I'm creating 201. Same building name 30, similarly. So I don't have to repeat everywhere writing that daffodils, Swati apartment, Mumbai 501. So daffodils, Swati apartment, Mumbai 201. I have to just create it one time, which is connection object, and reuse for multiple. Hope you understood the concept, why there is a connection object and why premise is big. Well, premise is different and it is within the connection object. So one connection object can have multiple premise. Can one premise have multiple connection object?
No.
Very good. No, because that is a flat within that building. Right? I cannot have multiple building for one flat. You are right. So in case you understood, I will just save it and create this premise. Okay. Now we will go to create the device location. The device location, again, the device location is for a connection object. Device location is not always for a premise. It will always be for that building. You will have one individual device location. Okay. In the row house concept, you have for a premise, but in building concept, it is only for the whole building. There will be one device location. That is why we are creating one device location for this. Let's say Swati apartments behind or under the stairs. Right, under the stairs. I will select the same connection object which we have. And now I will try to enter. You must have seen again the same building has come up, which is already pre-selected. Within this building, under the staircase, I have that thing. Or I can give a location. We have to create multiple locations under the staircase, behind the meter room, specific. That also we can do. A predefined kind of location, and that can be also given. If you want to give some location addition, like beside the lift, in the spectrum.
There was a thing called main plan. What is that?
Good question. So what I will this main plant and connection. Whenever you create a connection object in the backend, there is also a functional location being created. Okay. So what is functional location? Like for every single area, there is a service location. Again, go back to my chart. This is your colony. Every one of you know that whenever there is an electricity breakdown, maybe wall, pillar, wall, whatever it got called up, there is a functional location here. Means there is a service location where you go and do the complaint. Correct? For every region, there will be different complaint area or service location where people are there. Let's say my service line, the wire from my home to pillar is actually burnt. So what will I do? I will either call or I will go to a nearby complaint location, service location where I will make a complaint. Do you know that? Anybody has seen that? Is a question. Because I have personally seen in my home location in Mumbai also. In Mumbai, it is my society which takes care of it. So in case that I never get a chance. But at my home location, when I go in Orissa, there here to city, we have a service location. So what is this service location doing? In your apartment also it must be. But since you are not aware, because the apartment guys, the maintenance guy take care of it. They will complain to the utility company. And there is a service location always being created. This service location will take care of all these apartments. All these apartment has to be within a service location. This service location is called as plant. Okay, we call it main plant. Within that main plant, let's say 1001, there are multiple service locations. This service location is for Swati apartment. There will be another service location for yoga apartment, Buddha apartment, something, n number of apartment, whatever is the service. So there will be this 101 is, let's say I have 5 teammates who will be serving into this 5 to 6 apartment. Anything goes wrong. So that is called a functional location. Okay. So that gets created once the connection object is created. In the backend, there is a functional location also being created. And that functional location is having a main plant. This main plant is MH01 is, for example, is for Ulta Danga. Then maybe MH02 is for Bada Bazaar. MH03 is for maybe Kali Ghat, something like that. So there will be, how do I provide service? Let's say if something happens in Kali Ghat, a guy in Newtown cannot immediately take care of it. So every location has a service. Every single patch is having a service location, or every region is having a service location, so that they can act within the SLA. Okay, if a live wire falls in one area, maybe in Ulta Danga, you cannot ask someone from Kali Ghat to travel and just fix that light. He has to do something immediately. I know the switching of the power supply will not be things. You have to see what went wrong. You have to switch off the light. So there is also a location which is providing service, and within that particular SLA, he has to provide service. If you are not aware, I am giving this is the answer. What is a maintenance plan? It is a service location. Ask your plant maintenance guy. He will explain you more. This is a plant maintenance entity. You will learn about this main plant in plant maintenance. You have to just select, if my region comes in this area, Ulta Danga, what is my plant location? He will tell you that select this plant location. You don't have to decide. That plant maintenance guy will have a list of services wherever the service location is. He will create all the service location in his system. And then whenever you create any connection object, you have to ask him, what is my plant maintenance or what is my main plant? He will give you that main plant. That main plant is nothing but that service location. For each connection object, that service location is the one who is responsible for anything goes wrong. He is the one who will take care of the services. So concept clear. What is main plant? This is not main plant, it is maintenance plant. Please read it as maintenance. Any maintenance activity, this guy will get 0.
Is it defined by regional structure?
No, this is not defined by regional structure. The regional structure is only to define your postal code wise or region wise. How do you segregate your location? Like say if you have the whole postcode of Kolkata, then you can define all those region wise. In this code, let's say 421204 is my postcode. So I don't have only my apartment in that postcode. I have 50, 60 societies are there in the postcode. So what we will do is, within that postcode, we will select all those apartments. We will try to build up a hierarchy. Okay, in this postcode, there are 10 hierarchies. So that if someone select 421205's apartment into 421204, system will automatically error it out, say, no, this is not a postcode in your location. Okay. That is how that deals. But this maintenance plant is different. So please don't confuse with postcode or regional structure. This has nothing to do with regional structure. Maintenance plant is, for each area, there is a service maintenance location or a particular building or house which does services for all the location nearby. And anything falls, any tree falls on the street or on the wire or on the line. So these are the guys who will quickly switch off, cut the tree, come back, fix it up. So these are the guys on a complaint. If you call for a complaint, they will automatically know that, okay, which building, which maintenance plant you are there from, and they will route your case to that particular maintenance plant, and they will.
Okay, in Kolkata, I think it's called like transformer machine, because in our area location where we get the electricity from the transformer, that is called like service.
That is point. Substation. No, that is substation. Okay, that is not. Okay, that is substation. Substation is from where there are step down happens. We understood the concept, right?
Because if anything would happen in our area that time, like they are like switch off the a transformer machine, then their work.
Because these are the guys who will switch off. I'm just trying to see anyone from PM in this meeting, plant maintenance, right? Okay, fine. So you just one task to each one of you, or one of you take. They will ask your PM guy what is maintenance plant. They will like explain the concept. The concept which I have explained, that is the one. So how in the back end of it, always a functional location gets created. Ask for a concept, what is functional location? They will tell you. In any of the service industry, there will be a functional location created which provides service to this. Got it? This is a function location. What is the T code which gets automatically created? So this is a plant maintenance in the same. If I go from this particular device location or connection object, this is a device location. I can go to extras, and there's a function location also. The link to go to function location. The moment you create a device location in the backend, there will be a functional location created. For every premise and connection object, there will be a function location created. And this is a functional location. Okay. General. So where we give all those in this functional location, we give the location specific, which location you are in, like maintenance plant, location, room, and other information, work center and others. So this is a functional location which is being taken care of by the plant maintenance guy. They will have a list of hierarchy of functional location which comes under their jurisdiction to provide service. So your device location and connection object will be into their list for services. That's where is a function and maintenance. Or if we deviated towards plant maintenance because there is a question. Otherwise, if you don't understand, we need not understand, just come back and understand device location. In case someone is banging head, what is functional, why I'm not understanding? No, you don't have to understand. There's someone else to understand it. Okay. So, okay, now I'll go to creation. We have created the device location. Now we'll go to creation of installation. Yes, 30 is a T code to create an installation. What I will do is I'll create an installation from 0101 before division is 01. I can select which division installation I'm creating. I've created. Okay. I have to give the premise number. What is the premise number which we have created? I'm creating an installation for this premise. I'm selecting data, which I'll be selecting. So hold on. Don't ask me a question about billing class, rate category, MRU, because there will be a very dedicated session for billing class, rate category, metering unit coming next. Right now, you have to just understand the installation. How do we create installation? In this installation is created for this premise for division 01, and I'm giving the billing class as 001 rate category and MRU. The moment I'm saving, done. My installation gets created. Okay. The moment I save, I can go, and this is my new installation. How it looks like. For this installation, for this premise, I've created this rate category. Now what we'll do is we will create a device and try to install it here. I will try to create a device and install it here. I'll show you how do I create. The T code to create a device is IQ01. So what happens in order to create a device, I have to give a material, which is 355. There will be a dedicated session. How do we create 355? Right now we'll understand material 355. Enter in the system. It will ask to give the material manufacturer instruction here, inspection. So inspection, I will write do not inspect. I'm selecting whatever you just have to mark up right now, so that in next session we will try to go in details. I will create a device. If this is a device being created, show you how it is being created. This is the device which is being created. Just you have to give the dates and others, whatever you were seeing on the screen, which date it was created, what was this construction year and other, and try to create a device. Create one more device so that you are again aware. While creating a device, what I'm doing, I'm giving this I means ISU device. Normally there are many types of device. We are creating an ISU device. So I'm giving an ISU equipment device. Enter, it will give you a next serial number. Select the manufacturer, who is the manufacturer device. Construction year means when the device was constructed or manufactured. Valid from means when it has been released for site in the utility company. Inspection related 03 is by default not used. These all value when you select, save, a device is being created. Note the number of the device, and this is the number of the device. Copy this, and we'll go for, once the device is created, we will go for installing the device. The key code to install the device, EG31. We call it full installation. So what is my installation number, which was created? I can note it. The installation. This installation, I'll copy it from here. I'll give the active installation date 01/01/2024. I'll give the device number which we just got created. This is the device number. 55 was the material which we'll give. Enter. It will ask you to give the activity reason. Why are you installing a device? It will be extension or new creation. So my one will be creation, initial creation. After that, I will, the mandatory fields are, I will give the reading while installing. What was the reading in the device? Maybe the reading was 300. What was the periodic consumption? The periodic consumption will be 500. Number of days 365. Rate type. This one I will select. This I have created for you so that it will help us and getting the training. So just these values are to be selected as of now, because there are many sessions in which we'll learn what are the implication of these values. Just in this session, you have to learn, okay, these are the values which we are giving. You keep on giving the same value and install a device. In the device management detail session, we'll learn what is meter reading, what is periodic consumption, what is number of days, what is rate type, everything we'll learn. Now we will try to save this. The moment you save, system will say this device is installed. So what has happened? If I go back into this installation, you see this device is inactive, right? There is no device installed over here. If I go back and come again here, refresh the screen, you must see the magic is here. The device has got installed. Device which you have created. Now you know how was your device is created and installed. Every one of you, please follow this recording, which Naveen will be forwarding it to you, and try to create the whole technical master data how we have just created. Any doubt here?
Actually, there is an activity reason 5. Could you please explain why this is 5 in the EZ31 page?
EZ31, okay. I'll enter. Which one? This one. Activity reason?
Yeah.
Okay. See, let's say I have one device for my flat. Okay. I'm having, I want to increase one more device in my premise. Let's say I want to separate the garden area in my home with a different meter. So what I will do is we will select installation extension. Okay. So I'm extending this, I'm installing this device as part of extension. And as part of creation, if I'm doing, I will select 05. Means first time I'm creating it. This is the first device. Extension means I'm extending one more device. So that is why I select extension. So while installing a device, you can do two things only. You can create for the first device, you are installing the first device, or you are installing the additional device as part of extension. So you have two options. Okay, the reason why you are doing this installation, it's whether it is in creation or in extension. I am doing it for creation. Next time when I again create one more device and install, there can be multiple devices in the same installation. Let's say now I'm doing an installation extension. When I'm installing my second device, previously I installed 100,187. Now I'm installing an additional device as part of extension. So what I will do, 02, I'll give some reading. Now when I save it, this device has got installed. And if I go back and refresh, You can say, see, there are two devices now installed. 187, 188. One was extended, one is created. Okay.
Okay.
So you can have, this is a customizable fleet. You can have your own reason for it. Let's say you can write your own reason. It is not like hard and fast installation extension. This is from standardization. You can write why you're installing a device. This is like creating, you can extension, or you can write garden area, lift one. Lift is a common place which you want to have a separate meter. Okay, let's say you are owner of a house and every apartment is having a different rented guy. The lift meter, you want to separate it out from everyone so that you are the owner who will be paying for the lift. So I will say installation extension for your premise bill is different. The lift bill you want to share divided by 4, for example, in the scenario. Okay, so what you will do, the lift, the meter which is installed for the lift operation, that you will have a separate meter, and you can have an installation extension, and whatever bills come for the meter, you divide by 4. You understood?
Yes, makes sense.
So this is for just extension. You have, if you are the owner who is going to pay, just you have to you can extend the meter, or you can have a finish. Tell me how many meters how many meters maximum I can install, or can I install multiple meters into one premise?
Yes, we can.
And the reason why?
One has to be created, and the others can be extensions, because I can create I can have different meters for a garden, a balcony, a lift, and many other places, right? So yeah, I mean, that depends upon me, that how I'm dividing the things. Maybe for usage. For example, I have a paying guest in my house, and he uses one room of my whole flat. So, and I don't want to pay for his electricity bill, so that I install another meter, an extension meter for his room specifically. So that is also one
use case for that. Currently, if you learn the concept, when you go in the real implementation, let's say today you are doing something for a support project, when you go for an implementation project, things will be very crystal clear. When customers start speaking, then they say that, okay, how will I do when there is another garden area which is common area, there will be a meter, you want to divide. Okay, boss, to bill me, whatever bill comes in, I will divide it among 4. So, and how do you create? You will have an installation extension. There are many other concepts we have to do the same. The best fit concept you have to bring and suggest the customer. So this is one of the concepts, which is when an extension comes up, you have an additional meter. Okay, let's say if it is an industry has every particular equipment different. I mean, heavy, let's say in a steel plant, there are steel melting shop, blasting, financing. There are many department by department. So what I'll do is I will have meter for each department. And since I am the only utility company, I will aggregate all of them meter by meter, and then bill the customer and invoice the customer. Okay. So there can be multiple uses when multiple meters can be installed in a particular work. It is not that only one meter for one customer. If your concept is not, no, you have to extend that concept that you can have many meters. It is as per the business scenario. Okay.
So I have a small question. So like you have shown us how to do the full installation using EG31. So there are also other 2 installations which are technical installation and period-related installation. So like, can you explain what are the difference between those? Because like I have done billing-related installation using EG34, but then also I am able to bill and invoice the customer. So what is the difference when you are using EG31 full installation and only billing-related installation?
So there is already a dedicated topic in device management for this. Okay. So when we learn device management, we will start device management from hopefully. So what we'll do is start learning this concept. So not immediately, day after this will come up. We'll learn device management first session 2. This is what we are going to cover. What is technical installation? What is billing related installation? What is device info record? Why is device info record used? Why is SAP has segregated the both? Why there are 2-step installation? All this concept, like you have now you know what is connection object, what is device location, what is premise, what is the others. Technically, you were not knowing before this training. I'll tell you, but you know in a very high level that, okay, premise is a flat, or premise is where the electricity service. But now you know practically this is a building, flat is a premise, where is the device location, what is the usage, why do you create it, everything is clear. Similarly, we will get it clear on the fourth session. Thanks. Okay. In case there is no question, every one of you now aware of how this change is creation. Let me go and do a moving for this customer so that contacts should be go ahead.
Summarize the T codes that you just used, like T code for connection object, T code for premise.
So ES55 is the T code for connection object creation. ES55 60 65. ES55 EG. This is the device which is now everything is being created. Now we'll go and moving this customer. To moving this customer, remember we have created a customer. Let me create a customer again.
You can take my BP and BA. I have created one.
If possible, you have created. Tell me.
I've created a BP and BA.
BP and CA, content account.
PA. Yeah. Okay. Content account. It's 300048. BP.
3004. Now, what is the contract account for that?
Contract account.
I can find it.
3002313.
Fine. So what we'll do is we will try to create a business partner. We'll try to move in this customer. We will try to move in Arnav in this premise. Daffodils. Because Arnav is now moving into this premise. So how do we do it? There is a T code called EC50E. 0101-2024. I'll move you in from this date. I'll give you a contract account number. This while moving in is the partner number, which is this. Then which is this. Move on to do additional installation, otherwise not
The installation number.
I to do install. So okay. Now I'm here in the moving page. EC53 is the T code. EC50. Write it down for you. So what while this is where we are once a customer moves in, contract is created. Please repeat with me. When is the contract created? When the customer moves. Okay. This will always be in many of the interview questions or something like that people keep on asking. But yeah, the silly answer is when the customer moves in, contract is created. And how and what are the other different address details, everything. While creating a contract, you have to finally submit everything. Finally, whatever changes you want to do. Let's say if you want to, you cannot change these all things. Let's say if you want to change the account information ID, if you want to change something here at contract level, before creating a contract, system will again show you to validate everything. If you see, it is asking me to validate all those addresses and others, I'm doing it. Okay. So now, while creating a contract, I have to select an additional field. These two fields have to be selected. One is account determination ID. What is my account determination ID? Company code you have selected 1206. While creating, maybe you have selected a wrong company code, but the company code is not for utility, so I cannot take for customer. Okay, let me take this existing account or installation. It is automatically prompting you. The moment I go in this, I have to just select the contract. At a contract level, I have to select this company code is 477. To select the account determination. This is the account determination ID, and the invoicing is already selected. The moment I select this account determination ID and save, it will ask me to again validate the address, validate all of them. There it will ask me to give the print forms. Standard SAP has all those print forms already present. Select this 01 is a printer. Enter. Moving is being created. Once this moving is created, what I'll do is I will go to our installation. Yes. Now you see there is no customer contract account and contract present here. The moment I go back, come in here, the customer is now moving. Just moving up. So now you are completely aware of how do we create data. How do we create a PMD and QB? What is the business master data? What is technical master data? How do we create it? Any question, anything, you can let me know now. I will take all these questions. Anything in device, connection models. We have completed the BMP TMP.
That means if I want to move in a customer, I need to create the customer details first.
Yes.
That means in BP. Then only I can move in a customer to the particular installation.
Correct. Always relate, SAP has come from business. Business has not come from SAP. Okay. So whenever we design an SAP, what will happen is how actually practically in the world things happen. There's a one guy called Arnab Kundu. There's one flat 501. Arnab Kundu is moving into 501. So what I have to create? First, I have to create Arnab Kundu in the system. I have to create 501 into the system. Now there is a T code to move this in and the contract is created. So this is how it happens, right? Other Pundu is moving into a new house with his family. He's having 2 kids, and he's moving into a family or into a premise. So he will write an application. Then people will actually create his business partner contract account session, if you remember. And then contract account, then someone will visit his home, do an inspection, come back, update his TMD details, that this is his premise location, device connection, it all will be created. Then it will go to a device. See, if you can relate session, then the device was created. Someone will go take the device, install it at the site. So that's how you have installed. First, you have created a device, then you have installed a device. After installing a device, there was a movie. So hope everyone was able to understand this particular one. When you moved in, correct. When the customer calls up, the business partner gets created. At what time? This is a customer care service. When he attends your application, then someone goes to your site, TMD is being created by this. Someone who goes to site. He applies for all the material. Someone goes, fixes it at the site. It is a plant controls activity. Then there's a meter installation which has come up. Post completion of this activity, there's meter installation. If you see, there's a meter installation. Once the meter installation is done, there is a moving. Once the moving is done, customer starts utilizing electricity and then pays his bill. Then at a later point of time. So this is all customer journey. As per customer journey, we have actually learned the BMD TMD creation. Hope everyone is now very clear with BMD TMD. Like what is technical master data, what is connection object, what is premise, device location, device installation. Okay, what is the difference between utility installation? See, people get confused with this installation and the device installation process. So you have to call it as utility installation, and this you can call it as device installation. In case someone says installation, they are confusing. Ideally, this is installation and this is device. Simple. Device gets installed within installation. So why is the installation created? There's a device installed here which is having a specific rate category, and installation is a premise specific. So in that case, to unite all this or link all this device within, and the calculation of this consumption within a single screen, SAP has brought up concept called installation. So hope everyone is now clear what is installation, because people normally always get confused. Why is installation created? Why is within a premise division specific installation? They always confuse. At initial stage, I was also getting confused. What is this installation? It is single concept of SAP, no practical physical thing in the world, where you can unite your premise for a division, for a specific division. Within this installation, I can link, if you see, by which device is there for electricity, what is the calculation characteristics. Similarly, I will have another installation, what is the division for gas. There will be another installation, and the gas device will be there, will be linked to that installation, and the calculation of rate category, calculation of that gas will be over here, rate category. Similarly, this is how the installation concept was coming to picture.
What are the tables associated with each of it? Behind all these T codes, there will definitely be some tables where those premise informations are getting stored, or connection object information. So can we get to know the table names as well?
Okay. So let's start doing that. For a business partner, the table name is, I will go to the table 11. Keep on noting. Someone, can you please note and put it in the chat at later point? For business partner, the table name is BUT000. This is a table where you store all the business partner information, whatever you have entered. What was my business partner? Business partner was 763. Once I enter 763, take code. I can see all the information. I will go this information like this. Other date, first name, last name, another detail, city of origin, personal number. This BPGUID is created only when the business partner is created from CRM. So this business partner which we reuse must have been created from CRM. Clear? BUT000 is a T code for business partner. Should I go for none in the table for business partner? Then what the next table which is for connection contract accounts. Ever is the table where we have contract account, relationship between business partner and contract account. In this table, this is a contract relationship between business partner, contract account, and contract. If I execute it here, if I give the I will give the contract which we created over here. Who is the one which we created this? The contract which we created was this. We will give this contract account over here. So what installation can also be called out of where, and I will get the complete relationship. There are two different contracts. The two, one is old one and one is a new one, which we just selected, right? I will just select the new one for you. This is the new one, contract 29. Let's 29. If you go down for this contract, you will see the installation number, you will see the contract account number. What is the table for your installation, contract account, and contract? Then we will have table called. Can someone noted ever?
Yes, both
Yes.
BP table and CA table.
So before ever, there is another table called FKKBKP. This is the table for relationship between business partner and contract. So once you give your business partner number, see this, the contract account will always come in. I give you a business partner number, then you will see this is the contract account. This is a business partner. The date so this is the relationship between business partners. So you know the moment you get one business partner, you will get the contract account, contract, everything. So from first table BU to 000, you go to FKKBKB. There, if you enter the business partner, you will get the contract account. Once you get the contract account, you go to the table. Ever, you get the contract installation from there. Okay. So once you have got ever, then we'll go to the table. EA and then H. E and LH is the table for, this is the table for installation. In E and LH, if I care, you get there for till contract. The installation number in this, all those installation is number, and whatever you have selected, rate, category, MRU, all these details will come out in the ENLH. There are two tables. One is called ENLH, which is for history of those activity, and there is another table called ENL. ENL is what I'm showing. ENL is having all the details which is there on the screen. Data. So whatever you have selected on the screen, which means installation, premise, display is not just. So you have the relationship between installation and premise in ENL table. See other activity, MR control, whatever there is there on the screen, you can see over here. There are two parts of the installation. One is this part and one is this part. This is the historical part. Okay. Like timeline, the date and time wise it is divided. I mean, it has multiple entries. So EANLH is the field for the history part, and EANL is the field for all this attribute part. So if you want time zone, MR control, billing reason, to EANL. If you see MR control, service type, billing reason, whatever you see over here, all of them installation type all comes into this screen, EANL. If I want to see what is the MRU portion and all, I will not find in this table. I have to go to another table which is called EANLH. In this, what I will find all that history in the box. 110/2024 to this. There can be multiple lines if there are many changes. This is a rate category, this is a billing class, this is MRU. That box thing you can see over. Industry, system, temperature area, all of them will come over here. And others will come in EANL. Clear? Then I will go to another table after EANL. There is the table called in EGRH. You can enter the device number or the number, and you can put number over here. Give me all the details of the device which was installed on the 1st of January 2024. This was I'll explain you the logical device number and device management class, installation date, device location where it was installed, active reason was creation, when the next meter was for extension and all. So you can see all those device related thing is in EGERH. Okay, so that's all about move business partner, contract account, contract, device. Okay, connection of the device.
Connection object and premise is left.
EVBS. EBS is for so this is for the premise. You will get all those details of the premise. EVBS. Then E house is for device location. Okay, you have got connection object. Premise is EVBS. E house ISU is for connection object. And maybe somebody has noted all of them. As someone, can you please let me know?
For device location, do you have a table? I'm not sure if I missed that one.
No, for device location also, what you have to do is, see, there's a golden rule. I'll tell you what. Don't have to struggle. Okay, right now you have those tables as well. So let's say if I go, how do I find which connection object to which device? I'll go to device. I will double click on this. I will go to which master data is linked to this particular installation. I go to master data. This is a device. Double click on the device location. I reach over here. I press F1 and this is a technical setting. I click on this technical setting. I get team in structure. I get PGPL. develop. So what I'll do is any table here. It's a way to search EGP. This is the table. I'll go to the content and be the device location. This is the device location. So this is my device EGPLX. This is my device location. Okay. I will give you, don't worry, I will give you one particular whole chart where you have all those table relationship. I think you must also have it. Don't you have that whole table list which is already present in the Google called as ISU tables? Because this is already present. See, this is the table. Every one of you should have this, must have this. Maybe if you are in ISU, this up. Okay. See, all the tables which are with relationship. Let's say if I go for master data, you have to see. I cannot share it. This is already present. Anyone, I will give you the link. If you see EVBS, technical master data, put EVBS. Vestel is your premise number. E-house ISU is for connection object. Okay. Then where I go from connection object, if you see, if not was a table called function location which was created parallelly. FKK VK is a contract account. FKK VKP was the relationship between contract account and business partner. Everything is there. You don't have to struggle for that. Ever, whatever we just discussed, ENL, ENLH, just follow this table, all is sorted. You never have to remember. Even I don't remember in the back end of the mind that, okay, which table, okay, I just go follow this and again come back. For me, it is that easy. And maybe from now it will be that easy for you. Maybe billing, which table there is billing, ERCH, ERCHZ1, ERCHC, ERCHO. You must be always hearing these tables. How they are related, you can see over here. You don't have to keep on asking the functional, please tell me the relation, why you want to do that. You have a chart here. SAP has given a very beautiful chart, just do this.
Okay, so this side, one question I have, this is not related to this device, but why in some CRM system we are creating any BP or BA, in the notation is in 32 hexadecimal code. Why not number? Means the GUID. Why they are generating GUID instead of number?
In CRM.
Yeah, I mean, even in, you showed us that the GUID, and you told that from when we create the BP from the CRM,
Okay.
GUID, I mean, yeah.
Okay. So, see, GUID is what? GUID is like, see, CRM is another box, is one box. And SAP was a different box. Currently in S4, when you go in future, there will be, the CRM and S4 will be different. In S4, CRM is now within the box, correct? There is no CRM concept now in S4 HANA. SAP has brought that the additional charges which was there to maintain another system, which was customer relationship management, CRM, they have brought into SAP itself, ISU itself, which is called customer management, a new module. Everything what CRM used to do, that can be done here in CRM, customer management. Previously, when customer CRM was there, I'm talking about right now, if you have an old system where you are providing service or you are doing an AMC, for that, if CRM is different, for every transaction which we do, like where every contract when it is created, there is a GUID getting created. Okay. That GUID contains all the attributes of this particular transaction, which we factor over here. And why there is a GUID? Because CRM is actually a different screen, a different product, which can serve many things. When we say it can serve your business, it can serve your opportunities, sales, many things. And you have to customize a screen for only contract. So in that case, what you do is you create a GUID where you do all those screen customization, and that GUID ID is being replicated over here. I think in future you will not need it because SAP has demolished that particular concept. No, there's no CRM now. It is all customer management within the box. Okay.
I have a question, but I think it might be a very silly one. While you are giving the T codes in that particular text box kind of a thing, right? So in some of the T codes you are writing /O, and in some of them you are writing /N. What is the difference between that /O and /N? And why are we even writing such thing?
Okay. If someone from SAP who has worked in SAP here?
Before opening the new window and slash.
New window.
Slash O is
/O is for the new window, and N is for in the same window you want to open a new T-code.
Okay. Very good question. I will answer you. That.
Thank you.
See, let's say I'm opening slash and ES32. I want to open. SAP can open only 6 sessions. Okay. Maximum. Because if I open 30, 40 sessions, it will occupy all my CPU. Okay. So you as an individual will be given 6 sessions, for example, and it can be configured on a basis 4, 5, 6, 10, 21. If I want to use this session only to open AS32, if I enter SAP will, in the same screen, it will give me the new T codes. Okay, in the same screen.
Okay.
If I open /o EG30, that's the installation screen. This screen will be like that only, and a new session will be opened, which is off for EG30. See, this screen is there itself, and a new screen is coming in. So this is /n means in the same screen, same session, you will be having the T code. The existing data will be all deleted, and will be lost, and a new screen, and the same screen will be a new. And if you /o, the existing screen will be like that, and you can open it for reference.
Okay. So so /o can be used only 6 times.
5 times.
Because
only 5 times.
Okay.
Because only the first screen already present.
I got it.
Anything else?
Thank you. Thanks.
Contract account I made over there, I gave 1026 as ADID. So it was incorrect, right? So it will be 4 times 7.
Right. Please select 4 times 7. Okay. That is for utility industry. It is not specific. It has been configured by S4 guys. The finance FICO guy, they configured the whole chart of account, company code, and others. So we have created 4 times 7 for utility.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary purpose of the contract account in SAP ISU? Option A, to track employee contracts. Option B, to manage financial investments. Option C, to group utility services for a specific customer. Option D, to handle software licensing. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing utilities? Our SAP ISU course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP ISU. It's like a toolkit for managing utilities, from billing to customer service, helping you stay on top of things. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced skills. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This amazing learning opportunity is very affordable. Ready to become an SAP ISU expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
What exactly each master data does, we are now very much aware. Then now we will try to understand about device management. We can start. You have learned to create a device. IQ01 is a T code when we create a device, and how do we create install a device? Right? Everyone has understood this, isn't it? So we will learn more about device management, where we understand register group, device category, installation, CT, PT, many other attributes of it. So first of all, we will start with the register. So how many of you know that there can be 3 registers? There are 2 types of customer. One is called single phase. One is called single phase. Other one is 3 phase. So there are 2 types of meter: single phase and 3 phase. So what is the difference between single phase and 3 phase Untitled? Single phase meter is for residential customer. You must have seen in whenever you get a bill, it will always be this one line consumption: your previous month bill, previous month reading, and current month reading. Correct. So say a single phase meter means it will have only one register, which is KWH. Okay. And 3 phase means it will have 3 registers. One is KWH, KVARH, and KVA. KVA and KVAR. So what is KWH? What is KVA? And what is KVA? Is there anyone from device management who can explain over here?
That KWH is kilowatt per hour. I don't know KVA and KVARH. Yeah.
Anyone else who knows this answer?
KVA is kilowatt ampere.
And KVARH? you're already into a project. So you must have seen this 3 type of registers, right? Or single, at least KWH register you must have seen when you are in a project. So what I will do is I will explain you each one of them. Single phase, what is single phase? Single phase means the normal residential meter. For small users, we will use single phase, and for the high volume customer, we use 3-phase meter. Okay. What is 3-phase meter? I'll explain you now. How does your meter look like? If I show you, this is how your meter. From here, there are 3 wires. Correct? Here there is a dial where you have readings 165, for example, 0.0, right? This is how your meter looks like. There is a LED over here. So what is this? So this meter will have a serial number 3737846, for example. This is a serial number which signifies the meter is installed. Meter can have one register, this is the one register which is KWH. It can have 3 registers, 1, 2, 3 dials. In your residential home, you must have only seen one dial that is glowing in front of you. But in an industry, there will be meters with 3 dials, okay, or 3 registers. So I can say, so those industrial customer will have 3 registers, and residential customer will be having 1 register. So what is a meter? The whole device itself is a meter. Okay, and register means how does the device look like? So the characteristic of register is the dial which we are seeing, which contains reading. The reading is in the register, and the whole thing is the device. Okay. So register is a component of the device. Okay. So after creating a register, we'll be creating a device in system as well. Hope you understand. Any question here? Any doubt? What is device? What is register?
You mentioned something called number of dials, and you said there can be 3 dials.
So 3 dials means there is number of dials. So this is a register. I mean to say there can be 3 types of registers. This is register 1, this is register 2, this is register 3. For residential customer, industrial customer, the register 1 will be KWH, measuring KWH. Register 2 will be measuring KVA, and the register 3 will be KVRH. Okay, there will be 3 registers. Number of dials means these are the dials: 1, 3, 4, 5, 3 decimal, 4 decimal, 1, 2. These are the dials. Okay, and the whole set is called register. Got it?
Yeah. What is the full form of KVRH?
Kilovolt ampere resistive per hour. Actually, it is a reactive energy. And okay, let me be little technical. If any one of you is from engineering background, you can volunteer yourself, or I will explain exactly it is. Okay, so what is KWH? What is KVA? And what is KVRH? So this is your home. You have light, you have fan, you have washing machine, you have freeze, you have AC, you have a number of things. Let's say all your appliances. So let's say there are few homes which doesn't use washing machine. So in that case, you must have seen you have to enroll to say a demand. Your demand is 1 kilo or 1 kVA. Kilowatt or kilovolt ampere, both are same. Just measuring point. 2 way of measuring unit. US measures in kilowatt and India measures in kVA. That's okay. So what is demand? Demand is actually amount of energy which you need to run your appliance. 1 kilowatt ampere. Okay, so this is a demand which there are 2 types of demand. When we call it as, one is called as contracted demand. You must have heard about it. One is called as contracted demand, and other is called as measured demand. So what is the difference between contracted demand and measured demand? So we are only understanding right now one register, which is kVA. Just understand. Which every one of you understands, or I will explain you later. But kVA first you understand. kVA is the demand register. So what is demand register? Demand means there are 2 types of demand. One is contracted demand and one is measured demand. So contracted demand means like looking into your appliance. Normally a customer which is having 1 fan, washing machine, fridge, AC, and normal appliance, 2-bedroom house, they will have a contracted demand of 1 kW. Means this is the amount of energy which is required for you to run this. But demand means like it is same as you buy internet for 1 terabyte, 1 TB, 500 GB, 256 GB. Though you are using 30 KB at a particular point, but how much energy you have reserved for is called that amount of energy company has reserved for you, which is 1 kilowatt. Okay. So that is called contracted demand. Just remember. What is measured demand? Measured demand is, let's say, you have suddenly started using an AC and without informing your utility company. You have installed 2 AC into both of your bedrooms. So what happens, like where company had reserved 1 kilowatt or planned, you remember that scheduling demand and supply, where generation company has to schedule, this is a generation company which has to schedule an energy, supply energy to you into this generation substation. When I say substation, there will be a transformer like this. So it is supplying energy to you, and we are doing a demand and supply. So here, if I generate 400 gigawatt or megawatt, in that case, 1 kW is similar to you. There will be 100 of customers. Okay, there will be hundreds of customers using 1 kilowatt, 1 kilowatt, 1 kilowatt. So how will I ask him to generate 400? When I sum all of this customer demand, then only I will ask him to generate that much. Correct? So that is demand and supply. So your demand was 1 kilowatt, and suddenly, since you have installed AC, what happens? You have raised your demand to 1.8 kilowatt. So that means you have distorted, or you have somewhere checked my planning. Okay. In that case, the utility company will penalize. They will put you a penalty of how much higher you have, that much into some 12 rupees, 13 rupees, 15 rupees, something like that. They will penalize. That is called penalty. If you have used lower than the contracted demand, let's say your demand was 0.5, still they will penalize you. Okay. So that is there. But in India, some of the states, they don't penalize, but in other countries, they penalize, because still we demanded it. Your range should be from 0.8 to 1.2. If your demand is 1.2. If you go beyond this, you'll be penalized. If you go below this, you'll be penalized. Something like that. So what is kVA? kVA is your demand. Kilovolt ampere is the demand, which as per with the utility company which you have contracted and you have used for. Okay. So what is kVA? Is the demand, and there are 2 types of demand. One is contracted demand, and the second one is measured demand. Contracted means you have contracted for 1 kW, and measured means this one is a measured one, means you have used 1.8 kW. So by storing both of them, I will be contracted demand is stored in your installation fact. I will return you during billing, and measured demand comes in the register. So the measured ones is 1.8 kilowatt, which means you have distorted or you have crossed or exceeded the tolerance of 1.2, and you will be penalized. So that is what is demand. What is demand? kVA is the demand, and how it comes. Hope you understand the concept. Why we are measuring kVA. Everyone understand the concept? What is kVA? This is the second register. This one, whichever you are seeing, is the second register, kVA. Okay, which is there. So this is only for, you are very right, this is only for commercial and industrial, as from my previous slide. The commercial and industrial, they will have 3 registers. The second register is kVA. First register, now I will go to the first register. If you have done any question, otherwise I will go to the next slide. How does the contracted demand comes? By looking into your appliances and your demand. Similarly, while installing, someone will come to your site, or while moving, someone will come to your site. He will check and say, okay, your demand should be 1 kilowatt. They will give the demand and go away. In case you're exceeding, you install the meter or increasing your demand somehow. Let's say you are doing some business, or you have got some street light or something in your lawn and others, which is more or 1.5 times of your energy. Like mostly whenever you install air condition, you have to go to your nearby utility and raise your demand. Otherwise, you will be penalized. So that is where, how do we measure the demand? The second register is kVA, which measures the demand. This one. Now I will go to the next register. First register, which is kWh, which is very simple. kWh in the meter, whatever is the amount of energy which you use. Let's say I'm using, my last month meter reading was 400, current month meter reading is 650. So that is my consumption. This is normally your consumption. So what is your consumption? 650 minus 400 is equal to 250. So this is my kWh. How much I have consumed. Got it? If you understand these two, you have understood devices. kVA and kVRH. If 3 you have understood, everything is very simple. It is just child's. Okay. This is the first register, KWH, which is your normal consumption register on which billing is done. Anyone is having any question? This is your previous reading. This is your current reading. So previous reading is already in the history. Always the trader comes and he will take the current reading K650 and go away. When it is a single phase meter, which is a residential customer. In residential customer, there is no complication. Which is a KWH meter. I will just take this reading and go away. And then system does 650 minus 400, 250 is the consumption, bill you for. This is called normal KWH single register or residential meter or single phase meter. Any question? You have understood the demand, you have understood KWH, and the KVA and KWH. Any doubt?
KVA, how we are measuring the consumption? Like in kilowatt hour, it's simple. Like previous reading and current reading, the difference we can calculate. So in KVA, how we are like calculating the demand in the like to the register?
Very good question. Very good question. Maybe something which I missed to explain and you have brought me back. So you mentioned, see, what is KW? How is KVA measured? This is a time versus KWH which you are using. Okay. I'm plotting a graph. Let's say it's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, something day-wise. So what happens? At a particular time, maybe at a particular point of time, you are using electricity in the morning where there is no AC, no light, something like that, it starts. Look at the graph. At a particular time in the afternoon when everything is switched on. Okay, or in the night when everything is switched on. So your spikes goes like this. Maybe this is 1, this is 1, this is 2, and somewhere your one is somewhere 1.8 here. So what is the maximum amount of energy which you have used within that particular month? Suppose it drops like this. Again, you are going like this, but never you have reached that peak. So this peak is being stored in the register. Okay. What was the maximum which you have used at a particular within a period? So let's say within the period of that month, from 1st to 31st. First is here, to 31st is here. 31st, 12 o'clock. Whatever you have used, that will be measured as demand. The highest whichever you have used at a particular point. So that's why whenever you use your demand, when you are a previous customer, you have to always ensure. Industries always have a energy department which ensure that they don't cross this peak, because they have used ideally they have used like this. Correct? This is their normal usage. But since sometimes they were not using it as per protocol, it spiked. Maybe at your home also, when you are using your aircon, it spiked. At this moment, it captures the KVA, which is your demand, and that amount of energy is now being stored in the register. So this snapshot will be stored in the register, and which is 1.8 kilowatts, the highest in a particular period. Hope you got it. Right? I am explaining about KVA, but what is KVA? KVA is the highest amount of energy. Don't expect this KW. Is how many amount of energy, which is KW. Hour is because of the timeline. See, hour automatically drafts. This KW is kilowatt. How much kilowatt you have used, highest kilowatt you have used at a particular month. That will be stored, and this is called KVA. See, you started with a reading of 400. Whatever you are using is, and you ended with a reading of 650. This is KWH. But what highest you have used at a particular point, that is KVA or KVAR or KW or KVA. You have started with 400, ended with 650. You are using like this linear only. That's it. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, something like that. But at a particular point, you have reached the spike. This spike is being captured as KWH and KVA.
For example, it's a residential building. So in that case also, we will consider it is the spike. I mean, if it is, for example, it might happen that, like, for example, in a particular, in a scenario, for example, there is some function at some residential place, a birthday party or something. So obviously, in that particular day, there will be a spike. So maybe like suddenly there is a over usage, like more usage of electricity. So in that case, they will consider that, or like normal spikes that comes up every day. Like, I mean, I don't know whether I'm explaining it right.
Right. I understand your question. The residential customer only have one register, KWH. So you will always be measured from what you started from the month and what you ended subtracting. That is your consumption. So you will never be penalized unless unless the utility comes to know that your normal consumer that usage was 200, and sometimes regularly your usage for next 3 months or 4 months it is 1,000. That means you're definitely using some AC and others. So they will come and ask you to increase the demand so that my planning doesn't get distorted. Okay. And I will give you penalty from the third month. But for 1 or 2 days, whenever there is a spike, nobody does for anything for residential customer because you are a single register customer. And and for 3-phase customer, this was KWH is 1 register. This is register 1. This is register 2. And now I will explain you register 3. If you have understood both of them. Okay. The next one is KVRH. What is KVRH? If you don't understand this, it's fine. If you understand, it is very much fine because it is an electrical engineer's thing. But since in our misfortune is we have to understand it. So I'm explaining it to you. Okay. So whenever you have an appliance, let's say we call it induction motor. Induction motor, this is called IM. In heavy industries, to run anything, say to run any appliance, there is a motor to be executed. So what happens? Every motor, if someone is an electrical engineer, will understand every motor induces a resistance. When you run this, there will be a resistance in the wire itself. So if let's say if I'm giving you energy of 10 kilowatt, okay, but due to this resistance, it will resist me for 2 kilowatt or kind of minus 0.2 or 0.5. That minimum it is 0.2 kilowatt. So ideally, when I'm giving it takes a power of 10 kilowatt, but it puts a resistance back into the wire of 0.2 kilowatt, due to which the measured energy is always 9.8. Means your meter will measure 9.8 only. That this is how much you use. But to run this motor, I sent 10 kilowatt and push back a resistance of 2 kilowatt. Because of which my KWH is 9.8 only. That what is current and my at this moment I'm using 9.8 only. Okay. So that means my 0.2 is lost just because of the kind of motor used. But generation company, how much they use? They generated 10. So that means this remains unaccountable for normal residential customer. So there is a new requirement of a register called KVARH, which is for resistive energy per hour. That will be captured over here. This 0.2 will be captured over here for BD. Got it? You didn't get it?
I've got it. So this one will only calculate the
the KWH, when you amount of energy you are using, KWH will be 9.8. Okay. Register KWH register will use 9.8. But to run this motor or this machine, I provided 10 kilowatt, but only 9.8 was measured in KWH because KWH is an active register. So the character, so it will only active register, so it will only measure the active part, which is 9.8. That reactive part, the reverse part, it cannot measure in a meter. So to measure the reverse part, there is a reactive register which is always present. That will be KVARH. Okay, this will be KVARH. There is a different register. Didn't understand? If not, I will show you a blog. Reactive energy and inertia stored to get up to the maintained speed, yet not consumed to do work. To do a work, it is not consumed. But while producing a real conductive losses from friction and magnetic excitement. Magnetic excitation, current. So whatever is a magnet, it induces an excitation. Current need to create a low impedance again, whatever it is. Okay. So there is a famous beer example. Just always go through this beer example. I don't know how many of you really go for a beer, but I'm sorry to explain you with this example because this is how every electrical engineer has been explained. If you drink, you know. If you don't drink, you will come to know. See, this is apparent power. This is like the amount of total power, which is equal to active power means KWH and reactive power means the one which is wasted to provide this much. So this is an example to explain to provide this amount of beer, the foam part is wasted and the liquid part is the one which is really consumed. So this example is actually to let you know that though a generation company has given you apparent power this much, but you have only consumed kWh and the reactive 0.2 is wasted. So that is why my apparent power will be kWh plus kVARH. This is what it is trying to explain. Hope you understood. If not, go through the blog. There are many blogs on this example. Everywhere, everyone will see, they will try to explain this beer example, apparent, and all. Because this is how normally people explain. Now, this is reactive energy power VARH, which is this. And apparent power kVA, which is this, or kW, which is this, kWh. Per hour, they are not explaining. Understand this one as kWh and the above one is kVARH, both in hours. Okay, if you understood, should I go to the next? What is kVARH? Is this waste of energy, which is a reactive to reactive. It's a reactive energy which is measured for billing, because kWh is only the one which you have used, consumed, and whichever you have lost, that I will still bill to the industry. That is
like we can see that three registers measure three different parts. Okay, so like how is the final power calculated of that three-phase input?
Okay, kVARH, kVA. kVA is your demand.
Yes.
kWh is your energy. kVARH is resistive energy which you have lost. Also correct. Now then I will go to the rest of how it is calculated. Then I will go to the new one. So there are, see, for residential customer, you will never come to know because you only have kWh. Okay, but in an industrial or let's say commercial consumer will have kWh and kVA. There can be no resistive energy. See, resistive energy only comes to a significant number when you are using in bulk. For 10 kilowatt, your loss is only 0.2. If I'm using 1 kilowatt, what will be my loss? 0.02. Nobody measures that. Nobody cares to measure that. So that is why residential customer does not have kVARH or a register. And industry will have a kVAR register, because when they bill, you bill in 1,000 units per hour. In that case, 200 is lost. So the 20 is lost. That is a significant loss. So I will measure it to bill. Okay. So in residential, you will have only one kWh. In commercial and industrial, this is kWh, this is kVA, and this is kVARH. So you will always have three registers installed in the meter. Okay. And the three register, how it works, they will have different price. kWh will have price, let's say 5 rupees per hour. Slab wise, if we say 5 rupees for 0 to 100, 7 rupees to 100 to 500, something like that, that's slab wise. kVA is your penalty, which is if you exceed it, you will be billed on 12 rupees straightforward. kVARH is again the same. You can be billed on 7 rupees average, how much you are paying. Because I just want to account this energy. So there will be three different registers, three different rates in billing. If anyone understands billing, there will be three different rates. I will again come to this topic of how it is being measured and billed in a billing session. So currently you have to understand why there are three registers in the device. This is the concept. Everyone understood the concept, then I will go to the next. There are three different rates. So where is this rate captured? This rate is in billing. So if your question is how is this measured? Measured means you have just seen kWh is measured current minus previous, kVA is the amount of demand, the peak part, kVARH is the loss part. And someone
Yeah, sorry. The thing is, like, for this kVA is that is also part of kWh, right? I mean, for example, we have maybe 100 kilowatts of energy, power that is being used by an industry, and it may go up to maybe 200. Okay, that is the highest limit. So 200 becomes the kVA, right? And so that is the limit. If someone uses above 200, then this 12 rupees comes into play. Till 200, it remains. Okay. Okay.
Let me explain you in a simple general example. To eat 2 burgers a day, and I am Zomato. Zomato is the electricity company. So what I will do, I will give you 2 burgers morning, afternoon, evening, morning, afternoon. There is one day when you said, no, I need 7 burgers. One meal. Okay. For that particular meal, I have to go put 2 more additional Zomato, or after that Zomato has to go back, buy you 7 meals and come back. For that addition, that afternoon, only on that day. Okay. So that means you have distorted my planning. The grid is also got distorted because of that. I will measure the 7 burger which you have had that particular point as your KVA, your highest demand in that period. It is like, though throughout the month you have had 500 burger, but there was one afternoon where you have had 7 burger. Okay, 3 meals a day, 30 day means 90 meals, 2 burger, 180 burger was your demand. There was one afternoon when you have went to 7, and maybe sometimes you had 3, sometimes you have 5, sometimes you have 6. But one afternoon where you have raised highest, that highest point I will penalize you. Something like that. I'm just trying to make a generic example, but your example is you keep on using electricity, but the highest at a particular point is a demand. It is not like 650 at the last is your demand. If it crosses 1000, that is the demand. The highest in a particular period at any instance. Now you have used everything in your home. Don't take example of your home. So you are confusing. In an industry, you have taken every appliance is now running. What will happen? That at that time the demand will shoot up. That register will record that particular. Because in your home you don't see this because you don't have a register of KVA. But in industry there's a register of KVA. It will record that highest energy at that particular instance.
Okay, so I mean, if it's a regular thing, then it is not. If it once in a while, if that thing shoots up, so that is the highest thing, and that is considered within KVA.
See, this is called measure demand. If it is within, let's say, if your measure is 2 kVA and you have actually enrolled for 2 kVA, then that peak is the thing. That's what I mentioned. One is measured and one is contracted. So if you're contracted and measured are same, no problem. You're within the limit. That's what I'm saying. You are enrolling for 1 terabyte of data and you are never exceeding 1 terabyte. That means you are always within the limit you are going to pay. Sometimes when you exceed your limit of 2 terabyte, which generally not happens in internet, but in electricity, you can draw any amount of energy. If you exceed for 2 terabyte, that means system will measure here that you have, suppose your measurement was 4 kVA and you have only enrolled. Sorry, your measurement was 4 kVA and your contracted was only 2. You have contracted or you have signed up a contract only for 2 and you have measured or your demand suited up for 4. That means for 2 you are eligible for penalty because your demand is higher. Your actual is higher than your demand. That is why you will always see the billing guys will always measure 2 entities. If there is someone from billing, they will know these 2 entities. One is called contracted demand, one is called measured demand. Okay, and this is the concept between that. So in billing, you will have this 2 stored. How much he has contracted for 2, and measured is in the register. So while billing, I will take this from register, I will compare with this, and I will see if it is exceeding, I will penalize. So now we'll try to create a register. Create a 3-phase register first. So when you enter this, you have to select the register. Okay. In this is a screen for register group. What you have to do is electricity first register. The moment you enter 01, you select electricity meter, hit enter. This second one is in gray. It only opens when you hit enter. Hit enter. Now select cumulative demand, balancing demand. See why it is not normal KWH meter is called cumulative consumption register. Why? Because the consumption is cumulative. Means current meter reading is 400, the next meter reading will accumulate and become 650. Next meter reading cannot be 250. Correct? Next meter reading will always be higher than the previous meter reading because it will always cumulate, means added up. So that is why KWH register is always known as cumulative, and KVA is a demand. The demand which you have exceeded this month, 1.8. Next month you can be 1.5. Less than that. So demand is balancing. Balancing means it can be up and down. And KWH means consumption or meter in KWH will be always cumulative. Means it will always be higher than the previous. And demand will be balancing. Okay. So that is why when you raise your demand register, you will have to select balancing. And when you select a cumulative register, when you are selecting KWH and KVRH. So I'm selecting this. Okay. Measurement unit is KWH. I don't see someone has measured KVRH. So the character, just imagine it is KVRH missing. So this one is KVRH. We'll configure that as well. So so the character registers KWH, KV, and KVRH will be here. So this is cumulative, this is balancing, this is cumulative. Hope everyone understand what is cumulative and balancing. I'll come to it again. For KWH meter, it is an active resistor. Demand is an active resistor, but KVRH is a reactive resistor. KWH is an active. How do you know which is one is reactive? This particular one. This is KVRH. Okay. Now there is something called register type. This is you can customize on peak, off peak, average peak, and all. So this is your customized part. So I will not select. I will just select a flat rate register for all three because I'm not preparing an on peak, off peak. I can wait later in the next sessions. Okay. What is post decimal, pre decimal places?
The dials.
Like the last to the digit of the.
See, yes. If it is 5 pre-decimal, post decimal. I can say 4 post. This one is 5. This one is 4. Something like that. So number of dials before decimal, number of dials post decimal. This is register ID. This is again a customizing one. If you want to identify a register differently in your system, you can provide this register ID. I can give it active energy. You don't have to specifically select anything over here. Active energy, active power. Demand is active power. And this is your active reactive energy. So this is active energy. This is active power. Demand is called power. That is why it is KW. And this is reactive factor. I am giving it 111. What is register factor? Let's say if there is some, we'll give 111 here and then select is something called propose. One of the register you have to select as propose. Always system will propose one register, which is a KW. We want to do anything else. Every one of you understood what is this? I will save the register first. Register number 3.
What is the T code that you distinguish?
Again, I will tell you one small trick. You don't have to always ask for T code, /n, enter. Go to utility industry, with device management, technology.
EG44, right?
EG04.
04.
You see over here, EG04 is for register group, winding group, EG01, device category, EG01, device IQ01, something. So you don't have to remember it, but it's good to remember because once you practice. But in case you don't know, you don't remember, just simply come here and try to open up the tree structure as per your requirement and you will get all the codes in the /n, easy screen. If you just go /n, enter the access, utilities, device management, technology, register group, then coming back, register group we have created. Hope every one of you are now know register group. What it is. In case you have any doubt, let me know. Any doubt about register group. KWH, KVRH, KVA. Going to what is register group? In a meter, how that particular meter is built with which kind of dials or which kind of register. So that register I'm defining here. I'm defining that the first register is a KWH, second register is a KVA, third register is a KVRH if it is an industrial meter. Then which one is cumulative, which one is balancing, I'm selecting here. Which one is active, which one is reactive, I'm selecting here. Pre-decimal, post-decimal, measuring unit.
Could you please explain balancing like cumulative? I have understood what that balance.
M1, M2, M3, M. Month 1 your reading was 200. Next month your reading will be 850. Next month your reading can be 750. The next month your reading can be 900. How much is the consumption? This minus this, 7 minus 400. This is how your consumption is being calculated, and here this is your KWH register, which is called cumulative. Cumulative means it will never go below. It will always be cumulate. 200, 210, 230, 240, 240, 350. That 350 you are measuring. Your register dial keeps on increasing, right? 200. Now, if you go now to 30, next day if you come 240, 270, 280, this in the day when meter reader comes in, it is 350, it will capture this reading and go. The day when meter reader comes, it will capture this reading and go, right? This is called cumulative. What is balancing? If you remember the time versus KW. So like this, the graph for the whole month. This month started at 1st, the month ended at 31st. Your balancing will be the highest at a particular point. Okay. So if this month highest is 1.8, the next month highest cannot, maybe 1.2. Next month highest. Next month will be coming. So it is balancing because it will not happen that always it will be beyond 1.8. It will be more than 1.8. Okay. It will be always a lump sum of whatever is the highest at that particular point. That is why it is called balancing, because it can go up and down as per your usage. But cumulative will be always up, because cumulative means current minus previous is cumulative. How much you have accumulated within this period is 350 minus 200, 150 you have accumulated. 750 minus 350, 400 you have cumulative. Balancing means at this month, what was the highest as a balance? Next month, whatever is highest as a balance. Balance means the taraju, balance. High and low, it keeps on coming. I will measure that highest and I will be.
Okay, means that read can be down and up.
Yes, balance. Down and up. For a month, it will be static, the highest. Okay. And then what happens once the meter reader goes, there is a button in the meter. You will press this button, this will go refresh to 0 again. Here it was 1.8. So the character, once the meter reader has taken the reading, he will press one button, refresh. So this has gone refreshed. The cumulative will be refreshed. And the balancing will be refreshed to 0 again. Again, here this will start like this. The graph, which is 1.6. So here your demand will be 1.6. Again, next month when I went, I pressed the button. Again, it went 0. Again, it will start like this. Okay, which is 1.2.1. And that is called demand history. Okay. That is why it is balancing, because again it is coming back to 0.
Balancing which we are doing, it has to be periodical. Means for example, every 30 days it is done.
Correct. So it is refreshed every 30 days. That's why this meter reader comes, he will after taking the reading, he will press a button, refresh. Now it will again start from 0 because I've captured the highest for the last period. Now I am ready to capture the highest for the next period. So it will again start from 0, measure as per your home, as per your that instant of time.
So in that KVA RA should also be balancing, right? It should not be cumulative. I mean, 1 month the resistive energy can be more, the other month can be less. I mean, for example, if someone is using 2 motors, then it can be more, and if only 1 motor is getting used, it can be less, right? So that should also be balancing in that case, not cumulative.
As I measured, this is demand is for your penalty, correct? Demand you have measured to penalize. Okay. But KWH is how much you have used. KWH is like say how much they have generated, how much you have used. Correct. So you started with 200, then you then 350, then 750 somewhere here. Okay. And how much you have incurred as a reactive energy? You have incurred here 20, here 50, here 80. So what is the total amount of energy I have generated at this month? 220.
Okay.
What is the total amount you have generated here? 400. And here it is 8.
So like in the third month, for example, it can be 40 also, right? I mean, 20, 50, it can be 40 also. Last one reactive. I mean, like why are we just considering that it will increase? The reactive energy can be lesser also in a month.
Yes. Lesser also, but it is somewhere cumulating to make me understand that how much energy this generation has produced, so that if I only let's say if what is the consumption here? 150, 400. What is the consumption here? 20, 50 minus 20, 30. 50 minus 50, 30. So let's say generation company says that in this month I have generated 200, 180 for example. Okay. So where is this 180 gone? 150 has gone here, 30 has gone here in reactive energy. Okay. So I will bill for both, some for this to match how much was generated. Correct? So that is why this is cumulative. It will not go down. This register reading will go always up, because at the end of the moment, if I want to know in the year how much energy from this minus this, how much energy total you generated, what I will do? I will subtract this 1000 minus 150, 850 plus somewhere here it is 200. So total you have generated 11. I will tell that to generator, right? How? Because it is cumulative. So that is why reactive register and active register is always cumulative. Balancing means just to penalize. In this month, sometimes you have reached highest, but that doesn't resemble that this is what you were using always. You have sometimes violated the rule and you have reached highest.
So in the reactive register also, it will be like even as like in a month, we are like reactive energy is lesser, but still it will get added to the last month's values. So in 1 month we are using 20, and next month if you are using 30, then it is like becoming 50. And the month after, if we are using 10 again, so it will be like 50 plus 10, 60, like that. Like so, because the value will go on increasing.
Right. If there won't have been a meter, if there won't have been a motor, this was kWh. Since you had a motor, this kWh is converted into kVh. Correct? Is that the concept? So that is why both of these accounting wise, energy accounting wise, both of them are by generation. So these are cumulative. All doubt clear?
Yeah, sort of. Yes.
Fine. So you know now how to create a register, everyone. Correct? Okay, now we'll quickly go to a device category. The T code to create a device category is 01. Before creating a device, we will create a device category. Like a register group is a group register, device category is a kind of that category of device. Which is single phase and three phase are two categories. So I will create a single phase category and then enter a register group. So what is device category is a kind of a similar type of device. That is called device category. It's a single phase, three phase. This is one device category.
What was the T code that you used?
EG01.
EG0. Thank you.
So device category, a device category 1, device category 2, 3, device category 2, 4, device category 5. So what is this? So let's say this is single phase, this is single phase, this is three phase, this is three phase, this is three phase. Device category is to group one type of meter. Okay. So for that, if let's say there are two different manufacturers, one is LNG, one is Honeywell, one is Elstorm, one is Secure, one is L&T. So these are manufacturers, their price is different, their cost is different, and their characteristics is different. So how would you like to categorize these all? You will categorize this into a different entity called device category. Though it is single phase only, okay, but this is done by LNG is a different company, Honeywell is a different company, Elster is a different company, Secure is a different company, L&T is a different company. So I will group them into different categories so that I very much identify which category of meter. Let's say something happens that all LNG meter are getting errored out, or all LNG meter is having some or other issue. So what I will do? Scrap all LNG meter. How will I come to know all LNG meter? From the device category. Then otherwise there's some meter which is performing very good. You say, okay, Elster is performing it, buy more Elster. How will you come to know? That is the device category. So the device category captures the characteristics of the device along with its manufacturer and others. Okay. Should I go ahead and let me create a device category. See, whenever you create a device category and you click on meter, since I'm creating a meter type, there can be multiple basic category. Meter, I want to create transformer, I want to create a reminder meter, I want to create a counter, corrector, pressure regulator, sensor. There are many types of device. So normally highest we use is meter, transformer, pressure regulator, sensors. Others are all obsolete. There was a time when we were using ARCR, we were using counter, we were using correctors, but now it is not. Okay. So now we are using only meter, transformer in electricity, pressure regulator in gas. So the moment I'm trying to create a device category, what happens? It always gives me an error. The specified material does not exist. So before creating a device category, I have to always create a material in of the same name, MM01. So I'll go and create a material here with the same name. Utilities, same raw material. The moment I enter, I think other classification, and you have to always ask someone from to create it for you. Currently in this training, I'm creating it. Otherwise, normally it is an MM material. They create a material because they know other attributes. Let's say what is the classification, what is the price, what is the price value, other things. They will only come to know. So we will only select. For the essence of understanding or creating a data, I'm just creating a material for you, and to know that how is device management and integrated. See, device is a material, and you always buy material from you do a material planning, you keep a good stock of the device or meter, and you release it to site for installation whenever required. So for device is actually one of this 1,000 meter which they are using. So then why device management was required as a module? Because this is a measuring device, and was not meant for measuring. So that is why ISU is a different module which has come into picture on top of S4 to do the measurement and build on top of M. Whatever is in DM as an MM as in material, that will be replicated in ISU as a device category. Few of them, which is a measuring device, will be captured in ISU as a device category. So that whenever you install a meter, so that we know that out of 1,000 meter which is in my stock, 200 meter I have installed. So what is that 800 which is left in my stock? How do I measure? I see that there is a relationship between device category and meter, material, device category as a material, and then from that I come to know and understand the stock as well. So device category and material is brother. Or I can say same replica, but can have many material. It has wire, it has transformer, it has many things. It has even tools, others we can buy in a material as a material. But measuring device will always be a device category.
So DM is sort of a subset of MM in this case.
Yes, you are very right. In this case, for stock, how do you maintain? DM is not there to maintain stock. Let's say stock is decreasing and gone beyond 500, you need to buy more 5,000 meter. DM will not do that. That is an MM story. So that is why that particular action of planning, material, and others and vendor selection and others will be done by MM. DM, once the material is released out of the stock or released to a site engineer, it will come into ISU. I will explain that. That will come later. But now if you have to understand, a material and a device category is the same. Material is required for planning, device category is required to measure. Correct? Any doubt? What is device? That is why whenever you go to create a device category, it will always ask you to create a material beforehand, which I showed you in the error, the pop-up. Again, show you. You have not seen that time. Let's say this is something which I've created. 1 is something I'm creating new. The moment I click on meter, it will give you this one. The specified meter does not exist in MM. Do you want to create this material? If I say yes, it will take me into MM screen. The moment I save in the backend, it will automatically create. So just to explain you, I first created it in MM and then come over. So in your industry, in your organization, you don't have to create a metric name. You have to always say, create the material of this name to me and give that material characteristic to the MM guy. He will create the material and let you know, confirm me that, okay, I've created this material, now you go ahead and create a device. So once this material is created by them, I will select this, click on meter. It will give me screen like this. Here I will get single phase and stop meter. Function class, register group is selected. I will select direct. For now, I will explain you everything from here. And now if I say device certification required, I can say no certification. So this is a device category which got created in the system. Okay. Something I will explain what exactly. Function class, construction class. Function class means what kind of meter it is, single phase, three phase, alternating current, transformer, what kind of device it is. That can be selected from function class. To understand, this is normally used for reporting and has no impact on the configuration of the device. Let's say if you want to report how many number of transformer or how many number of single phase mechanical meter you have consumed, or how many number of electronic meter I have, or how many number of whatever you have. So this is the function class and construction class which you have. For reporting purpose, they help. If you want, how do you want to segregate your meters for reporting? Then you have register group, which I have entered. After that, there is something called certification. Let's say every device, every measuring device is having a depreciation. Whether it's a depreciation, and also there is something called accuracy level. So the moment some device gets older, the accuracy level of the device goes down. So that is why every meter has to be recertified. So there is a certification. Let's say certification which I go and give it to the standards, ISO standard guys. They will come. I go to their standards of measurement, something like that is a unit in India which has their offices everywhere in India. It's a government body which actually measures and standardizes. So you go there, you take a batch, you get it certified again, and if it is fine, then you will extend this device for 8 more years for usage. In case it fails the certification, in that case, you will have to replace all this from the site. What is certification? It is an inspection which you do. And here you select whether the device has to be inspected or not. So I am selecting it is not to be inspected. in case in your organization or in the project, if it is to be inspected or you have that quality management scenario, then you can select accordingly. Any doubt, any question? As we understood, device category is a kind of something like this type of device having common characteristics, which can be of different manufacturer, single phase, three phase, like you are seeing here, single phase, three phase, and all. Okay, because every device category will have a kind of register, and register has its own characteristics. Plus other, if you want to say whether it is a function class, construction class, you can enter, and also whether certification required or not for that device and others. So your major main thing is to select the register group, and also the certification required or not, and other attributes which you are right now. So what is device category? Device category is a common category of the meter, at single phase meter or three phase meter, with a kind of register configuration. Let's say some of the meter will have four predecimals, some of the meter will have three predecimals. I cannot keep both of them in the same device category. I have to select a device category with which will have the different register group. I can create multiple device category. Okay. So what is device category? It is kind of a material similar group of device or meter or device which can be grouped together for measurement. If this is done, I will go to the next topic in creation of device. Then I will create /O IQ01. How do we create a device? To create a device, I will use this material. I will select ISU equipment. I will hit enter. The first device is now getting created. I will select the manufacturer. Register group is auto selected. Is the device from the device category. Inspection. Do you want inspection? I will select. Once I have done this, I can transfer this data. Now my device is ready for usage, or the device is ready for creation. Moment I save. Everyone understood how is the device category, the device created. IQ01. This is how it is. IQ01. There is something which this. If you go to any material
In the device category, we don't have to give manufacturer and everything. It's like there we are only giving whether it is single phase or something like that.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when we are creating the device, then we are choosing the manufacturer.
Correct. See, device category is a common.
No, I was thinking maybe like device category is something like which has both the things. Like if I am asking what is the category of this device, it will give me like a single phase Honeywell device, or like maybe like three phase LNT device, like that. So that is not the case. Category is only giving me either whether it is single phase or three phase.
Okay, I will explain you the answer. Just to ease your understanding, I will do this. Let's say to understand device category, let's go to MM. Okay, in your company, you have requirement of single phase 50,000 meters. So MM, what you do is you release a contract or you release a purchase order in the market. That to multiple vendor. I need 50,000 meter. Give me your price. Okay. Some of them will get say to 5,000 per meter. Some of them will say 7,000 per meter. Some will say 8,000 per meter. Okay. But still, 7,000 will be better. 7,000 can be a better one because it is a renowned customer, renowned vendor, or manufacturer, and others. So you select that 7,000, okay, which is L-stop. So, but my device category or material, both are same, will be so generic that I can send a requirement to the market and get it. Okay. While creating a device, I will create it as an L-stop. So it should be the replica of my ask from the site, device category. What is the kind of meter I want? Single phase, three electronic meter with maybe 4 dial, 3 dial, or what to say, 3 decimal, 4 pre-decimal, and 3 post-decimal. Something like that. It can be your ask. So whoever manufactures that will give you their quotation, and you will select one of them, and they will send you the device, and you will create the device. While creating a device, you will give the manufacturer who is actually manufacturing. So what is the device category? It's a group of their device which help you understand what is your ask or demand, but how do you categorize your material? Okay. See, if your ask is to have a small switch socket, one socket and one switch board. Anchor also manufacture it, and maybe normally this company, many Optima also manufactures Anchor, Optima. There are 1,500 manufacturers, and you are a builder. You will say, okay, send me. My ask is single switch, single socket with single board with one socket, one switch. This is your ask. Anyone will start. Everyone will start giving you their quotations, correct? And you will buy one of them. So what is my material? Single board with one switch, one socket. This was your material. This is what I will create as material, so that I can float a purchase order. How is a purchase order being created? Against a material, right? And against every material, that is why these are two brother system. Against a material, there is a device category, measuring material, so that you know the plan. When you go deeper,
So the device category is again used while creating the device. This is
while creating a device. Okay, concept clear?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So it was a good question. That's why I asked you. So because any material when you create non-ISU material, it will have general, location, organization, no IS data, structure. IS data is only for a measurement material. While I'll show you. Let's say I'm creating a category T. So what I'm trying to explain you is there are multiple types of material which gets created. Here, in case of an ISU material, there is an additional tab. Whenever you create a material, there is an additional tab called IS data. This only happens to an ISU material when your category is I. Okay. And why SAP has brought us this ISU material? Because it has an additional serial number, which is only for measurement device. So otherwise, general, location, organization, structure, serial data, everything is there for normal material as well. Since it is a measuring device, it has other characteristics like register group, certification, master data, like wherever it is stored, we also capture them. So SAP has enhanced their existing material characteristics with ISU data, so that all ISU related items can be captured over here. So that is how an ISU data comes into picture. Okay, apart from the general location and others. So in general, you have class in any device. In general, you have class, object type, everything which comes from the material, like a manufacturer, country. These are very generic which you give. Location means which plant, which location, which we understood. The maintenance plant and location. So which maintenance plant this particular device comes into once it is installed, that will come over here. Organization, we have understood which company code this IS data was procured. Structure, we also understood the function location. We understood function location means what? Under the hierarchy of the plant maintenance, these are the location which will be that it will be serving. Serialization data is this equipment. So in any material, so there are, for every device there is 3 sections. 3 things which comes up with every device. This is a device. Section 1, this is a material. 2, this is a device category. 3, it is an equipment. Okay. Material is for procurement or plan. Device category is for measurement. One is for measurement and the third one is for services. So if you ask any PM guy, if you ask any MM guy, he will say, give me the material. If you ask any PM guy, plant maintenance, who does the service, they will say, what is the equipment? So equipment is a plant maintenance entity, material is your MM entity, and device category is the ISU entity. So for any services, equipment is required. For the character planning, material is required. And this device category is required for any measurement. So that is why every material ISU device will have 3 things. Material is this data, material, device category, and if you go to serialization data, it will have an equipment. Every device. So in PM, how do I relate to PM? From the equipment number. Okay, it will give me the plant, storage location, maintenance plant, everything. Who is responsible to do service of this device? It will come from this equipment. Who is responsible to buy this device? It will come from material. Who is responsible to measure this device? It will come from this device. 3 things comes with a device. How it will be procured, how it will be measured, how it will be serviced. Let's say if a meter is burnt, who will go and provide service, or meter is not working, or it is any problem, I want to replace a meter. Who will go to the site? That plant maintenance will actually select. They will create a service order, go to site, remove the meter, install a new meter, and bring this back. Who will do it? There's a different team which is called plant maintenance team or a service metering team, and equipment is something which will help them to do the service. Every 3 months or 6 months, they want to check the meters, run, or do an inspection or test. So that will be done by plant maintenance. That is done through equipment. Material planning is done through materials, and device category helps you to measure. Clear, everyone? Then I will go to the next topic. You must always see this, but you never have questioned yourself. This is a chance when we are questioning what is everything. Material is here, device category is here, equipment is here for every device. And there will be, I'll tell you what exactly is the relationship between each one of them. Each one of them will be 1:1. One material, one device category. And after creation of a device, it will have a serial number created for services. That serial number comes right here. So every device serial number, this serial number will have a equipment there. This equipment will be created for every device. Yes, answer is yes. Once it is created, automatically right now, as you see right now, it will automatically get created in the backend. In case this is done, I think both device creation and register group creation you have understood. I don't want to load it much. I will try to now create a single phase device and try to install it. A single phase. Do anyone want to volunteer to create a single phase device? This was 3 phase. Now I will create a single phase and try to install it in a particular location. To do that, I will create a register group EG04 single phase. I think we already have the single phase register group. You know the process. Phase means one register, 01, enter. It will always be cumulative because it is a KWH. It will be RD. Will be always active. Flat rate I1 proposed. At least one should be proposed. So I'm saying it should always be proposed. Say the register group 33 got created. Now I will create a material ration. Is a racing meter or create selection. PG0 measurement direct certification required. Date device category created. Selection IQ0. I will create a device. So device created. I want to install it. So I will also try to install and do the same. I would like to install it here. Yes. In this installation, there are 2 devices already. I will install a single phase meter. That what I will do is /o UG 31 installation. I'll give the installation number, give the installation date, give the meter's device serial number and the device materials. You know, activity reason which will be created. I will give all the values, save, my device is now installed. If I go back here, you can see the device, single phase, press is common. So this ends up the whole cycle of device creation, register group creation, and device installation.
So while creating the register group, like if there are multiple registers, so you click on any of the register for the propose option. What is the significance of that? Like if you are selecting any of the that proposed option for any of the register, then what will happen because of that?
See, SAP has previously kept one register mandated to be proposed. Proposed means actually as part of your device creation, how it works, in a meter, your register is not like this. In a meter, you will always see like this single register, whether it is a single phase or 3 phase, and there is a button here. Okay. So once you click the button first time, it will next one. First it was KWH, next it will start showing you. Once you press click, it will show you next is KWA. Again you click second time, it will show you KVA. They are in reading proposed register is my KWH. Okay, which is my first register. And then next is KWA and KVR. So SAP wanted you to make it mandatory that which is my proposed register while configuring a register group. Otherwise, it has no significance. If you don't remember it, is okay. Just because while doing it, I have to give this proposed register. I don't know what in history, maybe 10, 15, 20 years back, they must have kept it for something for this proposal of the register, but now they are not using. So just it is a mandatory field which I'm selecting. Otherwise, there is no significance of what proposal does. Okay. Proposal means one of the register has to be proposed, which will be front line, and other will be once clicked, second will come, once clicked, third will come. So that is what is proposal. Okay. About it.
Yeah, when you creating the create a register to EZ04, you enter the material name. So where we can get the material name? You just enter randomly any name, or need to like a particular name enter.
Okay. So the question is there anyone who can answer this? Well, it was the answer was in session only, or otherwise I'll answer it. See, from the material name, you will ask an guy to create a material which will have single phase. The pricing class will be different, and the other let's say which will have a pricing class of 5 and 5 rupees, single phase, and electronic meter. It will and kind of characteristics which you give. will also add their own characteristic and give a name and nomenclature to it for that particular kind of meter. This is guy who gives the nomenclature, that it is single phase, electronic, single roll meter or whatever, 4 decimal, 3 place, 3 decimal or whatever, he will give that particular nomenclature as per the nomenclature of And that nomenclature we have to adopt in device category. So that nomenclature will be given by guy. You have to propose that, okay, this is the kind of meter we need in our system. And they will create a material for that with their nomenclature and will adopt in our device category.
Okay.
Yeah. In the register group creation, we are giving the register factor as 1. So will it always be 1, or is there any other scenario where we might have to give a different number there?
That I will answer in class when we understand CT, PT transformer. Okay. When we call it as indirect meter. If someone has not asked a question on why this is direct and indirect, there's a meter which was measured as direct and indirect. I'll also show you that. If you see here, there's something a type of measurement which is direct and indirect. Direct means a normal residential meter. Semi-indirect and other CTPT, I will explain you, is the device management class 2. Today's device management class 1, where we understood the whole device and register. And since it is very important to understand, we have covered every aspect of it. Let me know if you have any question in this area. We'll understand what is indirect, semi-indirect, and others.
I have one question, that every time we need to create a device category or material, or every time like we cannot use the which one previously created, or
no, it will always be used the previously created. Only very few times, maybe whenever you need a new material, because in the start of when the organization starts, I know I will need only 3-phase or single-phase meter, or there are 10, 15 types of variation of material. So in that case, I will only create once or twice or thrice. Every time next, I have to always use that material. Not every time I'm creating a device, I have to create a material. That's not right. Just to show you here, how do we end up the full cycle, I have created it. But otherwise, the device category material will be created only once, and the serial number keeps on. Every meter will have a different serial number. Let's say I can explain you like this. Meter indirect is a material over here, meter indirect, which I have created. Okay. So in that case, every meter inductor will have a serial number created. When you create serial number 1, 2, 4, it will keep on increasing. So what is the characteristic of the meter? All of them are meter indirect. But the serial number is something which is unique to every device. The meter installed at my home is serial number 1. The meter installed at Abhishek home is serial number 2. The meter installed at Shabir home is serial number 7. Something like that. So every meter will be same, but all of them characteristics will be same. They will be single phase or 3-phase or whatever. Characteristics same for material. So this kind of material in they will say how many meter of single phase or meter industrial I have. You can count either 500 meters in total. And where are they installed? Serial number 1, 4, 6, 7. You name people, this is where they are installed. Only once you have to create the material or device category, ideally.
As in, like, whenever new lots of materials are coming in for utilities portion, for all of them, we will have to create a device category for those.
No, see, you have asked your procurement. Once kind of meter which I am creating, let's say single phase. First lot, I have asked for 5,000 meters as this phase. Okay, Elster has given me 5,000. But after 5 or after 6 months, again I need 5,000. Will I create a new 5,000, say a new material? No, same single phase material, I need more 5,000. So I don't have to create every batch or every lot which comes up. every new characteristic of meter, if you want, let's say I want 4 decimal places is too less for this particular customer or few of the customers, what I will do, I'll give me 9 decimal, 9 decimal, 4 display. That kind of will customer a new device category. Let's say there is a new vendor who has come in MM. Also, there can be a variation, not only DM. The variation is in MM. The pricing class and pricing level for any device is different. So in that case, they can create a new material and keep on tracking that material, how much you keep on buying it. So it is one kind of material which has many characteristics. It's single phase or 3 phase is one characteristics. Number of dials inside is another characteristics. Electronic or mechanical is another characteristics. So you create one common material for all having one characteristic and keep on buying it again and again, unless the characteristic changes in your product.
Okay, so in the device case, every time a new material, new characteristic of material is getting created in MM, we have to create a device category here. That is how it is. Nice.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which module in SAP ISU handles the measurement of utility consumption? Option A, financial accounting. Option B, meter management. Option C, sales module. Option D, human resources module. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing utilities? Our SAP ISU course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP ISU. It's like a toolkit for managing utilities, from billing to customer service, helping you stay on top of things. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced skills. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This amazing learning opportunity is very affordable. Ready to become an SAP ISU expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Customer transformer and potential time transformer. Hope anyone has heard about it. What is CT? What is PT? Okay. PT means current transformer and PT means potential transformer. Okay. So for industrial customer or high volume customer, these two are additional devices which have been installed. So what is CT PT? I will just explain you. So let's say this is a pole near your home from which you are getting electricity from this pole. Very bad at once. I'm trying to get electricity. My home has a meter over there. And from there, this meter, it passes from again to the home. So in this case, what happens for residential customer, they operate at 220 volt. You must have understood that. In your meter also, it is written 220 volt. And in others, commercial customer operates at 440. And the industry operates at 33 kV. Have you heard about an industry? Maybe if you can say a steel plant, Jindal Steel Works, which is in Kolkata or somewhere, that works at this level. Maybe any industry works at which has high volume equipments works at this one. Commercial means your shopping mall and others works at this level, and your residential home works at this level. Okay. What happens when what is this 220, 440, 33?
Voltage supply that we get in residential 220, commercial 440, and industrial is 33 kilovolt.
Kilovolt. So industry works at 33 kilovolt and 440 is commercial and this is residential. So if you will always see in your meter also somewhere it is written operating energy is 220 volt. Okay, that means the meter operates at 220 volt. So, but there is no different meter which is installed at commercial and industrial. It is the same meter which operates at 220 volt. Actually, meter manufacturer only 220 volt meters. Okay. So what happens? How do we connect this 440 and 33 service line to this meter? So that was a question. To protect, so what happens if I connect this 33 kV to this particular meter which operates at 220 volt? Its operational and energy itself is 220 volts. So what it will do, it will burn. Okay. In case to safeguard it, will burn, and energy, see, if you, the number of digits in this is, let's say 7 plus 2, 7 pre-decimal, 2 post-decimal. But if I directly connect it, the amount of energy they are using is 5,000 or 550,000 unit per day. So this 7 unit will get consumed in within around maybe 1 year. All the unit will get consumed. So in order to bring it down, there are two things. In order to make this same meter operational for the 33 and 440 kV, we are applying CT and PT. Okay. CT and PT normally is used to save this meter, nothing else. Current transformer and potential transformer. How does it save? I will now explain. Let's say I am putting this energy and this is your meter. I will make a bypass of this meter like this. Your meter is bigger than, okay. So what happens? Always electricity proportionally travels. So what I will do is, I will fit a CT over here. This is called CT, current transformer over here, to only allow proportionate. Let's say if 100 is a unit which I am flowing into this, so only 10 will travel over here and rest 90 will go from here. So what proportion has come here? 10%. 10, because of CT, what it will happen? This current transformer will allow only proportionate of it to travel through the meter, and the others will travel from the 90%. Okay, from here and go to the meter. So that means how much the home is using? 100. But how much meter is calculating? 10. Okay. And how is it possible? Due to CT. So what will happen is, you remember you were asking me what is the register factor, what is multiplication factor and all. Here it comes the concept. So that means we are this particular, the transformation ratio of this particular meter over here is 10 primary. It means 100 divided by 10. So that means what is the multiplication factor is equal to 10. Okay, this is your MF. So that means if meter, I will have to calculate what is the consumption which is calculated in meter 10. But the multiplication factor, because of this divided by this, is calculated as multiplication factor, and we are keeping it in the register factor of multiplication factor, so that whatever consumption it consumes, whatever meter it calculates as consumption, if I multiply it with the multiplication factor, it will give me the actual consumption. So in this case, the consumption consumed was 10 multiplied by the multiplication factor which was stored in the meter in the register group equal to 100. So it comes back to 100. I'm taking a similar example for something else so that you just quickly solve everything. And I'll take a similar example for 500. You say this is 500. So here only 10% of it will go over here. Means 10% of 550 is coming over here. Okay. And rest 450 will go by here. So what is the multiplication factor? The multiplication factor is 500, this primary divided by this. We call it primary. So this is secondary. Okay. So 500 is 5.
I divided 450 by 5. So,
right. I understand. I understood when you were mentioning that. But good you clarified that. So 500 divided by 50 equal to 10. This is your multiplication. Okay. So in case the meter is calculating on 50, then what is the actual consumption the site is having? 500 consumption is, yes, 50. Multiplication factor is 10. The actual consumption equal to 15 into 10 equal to 500. Got the concept?
Yes.
Anyone is that?
One thing is CT and PT that is applicable only for non-residential customers, or even for residential customers is that?
It depends on usage. If you have a home of Ambani and Dila, then you will have to install CTPT. And so for a customer who is having 5-6 BHK and having 2, 3, 4 ACs, something like that, it can work on this. Otherwise, more than 4 kilowatt or 5 kilowatt when your energy goes, you have to start installing a CT. Okay, because then you will need more energy. Otherwise, what will happen? You will need a bigger line. If you must have seen that anyone who has increased their voltage or who has increased number of ACs at their home, they will come and say that, okay, you have to change your wire. Right? Otherwise, your voltage drops. Have you experienced that or not? I don't know. But normally they come and they will say, boss, you will have to increase the voltage of your wire and you have to upgrade your wire to a bigger one. That means you have now upgraded to a high voltage wire. And once it is upgraded And beyond this particular 440 kV, if it start working, so if you start using that, at that moment they will ask you to go install a CT. They will change your meter. They will bring up a new CT and install to this meter. Hope you understand what is the concept of CT. Any question, any doubt, what is CT? It is nothing but to save this meter and an actuator, because meter manufacturer is only at 220 to operate at 220 kilovolt.
So ultimately, for example, if so 500 only is entering the house. Only through the meter it is going 50, like that.
Right. Please go ahead.
Is there any device on the starting that separates the consumption, like the 450 is going through that 81, 15, 350? So like how the voltage or...
Okay, got your point. There, I drew this if you must have seen. Yeah. There is a reason where there is something called anyone from electrical engineering here. Otherwise, he can explain better because of which I called up. If no one is there from electrical engineering, let me wear that hat. What will happen? There is something called resistance. Okay. So that resistance and shunting method. What happens when you start putting a resistance over here of, let's say, 10 times lesser than this? Then the system, and you have given a shunt like this. This is called shunt. Bypass. Okay. So what will happen due to this resistance? 10 times lesser energy will flow to the meter, and the rest of the energy will go bypass this like this to the shunt. So this resistor brings it 10 times, which is called CT. Inside this, there's a transformer actually. How does this transformer work? I'll tell you. Actually, there is an electrical engineering class. This is a transformer. This is completely, if you must have seen, sorry, I'm making it little electrical engineering class. Don't get bored of it in case this is secondary. What is CTPTL? The transformer means what it does, the transformer, step up and step down to transformer expletive. I'm talking about step down now. Okay, where the primary is in the left. So when the energy flows like this to like this, which is 500. So due to flux, a proportion of energy will only jump from this to this, which is equal to 50. And then this energy will flow like this. Okay. So this is called transformer, current transformer, where this is called primary, this is called secondary. This is how it is. So let's not go to the topic and go back to the previous one. I hope you understood, right? This is 500 and it passes 50. Just because there are high level of convolution here. I have drawn it little. There are less number of convolutions. So every 500 will have a flux lesser, 10% lesser. Means if anyone has seen winding fan, while you're winding a fan, who has seen here a fan guy, he will keep on winding transformer so that winding a small reed, and he will always keep a count. Have you observed that? If you lose that count, he will again go and recount. Have you observed that? Nobody. Because you guys have to start observing here. Who observed? Tell me. Kabir. You were saying something.
Sorry?
You were saying something. Have you observed that?
No.
Didn't observe, right? Okay. I will tell you. This is, let's say, there are two kind of wiring. Whenever I count 500 wires here, I will count 100 wire here. That is called primary and second. So my 500, when it passes this convolution, it will only throw one unit to this. 5 will throw only 1%, 10% of unit here, 10% here. This is called flux jumping. This is electrical loss. If you are not electrical engineer, then don't mess your brain here, because it has nothing to do. Just explanation. Okay. How it jumps, only 10% jumps like this, primary to secondary. Got it? So this is called transformer, and every transformer is working on the same principle in the world. Okay. So I'm coming back. What happens? This is the meter. This is your home. Okay. And this is transformer. Here there is CT. Okay. Just if you understand this, let's not go complicate. If you have asked question, I was trying to help you explain. If you understand till here, this is a resistance which will only pass 10% of the energy through here, and rest 90% will be shunted to this. Okay, that is why 450 is here, 50 is here, 500 is here. Okay, and I give you the calculation. Any doubt on this particular one? This is CT. Let's not go to the principle. Let any electrical guy understand the principle. You have to only understand what is CT. To protect this meter, there is only proportion of energy which will be passed through this, and rest will pass through the shunt. But the home will get the complete 500. And I will calculate MF is equal to 500 divided by 50 equal to 10. And so my actual consumption equal to 50. My MF is equal to 10. So my calculated consumption equal to 50, MF is equal to 10. So actual consumption equal to 500. This system will automatically calculate by using this MF. So now I will try to create this. I will now tell you one more topic of CT. This you have learned about CT. What about PT? Do you have scenario of CT PT in current project which you are working, or you will be having, or you have not explored it? Okay. So what is CT? What is CT and PT? Or when the home was, this is 440 wire, so we will have to put a CT here to bring it 10 times down. But when it is 330 wire, 33 kV wire, 33,300 kV wire, so only bringing it 10 times down will not work. I have to bring it 10 further, some 50 times down. Correct. So that is why to bring it further down, we are keeping CT and PT both in parallel and PT in parallel. What will happen? A CT-PT set like this will be kept in parallel so that it will bypass. Suppose 10 times this is bringing down, 50 times this is bringing down. So 500 times it will bring down this 33 kV. Something like that. I'll give you an example. So let's say my CT is 100 by 10 and PT is 100 by 10. From here, it will give 20 times down. From here, it will bring 10 times down. So my total average will become 200 times down by multiplication. So that means 33 divided by 200 equal to, somewhere my consumption is equal to 10. Okay. So what will happen? My meter will calculate 16.2, but actually calculated consumption equal to 16.2, which is equal to 200, and actual consumption equal to 16.2 into 200, which is equal to 33. If a unit pass is 3300 and my CT is 200 by 10, my PT is 500 by 50. So what will system do? It will bring it to one. It will bring it multiplication by CT into PT is equal to total multiplication factor, which is equal to 200. Okay, means the total MF or bringing down is 200 times. So that means 3,300 if it was consuming. That I have divided by 200 to bring it 16.2. So meter will calculate 16.2, but actual consumption is 3,200. Okay. Any question? What is CTPT? CT brings it down, suppose 20 times. I'm additionally having for industrial customer, I will put PT as well. On top of CT is not enough to bring it down. So I'm having a new potential transformer to bring it further down. Okay. That is where 20 was, if your CT 10 times further down was done by PT. So it is 200. This is the multiplication, new multiplication factor. And then the calculated consumption is 16.2. MF is equal to 200. So actual consumption is 60.2 200 is 3,300.
Please give me one more example.
Example is, this is a home. This is a meter. What was CT doing? CT was doing, bringing the energy down by, let's say I gave you an example of 500 and here 50 was going, right? So MF was 10. Correct. Understood this? Consumption was 500. I have brought it down by 50. Now, since for an industrial customer, they don't, let's say, and this operates to the level of 220 only. 50 is okay. If it goes below 220, you will have to, this meter will burn. Suppose I give an example of 50,000 and the same 10%. 10% come here. What is the 10% of 50,000? 5,000. If 5,000 goes here, in industrial, this is the consumption. 50,000 unit per hour. And if 5,000 goes there, the meter will burn or not. Here already a CT is there. If I pass this, the meter will burn, right? Who asked me the question?
Yes, I.
Yeah. So you hope you understood, right? If I apply the same setup to an industry, the amount of energy will be quite higher. 50,000 if I connect, see, In the industrial sector, they are directly supplying from the grid to the industry. So there we will have transformers they set up. So in this meter, what we'll do is we'll set up a transformer, not only CT, along with CT, there will be a PT setup as well. What it will do, this 5,000 which is coming up, it will further down it by 100 times or 10 times, let's say 100 times. So what will happen? Only 50 unit will again pass this. So that means, and I will calculate my MF as 50 into 100, into 100 into 5,000, into 10, sorry. 10 times down, 50 into 100 into 10, because CT made it 10 times down, which is 5,000, and I have made it, PT made it 100 times down. So MF is equal to CT is 10 times down, and PT is 100 times down, so equal to 1,000. Consumption in the meter is 50, then the calculated consumption is equal to 50. MF is equal to 1,000. Actual consumption is equal to 50 into 1,000 is equal to 50,000. Correct? The same consumption will come up. That's all. If you've understood this, in my next session, when I do it in the system, you will be completely clear. Hope you understand CTPT. So it is the same. Our new multiplication, further division has come up of somewhat that much. Any doubt? Now I will just configure into it will be configuration over. Just concept is clear, then you let me.
In the industrial cases, why can't we just like do it with CT only? I mean, and just increase the multiplying factor. That could have also been done only. What was the need of adding a new transformer or new name nomenclature?
So for that, I will just explain you somewhere here. If you remember that this convolution is a set, and this can only be only be condensed or compressed to a certain level of it. Maximum we have already reached by 10%, 20%. Now to further down by 100 times, I will need another setup which will bring this in further down. This 5,000 will be further down to 10 times to calculate a function. I mean, it is a setup which cannot be bigger than this. Understand, a meter size. So that is why I'm having another setup, which is CT plus PT. Why it can't be? This is the answer. I mean, the manufacturer itself can manufacture only to a level, which is 10 times and 20 times, 100 times, not more than that. So PT can be 100 times and CT can be 10 times, like that. Okay. I cannot make 5,000 times at once. That will be very big device, very big transformer. Why do I make very big transformer when two smaller things which I can implement and produce in mass? So now we will try to go and create the same concept in system CT and PT. So CT and PT, as you understood from me, is also a device. This is an additional device apart from meter. This is your meter. This is your meter. This is your CT. Similarly, there is another device which is. So there are three devices actually. So we have to calculate. We understood how to calculate or create a meter. Now we will understand how to create a CT, PT, and a meter with CT, PT. Okay. So the T code to create a CT, PT is something called primary and secondary winding, which I was explaining. So for every CT, you will be having current transformer. If you are only creating CT for a commercial customer, then you have to select only low voltage current transformer. If you are going to create both, in that case you have to create current transformer. So here I am creating current transformer. If you're and then the new transformer I will apply for is 200, 500, 5 secondary PT. So similar to device, I have to create another material as. How do I do it? MEM01 PT. This is how the material is now created. Hello? Yeah, sorry. I have to create a device category, which is 01. So previously we used to select meter, now we will select transformer. I'll tell you the difference. The moment you select transformer, previously it was coming as register group, now it will come as winding group. Okay. So we had created a winding. I'll show you now. I will say device category, current transformer, 500 by 50. And here I will select that current transformer which we just created, 500 by 50. I got a call. Oh, I wrongly created 50. I had to create 500 by 50. Na? Let me just change that. It was 500. Again, I will select certification required. Just remember it is 500 by 50, not inside. I will make it in more required. 500 by 50 is 80. Now I will create another winding group which is called, again I will create a material, create a transformer, okay, create a device, remember one, this is PT, sorry. Okay, now I have to create a device group. We have created a CT and PT. As you see this setup, we have to group this CT and PT into a group, which we call it as device group. So that both of them are attached to give a unique 10 into 1000, something like that. 1000 is total multiply. How it will come? This comes from a device group. Otherwise, they are individual, right? So we have to always bring up as a device group. I'm creating a device group type combination transformer. The first device is second device is one. Okay. So both of them are now into a group. I will say device. So sorry, it will be only for an installed device. Now I will create a device category for the meter. So created a device category for CT and create a meter. So to create a meter, I will have to create indirect direct meter, which let's say why I'm writing the meter as indirect meter, because if you see this is the type of measurement. Here there are two types of meter: direct, semi-indirect, and indirect. If I select an indirect meter, it will ask me to update. If I select an semi-indirect meter, it will ask me to only load CT, which is for commercial meter. And if it is normal meter, it is direct, means residential customer. So that is why I'm making it as indirect, direct, semi-indirect, and indirect. Okay. So currently I'm making it indirect. I'll show you both the scenario. One is indirect and one is semi-indirect. Both I will show. Certification required? Not. The device category indirect meter has been created. I'll show you this device category again because it is important and different than others. So in this device category, I have created indirect meter. In this device category, I have created it indirect and gave you 200 as transformation ratio. How it has come? 200 by 10 is equal to 20 and 500 by 50 is equal to 10. So 20 into 10 is equal to 5 to 1. 20 into 10 and 200 is a total multiplication factor, which I have given it as a transformation ratio. Once I have given the transformation ratio, this device category is created. Now I will create a device for this one. Now this serial number device. This is one set I have created for indirect. To create one more set for them. Process is written now. Once done, voltage comes. Semi-indirect means it is for commercial customer. Voltage current transformer, I can divide. So data set, I will explain you everything. Hope you are understanding. I'm following the same process. Winding material, serial number, winding group, material, serial number, winding. The same thing. How do we create a device? Okay. I have to create this particular winding group is actually a long process. I'm trying to just create it in front of you so that you all see it. Otherwise, I would have created a data and kept it for you. Semi-indirect material is here, /n IQ01. This time I'm giving same register group. Type of measurement is semi-indirect. This is for your normal CT, means commercial one. Saving transformation ratio 30 is equal to 10. Device. Just see here one thing I will show you. In this kind of meter, I have created a semi-indirect. The previous one is indirect. This is semi-indirect for your normal commercial customer, and complete indirect is for industrial customer. So system will automatically only ask for CT if I give it semi-indirect, and ask for CT-PT both if I create an indirect. So here I'm creating, first I will show you a simplified one, which is semi-indirect, where a winding group is there, a material is there, and only CT is there. And then also a semi-indirect meter we have created. So now what I'll do is I will install that meter in our installation, this particular one. Now in this installation, we'll try to we'll process it. So what happens first, whenever you install a meter, you have to first install a CT to that device location. Then system will only allow you to install the meter. I'll show you how. If I directly install this meter, semi-indirect meter, /o EG 30, which is a full installation EG30 installation EG. If I'm installing a meter directly over here, E43, the moment I go and try to save this, there is a transformer button. The moment I save, system is asking me for enter transformer. Okay. Without installing a transformer, if I'm trying to install a meter, it is always asking me to install a transformer before. Okay. And why? Because I have given this meter as division as semi-indirect. Okay, that is why it is always saying that for boss, you have mentioned it as semi-indirect. First, give the transformer, then you install the device. Normally, if a direct meter can directly be installed like this, you must have seen in classes. So in semi-indirect, what I will do is first I will try to install the transformer. Then EG34. So transformer can only be technical installation. I will tell you what is technical installation later, but currently understand a transformer is not a billing item. Only meter is billing item. So transformer will be technically installed at this device location, wherever it is, this particular one. So where is this currently installed? Connection object, this device location, this, which is asking me this installation location. So right now, if you see in this device location, this transformer is being installed. How do I see that? There is a T-port loss /ECENG underscore. In this, if I get the business partner number, it will show me all the device which is there in this particular installation. If you see, one was a device 1 and 1106617 1 and the 6. Now, if you see the device which I have technically installed is also present. It's an indirect. This meter indirect is also present over here. The ones which we have created at this location. Okay, device is installed. So now what I'll do is now I will try to install this particular meter /n using 31 for full installation. Which meter is the one which is indirect? So now when it is asking me for the transformer, if I click this, it will open me and say which transformer you want to allocate. And this is the one. If you see, these are the transformer which is already there. I created some test data before. 330 is my semi-indirect, which I will just double click. System will automatically capture the 330. And I can give my consumption over here and say my device one is installed now. If you see now, this device, I refresh, semi-indirect meter is now installed in this location. One new meter from this register group. This is how CT and CT is being installed. Their normal winding group. Okay. An indirect meter is installed with the CT. So what I will just repeat the step for you. For a indirect meters, how do we create a CT? First, let us understand. CT is actually a winding group. Let's say we have created CT 330. We have to again see CT is a material which someone has to buy. We have to create a device for this. So I have created a material with the same name. I have created device category with the same name. And then I have created a device of the same with a new serial number. So I've got this serial number. I created a semi-indirect meter, means that measurement type in the same of the device category will be in semi-indirect. And then I've created a material and then I've created a device category. So in that case, what happens? Once I've created the material and the device category of semi-indirect, then I have also created a device of this particular device serial number 1. And then while trying to install this particular device, system will always ask me for this CT 300 by 30. So once I have installed this 300 by 30, what will happen? System will show me this 300 by. I have to technically install this particular winding group, and then only I can install this meter, because while installing, since it is semi-indirect, it will ask me for the winding group, and which I have given and installed it. Now I will show you what happened to this device. Once I have entered over here, I will go to the various tab. It will show me the device allocation. If you see the device allocation, it is showing you a billing factor. So this billing factor is 10 actually, 300 by 30 attribute value. So what is the billing factor over here? 10, 0. This is 10.00. This is not 1000. You learn it as 10. Okay. So 300 by 30 is equal to 10, which is shown over here as a billing factor in the device allocation. So the moment you allocate a CTPT, you will always get in the installed device. There is a device allocation. In that device allocation, if you go, you will see what are the allocated devices. If I want to see my CTPT, then you can directly click on this device category. You can see that particular CT, whatever it is, which CT it is allocated with. So this is how your CTPT works. Now, if you want to see, we wanted to see the register factor or billing factor. This is the way we see the billing factor, which is 10. Why it is one like this? You must all know that there is something called my user profile, SU01, which I'm unable to edit, and nobody will give me to edit it. What is the name? ICAR27. If I enter here, you are not authorized. Otherwise, I would have changed my user profile. This is showing you as an US profile. So the US and Germany, they work like this. They, instead of wherever we give top right 100 dot like this 100.00, but they show their user profile as 1,000, due to which this is shown like that. My user profile has to be changed accordingly, but yeah, nobody will allow my user profile to change because this is a test system and vendor. So we have to see, because all across the world is using the same system. So this system is working on US profile, and my profile will be created in US and Germany. Like, so just understand this 1,00 means it is 10. Okay, over here. Just 1, so how 10 has come up? Because this is billing factor. How it is calculated as 10? Because this is 300 by 30. So whenever you write your now whenever in the next class I will try to enter meter reading in this particular only, enter meter reading and show you how this consumption works. Let me show you now. I will enter a meter reading now. Version year 28. This version is the device. I'll show you in very detail what is meter reading, how to enter meter reading. Just to complete this session, logically, I want to show you a meter reading. I'll show you. I'm entering one reading of 2024. I'm just trying to enter reading. If you are having doubt how do we enter reading, then we'll learn in the next class how do we enter the reading. Just see, I'm entering the device. I will release everyone. My equipment is 100,202. For this, I will show you the consumption. 100,202. This is a 500 kilo over here. The consumption is the comma I said you to shift by 1. The consumption is 500. Means the reading is 500. Previous reading was 300. The same meter. If you see this 202, the previous reading was 300. Current reading is 500. If I double click on here, the consumption 500 minus 300 is equal to 200. The consumption is actually 201 comma shifted for US one. So it is actually 2,000 because of that 10 unit, which is coming over here. So you have to just learn. Maybe I should have given different numbers for you. But this consumption 20,000 has just come up 1 comma shifted. Always see my profile as 1 comma shifted. So this has come just because of our multiplication factor 100. Or 10, which we have just given. So otherwise it would have shown only 20. If there was no multiplication factor, I'll show you for other devices. Let's say there's another device which is 617, this reading 500 and 200. Double click. So this is 500 and 200. 617. Okay, there is no partner. Did not install. Okay, this will not be. So I will show you this in very detail in the reading as well. But currently, how do we install the meter of a CT? We have already seen. And how does the multiplication factor come up, which I have just shown you in the transfer. If you go here in the semi-indirect device, you go to the transformer, click on the transformer, you can see that transformation ratio is equal to 10, which you can right now see over here. And this transformation ratio will be used for billing. This whatever it is the consumption which you have get, this will be multiplied by 10 during your billing to give you the total consumption. Okay, we will see in the billing class as well how it is multiplying this 10. It was a lengthy process. If you want me to repeat it again, I can repeat it. Or if you have understood what it is, how does it work, how do you see the transformation ratio, we can just show you. If you see, this is the one. This is our device. Just double clicking over here. Our device is this one.
You have entered a meter reading, which is MR date is 25.
Yes.
6th of Jan 25. Can I enter meter reading in future date?
Yeah, you can. You cannot install a device for future date, but you can enter a reading of future date. The only ask over here from this is you should be able to create and install it. During billing, I will show you how does that consumption multiplication factor is used for, because of which it is known as billing factor. This particular factor, how does this 200 into 10 will come up during billing? That particular one I will show you during billing. Okay. So this consumption is 200 over here, but in billing it will show you as 210. 1 comma either. We have 1 comma shifted, and it will be shown over there as 200 by 10. Means 2000 it will show during the billing. Any doubt how this transformation ratio 10 has come?
One thing, it shows 10,00. So over here also it should be 100, right?
It should be. That's what I'm seeing here. It is rightly showing 10,00, which is surprising to me as well. My user profile is actually, I'm unable to select that user profile. Otherwise, I would have shown what is a problem. Use 0. But any one of you, if you go here, you must have seen there is a template. Yes, there is a parameter default. This is a default 1.20. This decimal notification should be India part like this 1, 2, 3, 4, this is India. Okay. The second one 1, the first one is selected, which is comma dot, first dot, then comma. You understand? The US is selected over here. 1.234.567, comma 89. This comma is actually full stop for US. For India, it is opposite. 1.234.567 means that is, and then .89 post decimal. So this profile I have to get it changed. That is a problem. I am still struggling where 10 will be shifted when it comes to 3-digit, 2-digit. Understand? Because we are not from US. If you see first digit is 1, after 1 there is a comma, but after 3-digit again there is a comma like this. You understand? So that's where I am struggling to understand this particular one. But yeah, I will ask someone to, if can be changed to 1 dot, comma dot. I will ask the team to actually get it changed from the operator. Otherwise, this is why it is coming like this. If I am answering your question, there is a 1,234. This is what is should be selected in India, but US is selected for this system. So just you try in your own system or you try in this system, we will get your user changed if possible by the backend team, and then you can start using and you will see this confusion will go over. See, after 10 it is comma, but after 100 I don't know that comma, that shifts after 100, that comma comes up. Okay. After 2-digit, after 3-digit it will come up. Just don't understand this particular one, what is comma and 100. Understand from me, this is the transformation ratio which is coming up. Okay. From where this transformation ratio is coming up? Because of the CTPT which is installed. See, this is a meter. First of all, this is a meter which has nothing to do with transformation. So this is a serial number meter, right? In this serial, the moment you install a transformer, how do I know which transformer? If I go to the various tab, I can see device allocation being highlighted. If I click over here, you see over here it should be 10, right? So here it is 1 comma, which is coming from this 300 by 30. If I double click over here, this is your device category. This is your winding group. How much it is? 300 divided by 30, which is equal to 10. That 10 comes to your transformation ratio for this transformation group. When you install the device, it comes as the transformation ratio 10, which I can show you, which we just show you here. How this 10 is coming? Because you have installed a winding group of 300 by 30, which is equal to transformation ratio. And once the transformation ratio is updated, you can see the billing. While billing, I will show you this 10 getting multiplied by consumption 200, give you 2000 during billing classes. But right now, how this 10 has come, how CT is being installed, what is this transformation ratio? We learned in this particular whole classes, what is this transformation ratio? That comes up with this installation. So before you're trying, you have to understand this concept of multiplication factor, which I gave you. What is that multiplication factor? While calculating that consumption in the billing, this multiplication factor will multiply and give you the system. So if you see, this is the 10 which we were just showing you in the home. This is your 500 or 300. This is your 30. So MF is equal to 300, which is transformation ratio by 30 equal to 10, which you have just seen there. And the consumption which you are getting is 200. While billing, it will be calculating it as 200 into 10 to give you 1000 was your actual consumption. This meter will only calculate what? 500 minus previous is equal to 300, which is 200 is consumption. For meter, it is unaware that there is a CTPT because there is a consumption. So this consumption multiplied by 10 will be equal to 2000 later while billing. Okay. So you have to, in this class, you have to understand what is CT, what is PT, how do I create CTPT, and how do I install? Why CT? When CT is installed? Technically installed before device is installed. Because while installing a device, since it is an indirect meter, it will always ask you for CT. Once you have given the CT, it will help you to install. And then when you come for this transformer, you can see transformation ratio. When you come for this master in the various tab, you will see your device allocation. This device allocation says that, okay, there is a CTPT also allocated to it if it is highlighted. For normal meter, this device allocation you will not see. I'll show you, this is a normal meter. This is a CT meter. If I double click on this normal meter, if I go to various tab, this is also not a normal, this is indirect meter. I'll show you a normal meter. This is a normal meter, single phase. See, this transformer is not highlighted. The transformation ratio in the various tab, the device allocation is not highlighted because this is a normal meter. In CTPT meter, you can see there is a device transformer is highlighted and a device allocation term. So that is the take from here. How do we create a city? What is the significance of a city? What is when is city being installed, and when is meter being installed, and is device allocation. The primary thing is to see your transformation ratio, which we have just seen over here. The transformation ratio. This is for other device previously which I have done. This is a device which are doing it. When you're doing your system, you will come to know. Try to do in your system or try to do by your own. Unless until you don't try, it will that confidence will not come. But yeah, please try and let me know. I know it is complicated, but the complication in DM is these all things. How do I install? Once you learn this, there's no one to question you again. You have to just see this is a complicated part. What is transformer? What is CT transformer? What is PT? What is combination transformer? We have just done everything. So when the question comes, when do we install? We install it, technically install it before the meter gets installed. But for how CT is created, I don't have to answer that because you have seen a lengthy process. We have created CT, PT. We have created a semi-indirect. I've installed that indirect, semi-indirect. So when it is to be created, how it is to be created, there's a winding group which we have created. Then we have created a material, then we have created a device category, then we have created a device for both CT and PT. Okay. Then if it is semi-indirect, I can only install the CT. So what we'll do is first technically install the device and then select the transformer while installing the meter. So then you will see the transformer ratio to be coming.
So you are showing something regarding device grouping. So when does that come into picture, or are you going to show that later on?
I will show this. First you get the simplified, I think there is a resistance to digest the simple LVCT, which only CT. Then once you digest this, I will show you device group. Okay. In the next class. Currently we see this single only CT if I install how it works. And then we will show you device group. The device group, when it is required, when CT, PT both works. Both has to be installed. The simplified part is when only CT is installed, a device which is LVCT, low voltage current transformer. In that case, how it works, you learn that. I will create a device group and I'll show you. First, your confidence should come into LVCT, then only we will go for the complicated part of CT, PT both.
Okay. We don't install PT standalone, right? There has to be a CT for installing a PT. Yes.
Oh, correct. You are right. Yeah. Otherwise, first you have to install CT. If it is a low voltage transformer, low voltage customer means a commercial customer. If it is an industrial customer, you have to have both CT and PT. PT cannot be alone. PT always comes along with CT. You are right. So hope you are understanding the concept why PT is not coming alone. Because I showed you that in the initial classes as today's initial phase. After CT, there will be a PT required to further down it. Because of that, PT is not coming.
Yeah, I got it.
Now go to decode. Decode EGW1, EG. You are going to EQ. Electro Golf Whiskey 1 or Wolf 1, whatever. Come out gives a CT name something. CT 500 by 5, something like that. Hello, cancel this, the red button, cancel, top red button, top, green, red cross button. Yes, give CT 500 by 5 as I click 5. Okay, enter.
5 or 50?
Anything. See, you know the concept. Then your multiplication factor will again be 10. Give LVCT. Since you are only for current transformer, give LVCT. Low voltage current transformer. Select LVCT. Correct. We will only do for CT today. On LVCT. No, the transformer type is LVCT again. The first one from the top. Select category primary winding, secondary winding. You know why primary, secondary. Measuring winding. Give the current transformer, the current. This is current. Next tab. Here you give 500 by 50. No, 50 is bottom. Below that, 50 is in the secondary. 500 by 50 means no. By also divided. Remove by 500. In the next below, give 50. Come one step down. Next box, 50. This means 500 by 50. Yeah. In the secondary, you give 50. Box secondary below 1. Below 500, give 50. Here you give 50. Delete that 50. 50. Not 500 again. 50. No, not there. This one is 50. Secondary is 50. Delete this column completely. That 50 also you delete. Above. Wherever you selected, above 50. 50. This one you delete. It is 550 means primary is 500 and second is 50 means 500 by 50. So automatically the transformation ratio will come as 10 from this only, primary, secondary. Now you select primary and the second one secondary and save it. Now you go for copy it somewhere in the notepad, right? Notepad in tab. Now create a, what you will have, you have to create after this material. Go to MM01 / and M01.
MM01 is.
He has already created a device category. A winding group, right? Akramun has already created a winding group, so you don't have to create again. So you just repeat it. Just go to display mode. EGW2 or W3.
EGW3.
EGW3 gives CT 500 by 50. ET 500 by 50 by 50. Hit enter. This is what, okay? The transformation ratio will be 10 again. Got it? Now, after creating this winding group, I have to create a winding group as a device. So to create a device, I need a material and a device category, right? So then now create a material, MM01. Go to /O MM0.
This T code, right? Create material.
Perfect. Right here, write material CT 500 by 50. You're creating a CT 500 material of CT 500 by 50. And okay, enter. Select basic data 1, basic data 2.
Basic data 1 and 2.
Now enter. Material already maintained for this transaction. CT 500 by 50. Can you go to display, material display? In the top, material already created is showing that. Then go to display. In the top, there is material display. Display again. Just enter. If you see there is already a device 550, enter, select, enter. I think there is already a device. Yeah, there is already a material of 550. So now create a device category of 500. The material is already present. To create a device category, I will go to transaction EG01. EG 500 by 50. Division 01. This is a transformer. Click on transformer. This is already created. It is already created. So no problem. So you understand the process. You have to create it from create now create a device IQ01. Go to Nifty code. IQ. India Quebec or India quality 01. Here CT 505. Make the category as I category. This is utility. Select here as utility. IS utility. No. Select here T as IS utility. Select F4. I means IS utility. Now enter. Select Honeywell from F4. Honeywell. Anything. Okay, fine. Give construction year 2022. Construction year 2022. All the mandatory fields are ticked.
The construction year
2022. Okay, all the mandatory fields are in ticks. Yes. 2022. In the valid form, you give again 0101 2022. The next one. Just select 01. Just write 01.01.20. Okay, fine. 2024 is enter. Very good.
No, it is. Wait. Just 2022, right? This will be.
Yes. Now inspection related, you give 03. Or in F4, you select not to be inspected.
Model number.
Inspection. Where is the next tick? Where is the next tick in the field? Go down. Inspection related. Go down. Down.
Acha. Okay. Fine. Inspection.
These are mandatory field. Tick means these are mandatory.
Yeah. Got it.
03. Device 03. The last one. Now save. Transfer. Click on transfer. Save. All the data is coming in. So you have created a device which is our CT device, which is of serial number 2. Copy it in the notepad.
We have notepad here in this. No, this one is remote desktop. I don't think so.
Search for it, you will find it.
Now create a device category. Create a material for it semi-indirect, right? Under that / and MM01. So now you have created a device for CT. CT serial number 1 is created. Now I will create a material meter which is in semi-direct, so that it will be MM01 / and MM01. Now you are creating a meter of semi-indirect type. So normal meter cannot. This normal meter configuration will not ask for your transformer. So you have to create a transformer kind of a meter configuration. Same meter with a configuration of asking for transformer. So give here semi-indirect CT material name semi-IND. SEMI-IND, or write CT meter. Just write CT meter. Material, you write CT meter. CT meter, you write. Not 5 minutes. No, don't give space. One word, CT meter. Because SAP never gives space because in the selection query, right, there is a problem there. It comes with a problem. Industry sector. In the industry sector, you select utility. In next tab, you select raw data. Just R. You click on R. Search for raw R8. No, just write
Raw materials, right?
Material type is raw material. Basic data 1, basic data 2. Select. Enter again. Keep here. Basic unit of measure is each. Why each means it is a single device is one. Okay. So each device you will be counting, right? That is why give EA. Each means EA. EA means each. If you go down, scroll down, EA. Enter, it will give you each. Now you enter the material name. No, not the material name. Where is the tick? See the tick. Top. Give the description. CT meter, right? CT space here, right? Now save. CT meter, save. Save.
Material CT meter created.
Now create a device IQ01. I'm just getting G01.
EG01, right? Shall I give this only for device category? CT?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, same name. The material name will be same as this. Now you click on meter.
I think it is already been created.
Okay. Then just just display what is the kind of meter it is. Just go to device category display. Top. It is TT505 transformer. So, okay. So this we have already created. Material meter. Okay. CT meter was the material, right? Not CT5. Go back. Please come back. You have given the wrong name. Give name as CT meter. The device category, because now it is a meter. You have already created CT meter. Enter valid device category. Okay, CT meter is not display device category. Display not create. Write CT meter. Now click on meter. Now you write CT meter over here.
In this description,
CT meter you write CT. Go to device group. You write 1024. In the device group bottom, second box. Register group. Go down, allocated group, register group, give 102.
Yes, yeah. What to give here, Avinash? Register
1024. 1024 is a pre-created register group, 1024. Now type of measurement, this is the important one because of which we are getting. Here you give semi-indirect. This means you only need CT, LVCT.
This one, 01.
Yeah, semi-indirect. Okay. Now, go to certification data, the next tab. Okay.
Here you give for a transformation ratio.
Transformation ratio 500. Give here transformation ratio is 10. 550. Give 10. Enter. Now give certification required is equal to no subject to certification. First. Top. Now save it. Okay. Now you have created device. Now create a meter. This device. CT meter.
From which T code? Now I need to create a device, right?
You tell me which T code. Anyone who can tell me.
IQ01.
Percent IQ0. I give the category as I. T as T, just change T to I. Means hit enter. Now give manufacturer. You hit space, you will automatically get it. You get construction year, everything. Construction year 2022. Only give mandatory. Answer to mandatory ones. Inspection related is transfer. Now go to transfer. Save. It will come up.
Sorry, Avinash.
You have given valid from as 1508. Hello, save. Okay, the serial number is now created. Now you have to select any installation. Have you created any installation?
I have pinned the installation that I have created in the chat.
What is the number?
8000596.
596. Perfect. Very good. Very good. Okay.
There.
Please use this installation. Okay. Open this installation in
So you have gone to the create installation T code. It's already created.
Okay, yeah. Sorry. Yes.
Device. Go to device. Yeah, go to device. Like there was a lag. So double click on this device. The device one. Go to master data.
Master data.
Niche various data.
Okay, yes, yeah.
See, here you have the connection object and device location where that meter is. So now in the same connection of device location, you have to first install the CT as technical installation. Okay. So what is the CT device which you have created? Go to /o EG33. First install CT here in this connection of device. Go to /o EG33. Give the CT and PT connection of device location over here. From that screen has created the connection. This was connection object and this was device location, which you are now giving. Give the device location. Now give your 1508 date, today's date. Okay, today. Okay, fine. It is fine. Now give the new device. Oh, you have just created from your notepad. Take it from your notepad.
Yeah, this 2, serial number 2.
Yeah, and give that device category. Give the device category.
Device category.
These are CT 200 by 5, right? From the notepad, go to notepad. Notepad. The last CT 500 by 50. Now hit enter. Now change this date to 15th. Enter. Just give activity reason 02. Activity reason. You see, where is the cursor? Where is the cursor?
We have premise here. Enter and
No, activity reason. Activity reason. Further down.
okay, fine. Activity reason 02.
Give that. And just save.
02 now. Activity reason.
Yes, you are right. 02. So now this meter is installed in that device location. How do I see this meter? Go to T code ECENV underscore CO /O/N ECENV /NV ECENV underscore CO. This CO. Enter. Give the connection object. This is the connection object. Just confirm from the other screen.
Yes.
94, right? Okay. Now just enter. See here, just hit the plus button. Device. ET 500 by 50 is just installed in this technical. Okay. Correct?
Yeah.
Because at this installation 596. Okay, all the device which is installed over here we can see. So now you will have to see it, install a device. Everyone can see this. Now you have to install a device over here. How do I install a device? While installing a device, you have to allocate this CT. So since this is technically installed, it will automatically pop up here. Now go to install the device. You've created a device, right?
Device 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, go back to your screen. Now create a device. The meter which you have created, right? You have not noted that meter number which you created.
No, I have not noted. I have.
So
we have like serial number 2 is meter number.
Okay. CT meter you created with serial number 1. Okay. Let's go install the device CT meter EG31 G31 /N EG31. I remember the. Fine. Go to /home EG31. Here, give the installation number.
We have installation here.
Yeah. 15th August, you can. No. That's not required. That is not required. If you have given installation, while full installation, only installation. 15th of August. New device is 1 and CT meter. What is this? What you are doing? Okay. 1 and CT meter. Just cancel and come out. You just hit enter now. Cancel and come out.
No, I didn't hit interaction.
You didn't hit enter. Just select this meter first line and go to process list. Top process list. Can you see the cancel button? Top cancel button. One step you missed. That is why it is coming. Cancel button is just hit enter. Cancel it. Yes, come out. Give the installation. Just hit space and give the installation. Click on space. Select activity space. Select activity date. Space. Select. Now get new device 1 and device category CT meter. The new device is 1. Device category CT meter. No, CT meter. CT meter. MET. CT meter. Enter. Here, if you see, you give this activity reason 02. Activity reason extension. You can come down. Yeah. If you see this transformer, in this transformer, if you select now, if you do F4, in transformer, if you do F4, see automatically that 2 is coming up. You don't have to select from that device 500 by 50 which you have selected. It is automatically coming up. You just select that. Just select. Now go down. So you have selected a transformer. Now go down. Now give the meter reading as 700 something. Now give periodic consumption as 300. Now this is 365. Number of days is 30 or 360. 30 you give 30. 30. Rate type you select from F4. Rate type you select from F4. Select F2. Now save. No, not required. Nothing required. Just save. Transform. Why? Come down. Why it is saying choose a different transformer? Just F4. Different F4. Again F4.
On transformer.
It is saying that choose a different transformer. Select this. Save. Why did double click on that? Error. Double click on that. Well, okay, the transformer to a meter with measuring type indirect. Okay. This is an indirect. Close. So you have, I think we have created a device which is we have selected semi-indirect, right? While creating this device, can you create a device category for me again? I think we have created a material.
This is the device category, right?
CT meter was you have selected indirect, semi-indirect. We have to repeat that. We have seen. Yeah.
Can't we edit that which we have?
No, that cannot be edited. That is a problem. Go back. Just display the device category. If you display it, let's see what is that. Device category, is it semi-indirect or indirect? CT meter.
Which T code?
EG03.
EG03.
Right, CT meter. No, no, not 550. CT meter, CT meter, CT meter, CT meter.
This type of measurement is semi-indirect measurement.
Semi-indirect, right? So we are creating the device. We have created a device one of semi-indirect only, right? Meter. Go up meter. Okay. Now, which device you were trying to install? CT meter only, right? Just check again what device you were trying to install. Just go back and install that CT meter only. One. Where is the device category?
New device. It should be one or two new device.
No, it is one only, na. Go to see IQ03. Now, what is the device? One selected, and IQ03 meter one or two. One give meter one, serial number one. Enter. Correct. Now, yeah. This is only semi-indirect only. So why that error was coming down? Go up, go down there, go to your data, EG31, cancel and come out, give installation again, give your activity date, give one.
Shall I give it 16 or what?
No,
16.
No, 16 not. No. This is working in US time, yeah? 16 is in future. You cannot do that. One, there you has one.
This
CT
one
meter. See, this one you select CT meter, not CT meter. Select CT meter. Now enter. Now you give the transformer. Select a transformer. Okay. Now give meter. Now save. No, it is not. I think this 550 is not a low voltage. It is a current transformer, not a low voltage current transformer. Right? This 550 is not a LVCT. It is a CT. That is a mistake. It is. So it will be low voltage current transformer, and we have selected a current transformer. Go to IQ. Go to EG03. EG03. Okay. It is CT 550 is equal to 550. What it is? LVCT only, right? Go again. 550 is LVCT. EG03. Go to EG03. Go back. This CT 500.
Device category.
Device category CT 550. Enter. Yes. Double click on this. Okay. Double click on this PT 50 by 5 winding group. The bottom winding group is there now. 50 by 50. This is actually voltage transformer, because of which it is not. It should be low voltage current transformer. Okay. Go to change mode and change this. I'll tell you where. Go to EG42. Here also you select. Just select.
The save button is not enabled. I don't think so. We can change it from here.
Okay, go back. No, go back. I'll tell you the T code. EG42 you go. EG42 / and EG42. Right? One only. Device number one, right? Serial number is 1 or 2, which you are trying to. 2, na? 2. Give device serial number 2. Top.
Yes.
2. Enter. Change this one. So go back. Change this one to winding group. You select now. Winding group F4. Select CT 500 by 5. Here F4. Select 500.
In winding group, right?
CT, right? Now delete it and write CT 550. Enter. Enter. Go back. Delete this one and write CT 550. Delete CT 550. You write. Enter.
Shall I save this?
No, it is giving error. Enter a winding group to transfer the voltage transformer. So we have messed up the data. Since it was already created, trusted that it is created correctly. Okay, what I will do is I will create a clean data and come. But ideally, this is the process. A low voltage current transformer has to be created, installed, and come out. This is a voltage transformer which was wrongly done here, because of which it is not installing. Fine, guys. For data part, not good things, but yeah. But at least we know the concept of CTPT. Hope you are aware of the concept of CTPT. In that case, I will come up with a fresh data set and help you up creating it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I will just quickly show you from, because you will forget this topic and it will be. I've created a material 660. I'll create an extension EG01. I'll create a device transformer. This is a low voltage current transformer. Save it. Device category is created 660 / I enter. What was that installation which you were talking about? 596, right? Installation. I will do a technical installation of the device. This installation in this connection object device location. Device 60 is installed. T1 installation. Device is one. Name is CT meter. Now if I save, installed. I go into this T code. If you see 600, the semi-indirect is already there in the installation. I click. I can see this device which I've just has been installed. Okay. You can come over meter. CT meter is installed with installation. It is that simple. Everyone, I would like you to try. I mean, from the very beginning, I give it as LVCT. this transformer and have a semi-indirect meter. Two things you have to remember: the transformer should be LVCT, and the measurement type of the device should be LVCT. I hope you learned from the mistake which we have done. And right now you can see we have installed the right one. So you can just try it on you. Let me know if you have a problem in this LVCT, because I want to continue with device group on any question on transformer.
I mean, the concept was good, but creating the thing is quite grueling. Let's try it from our side and see.
Yeah, actually you have to try from your own side. That's where the right step, if you do, you select the transformer as LVCT, low voltage current transformer, and the device, the parallel device as semi-indirect, remember. Then only you can install a LVCT, and always install the transformer first and the device later. Try it, everyone try it, because this is one of the tough thing in device management. Otherwise everything is fine. Meter reading will be very easy, smooth. If you know the concept of CTPT, I mean, that is one of the winning thing which we do. So everyone, my request is, since it is device management and it is a complex topic itself, so install individually, create your individual LVCT, technically install it, create a device with the semi-indirect. Do remember semi-indirect. Technically install the device first in EG33, and then come to full installation of the device.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. In SAP ISU, what does the term installation typically refer to? Option A software installation process. Option B, a utility meter or connection point. Option C, a company's physical infrastructure. Option D, a type of customer contract. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing utilities? Our SAP ISU course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP ISU. It's like a toolkit for managing utilities, from billing to customer service, helping you stay on top of things. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced skills. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This amazing learning opportunity is very affordable. Ready to become an SAP ISU expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Whomsoever goes, nobody can deny in this technology, basic setting register group, winding group, which are used in current era. Okay. An important aspect. Command group, I'm not taking input out. These are obsolete. So I will not do. Winding group is very essential for any Indian market or UK market or somewhere in US market. Somewhere. So though you're not using it, since you have not come across it, you have come across it very differently, because you never know it, so you're not using it. Since if you know it, when you see your system, you will know how important it was. Every commercially high or industrial customers will have CTPT or will have billing factor. Okay. So in class, I will explain you what is this billing factor and why it comes. See, without billing factor, if you have seen scenario, without meter, to save a meter, you have to have CTPT anywhere in the world, because the meter is 12-volt meter. You cannot put high electricity in this. So you have to use CTPT. The CTPT in other industry comes as billing factor directly. In the register factor, it comes directly. So in Indian market, we want to track the CT and PT because it is also an asset for us. So we want to track where it is, what installed. So we install it via CTPT. Okay, in Indian market, in US, UK market, and few parts of US, we maintain CTPT. For others, we don't maintain CTPT and directly put it into the register as a register factor or a billing factor. Okay. So what we will do is I'll just try to show you. Play this particular CT and PT again, because one of guys, Devnath, has prepared it. Very well done, Devnath. Appreciate your effort here. So what I will do is I will, on the similar lines, I will prepare a CT again, CT and PT, and show you a device group and install it. So let me quickly create a CT. Let me cover CT 600 by 60. We have done. I'm trying to create a CT. I have already prepared a PT for you. Then I will go for a device group. Next step, CT, PT, device group, then an indirect meter, and installing it. I also have prepared a document for you in case it is taking time. I've prepared a document for you for this particular. I'll forward you the document and you can follow that. Okay, rather than focusing only on this session, there is a complete step-by-step document I have prepared for you guys, and I will forward it to you because it's a lengthy process. I will also forward that. And so here I'm preparing a current transformer, second line, it is 100. So I've created a CTO, now creating a device category. If you see, this CT is a current transformer. The current transformer is given 400 by 8. I'm saving this device category. So creating a device. Now you can see there are two devices created. One is CT. This is 400 by 80. It's a current transformer. Okay. 400 by 80. Then I will show you another device which is already created for your ease. PT 200 by 10. See, this is PT 200 by 10. The device is 100 by 10. Voltage transformer. Now what we'll do is we will create a device group. I'll show you what is the device. EG27 is the T code. We will create a device group. Group type we will select voltage and current transformer. Which is the device is 1. Device category. So T 400 by 2. Category is devices will install it. The device. I'm saying the device group is created. So next is device. What is device group? Whenever there is a CT and PT both to be installed. Okay. Whenever you want CT, PT both to be installed, then we have to create a device. Okay. The reason behind is, let's say example. System understands CT as one device group. If you have, as mentioned, this is a CT and this is a PT. So this will bypass over here electricity, and this will have one. These two set will always go. Either CT will go once, as you have seen, which Devnath has already prepared, or CT, PT both will go as a device. Why? Because in a location there will be one combination transformer which has to be installed, which is either one CT or a set of CT and PT. And somebody questioned me always that PT will not come individual, it will always come with CT. Yes, you are right. So either only CT or CT and PT both. So whenever CT and PT both are coming, they will come up as a device group, which I just now showed, and this one. We have created a device group from the table EG27 T code. Select, while you create a device group, you have to always select voltage transformer and current transfer combination. This one. 003. Okay. Do remember to select this one. Okay. Then you will have a combination of both CT and PT, which you can install. Now I can create any indirect meter and install it. Let's say this is an indirect meter. We will just see how it looks like and we will install it. So this is an indirect meter which we created in the last session. How it is called indirect? If we go to the device category, double click on the device category, you'll find that this is an indirect meter. If I select 0, which is direct, 1 means semi-indirect, 2 means indirect. So this one is an indirect meter. Indirect, when it is one semi-indirect, then only it will allow CT. If it is indirect meter, it will allow both CT and PT. Okay. And you see this is 200. So what I will do is I will try to create an indirect meter as well. Right? So this is an indirect meter. So you all have to see this is an indirect meter. I will try to install this meter in an installation. Yesterday somebody gave me an installation. If you want me to use that installation, so I will use, this is a CT meter is already installed here. I will try to install an indirect meter as well. So to install any meter with CTPT, first what we have to do, we have to technically install every meter. /EG 30 /32. To technically install a meter, I have to go to this installation, see what is the connection object in device. You see this is a connection object, then this is a device location. Read from date 15, because the group is created from today's date. 1508 device 1 items installed. Sure. So if you see here, the combination of transformer is already coming up over here, right? CT 400 by 80 and PT 200 by 10. Since I have already grouped them together, I have only given 200 by 10, which is the device to be installed. Okay. But automatically the next device has come up because this is an indirect meter which we are installing. Okay. This is a device group which we are creating. So since it is a device group, it is automatically coming up. Okay. Now what we'll do is these two we will build processing now. Processing will be installing, technically installing. So now if you see, both of them are now installed. So how do I see it is installed? /n e underscore. In this two code, you can see everything whichever is installed in that particular installation. If I see over here, I can show you the CT 400 by 80 and 200 by 10. Both are now installed in this technical location. Okay. Now, and since it is a device group, they will always be clubbed into a device group whose name is, whose number is this, which I've just shown while creating this particular device group. The significance of device group also I will explain you, but why it is a device group and others. So now once I have installed it, next is to install a meter. EG31 is a T code to full install a meter. So I have to give the installation. This is being installed. So this is the installation. Today's date. Meter number is 10 over. Meter 1 is already created. I'm going to install this. Just created. Activity reason, installation, data creation. It automatically give me all those transformers. The transformer which I was having is 400 by 80, right? Which we created. So this is 400 by 80. I have to select that one. It will automatically select the transformer. Ask you to give all these values. The device is installed. Very happy. If I go back, I can now see the category over here. Device number. Now you see this particular data is installed. Master data is in the master data. You know the connection of device location. When you go to the various tab, you see the device location. You see the two indirect meter is already present. Indirect meter CT is 400 by 80. I'll show you whenever you see there is a device group always coming in. This is a device group. So when you see CT 400 by 80, not only CT 400 by 80 is installed. You double click, both CT and PT both are installed because it is a device group. Okay. So they are now clubbed together with a device group. Any device which you install, both of them will install together. That is the significance of device group. What is the group means? So it will always be removed together and installed together. That is the significance of device group. You cannot only use a CT or only use a PT. Now they are one device, CT and PT. That is why there is a group. So once there is a group created, now you can see the CT PT installed. Billing factor you can see 0.5 over here, which is created. So I will just show you the calculation of this billing factor. This first CT is 400 by 80, then this CT. Then you have to take the PT. Some 200 by 10 inside also 200 by 10. PT is 200 by 10. And what is the transformation ratio? Let us see that. This is a device. The transformation ratio is 200. So the calculation here is this divided by this divided by this. This is equal to this divided by this. C2 PT, this 5 into 200 divided by 200. How much it will be? Equal to this into this 100 and then divided by this. Equal to this divided by this. So this will be your billing factor. What is billing factor? Billing factor is your CT 5. PT is 20. CT into PT divided by transformation ratio. That will be your billing factor. So this billing factor will be utilized for your any meter reading update. Okay. So you will see that whenever you update any meter /m EL28, if you enter any reading to this device, let's do that. And so 6/9/2021. I have to just extend the scheduling for this and explain what is scheduling as well. Scheduling is 300. Right now, I'm giving you reading as, let's say, 700. But the device, the register difference was 400. 700 is the current reading. Previous meter reading is 300. Consumption still calculated is 200. Why? Because the billing factor, which I just showed you, is 0.5. You must have seen that billing factor is 0.5. So the consumption, though it is 400, since it is a CTPT, the actual consumption will come down to 200, which we learned in session. 400 into 0.5 is equal to 200. So that's how this billing factor works actually. So CT multiplied PT divided by transformation ratio is your billing factor. Please note this formula. And I'll tell you one thing. Please don't learn this session only for your current project, because in future, this is a very common scenario. Everywhere you will get it. In future, if you want to be part of any ISU projects, this is a very generic scenario. Okay, otherwise won't have been part of the curriculum. This is a very generic scenario. You should understand it. If you really want to, maybe in interviews as well, if you want to crack some other interview of the project, internal project, I'm not talking about external, these will be the very obvious question which you will get. So what is transformation ratio? What is billing factor and all? Is a very generic question. You should be knowing. Everyone should know that who is there in ISU. So what is CT? CT, if you have seen primary by secondary, which we have created in the winding. PT, we have created this. We have created device group, and then we have also entered a transformation ratio of 200. What we have done, CT by PT is equal to 5, PT 200 by 10 equal to 20, and then 200 into 5 is equal to 100 divided by 200 is equal to billing factor 0.5. So CT into PT divided by transformation ratio is the billing factor. What is the billing factor? CT into PT divided by transformation ratio. So where is transformation ratio? It is on the device. CT and PT you already know. See the consumption, though it was 400. Ideally the consumption should be, the CTPT would be 1. Consumption is equal to 700 minus 300 is equal to 400. That's why it is showing reading difference is equal to 400, but the consumption is 200 because it has multiplied with the billing factor, which is 0.5. How this 0.5 has come? It is not only by one influence of this. Everything has influence. CT, PT has brought it further down. The transformation ratio is also a important factor to calculate it, and this is how it has come up. Okay.
How we are calculating the transformation ratio of what is it annually given?
So this 200 transformation ratio actually it is a CT and PT, you know, it is a device which is having it. Okay. Transmission ratio is normally given by the transmission organization, that how much is a ratio which we are putting into the to the installation. So everybody now know what is CT, what is PT, and what is a device, which we have just discussed. Okay. Now we will try to understand the logic. First, what we will do is we have created a CT. To create any winding group, what we do is we create a winding group first. Winding group, then we create a material, then we create a device. Okay. After this is a set of, this is one set. Then there is another set of PT which we create, which is winding group. Same thing, winding group, material, device. Both of them are clubbed together. In case of only CT, you will have to create a winding group of LVCT. In case of CT-PT both, you create it as CT and this is as PT. Okay. And both of them are to be done as device group. We call it DG here. So what is the same implication of device group? Device group is nothing but it is a combination of clubbing both of them together and taking it as one device in the technical installation, so that multiplication factor and others can be calculated. So we create a device group of CT and PT together, and we select 003, which is a combination of CT and PT while creating a device group. Okay. Once we create a device group, we can now install this once the device group is created, 3 is device group. Then number 4 is technical installation. Okay. Then number 5, once this is technical installation, then step 5 is install the meter. Okay. Which is indirect meter. While installing this meter, you select this particular device group and things are done. But to ease your work, what we have done is, I have prepared a Word doc for you, and what I will do is a step-by-step Word doc. I will send it to of this process with screenshot. Okay, so you will have all this whatever we prepared now as a document repository of what is CT. You know what is CT now, what is PT, you know, what is device group, you know. We have to put together device and then technical install and then full installation of the meter. So now what happens? As we have in the first class, we understood what is the usage of this device team. The usage is definitely to protect the meter. If you remember the first class, this meter has to be protected. So I am having a CT to bring this down by a ratio. Let's say 20 times what CT was done. PT will bring it down by 10 times. Means totally 200 times it was brought down. Now divided by transformation ratio in total. Let's say 100 was the transformation ratio. Then the billing factor will be. So that means if my meter is calculating 700 as a consumption, then the actual billing factor 700, then the actual billing factor will be actually inside 1400. But the meter is calculating 700. Since all other energy is passed off here. Got it? Any doubt? I don't worry about these steps. The steps are already there with me in an email. I will send you a step-by-step document. Okay. The step which we just discussed: create a CT, create a PT, create a device name, technically install a device, syntax. Okay. Technically install, fully install. Okay. Would I cover this up? Any question? This is the new topic. What is technical installation? What is full installation? Many industries have it. In many industries, you must have seen that there are two teams. One is called device installation team and one is called billing team. Okay. In many industries. So what happens? Previously, in other market, in some of the market, you see both of them don't take accountability of each other. So what happens? Let's say this team, device installation team, take this meter in hand. This team takes the meter in hand and goes and install on the wall. He says, once I have installed it, my job is done. Which during billing installation, what we do, we allocate the meter to a rate type we call it. We allocate this into the system to a rate for billing. So this guy, in some of the industry, we have seen that this guy says that, boss, which billing it will go, I am not aware because I'm a site guy. I will only take this meter and install it site. And my responsibility is done. Okay. And then there will be someone in the backend who will actually choose this meter and allocate it to the right installation in the system. This is step 2. So there are few times where this process of device installation is done in 2 steps. One is called technical installation, where this guy, technician, who goes to the site and installs it on the device, and his job is done. He brings the technical, while technically installing, he brings the particular read and hands it over to the next. So what will happen? This particular billing related guy will install the device and billing related installation or allocate it to the right rate. So, and that's where in the 2-step process, the whole device installation gets done. Okay. In full installation, so this is called technical installation. In full installation, what happens is one team and the billing is simplified. He has the meter, billing is simplified. He goes to the site, installs it, comes to the system, updates the meter here, and he knows that it is a residential customer and the rate is simplified. It is not very complex. He will select residential rate and install it. So in one step only, he will do full installation rather than depending on another team to do this action. So it depends on the industry to industry. There are few industry who does technical and full installation or billing related installation in 2 steps. There are few industry who does it in 1 step. So once it is done in 1 step, we call it full installation. And if it is done in 2 steps, we call it technical installation and billing related installation. What is technical installation?
When the device management team is going to install the device and then billing team is put the rates and all, this is the technical installation?
No, this device installation team will go install this device and update only that I have installed a device. I will update which connection object, means which building, which device location. Okay. I have updated. So this much only idea he has on which date. Date is 01/01/2024. Okay. So in that case, what happens? This device, I'll show you now in steps. Let's say I have created a device, got terminated. You can wait for a while. Sorry. Okay. I will create one device with this /show IQ session 1. So I've created a device 2 with this. Okay. Now technical installation, installing this device. EG34 is the TikTok for technical install. Sorry, EG33 and EG13. So for technically install a device, what I need? Connection object, device location. Because I know the building where I have went. If I'm a technician, I know the device location where I have allocated. Correct? And I know the date on which I have installed. Okay. So what I will do is, I will quickly go to that installation. I will take the connection object. I will take that. I will take that device location. I know that this device I located on 18/08/2024. What was the device? 2. The routing serial number. Device looping this serial number 3. Okay. When I enter, this is technical installation. What information I have? Yeah, it is technically. I'm technical installation creation. I'm giving the meter reading as 500 because I went to site. I will have this information. Right? I went to site. I know that this is a residential customer. I will get 700 getting 65. Okay, you must be wondering what is this which I keep on entering. This is the meter reading which is on screen while installing the meter. Periodic consumption. What is periodic consumption? Let's say I don't. This is normally a consumption for an average residential customer. We always put while installing. He uses 700 unit in 365 days, or he uses 700 unit in 30 days. So what I will do, I will give this particular consumption in how much average consumption he uses for this day. Not only this customer, this range of customer. Normally, how much they use in 30 days. Okay. Why it is given? So that if supposedly the first month, if you don't have a reading, this reading will be used to estimate the reading. Okay, just remember this. When in the next class, when we are on itself, when we will be understanding meter reading, estimation, validation, maybe next class we will be understanding it. Please note it down. You ask me this question, I will explain you then. So this is 700 consumption. This is used for estimation when the reading is not come. So that is why while installing, we give this particular one. Okay. And then once we have given this, I can now save this particular customer reading. Okay, I have saved this particular 500 as a reading, which is there on screen, because this is the information which I have. I know the building, I know the device location where I went, I took the reading, I'm giving it here. Because my job is done, save. Okay. Now there will be another team. Let's say, Shruti, if you are a team from device management or device installation, and there's another team who is Abhishek, who is in the backend actually updating, or is a billing team. What he will do, he will do the billing address EG34. He knows that, okay, this is a device, this is a customer, I want to install this device in this customer's location. He will take that installation, will take this reading, we will take this particular meter and install it while. So while doing a billing and installation, automatically there's whatever information this guy gave will automatically come. I don't have to change it. I can override it. I have that authorization, but I don't have to do anything here. I have to just select the rate because I know there are multiple rates. There can be multiple rates. I know the rate and I will select the right rate and install it. Save. Done. Okay. So there are two teams who does it. You can see clearly on the screen. One who entered his task at site. The second whose responsibility was to enter the billing related information, which was rate type only. And then in two-step, the meter was installed. In case it is full installation, we have already been doing it multiple times. All these information were at once installed, given. Installation, activity rate, device, and within that, you automatically give the meter reading, rate category, rate type, everything you give at once when it is installed. Okay. So, it is why this technical installation and billing rate installation is different because of segregation of duty. SOD of two teams is different. And we know how difficult in a utility organization is to club the SOD. Nobody will take a shared responsibility. So to avoid this, SAP has brought two different streams, technical installation and billing rate installation. Okay. Some organization, the SOD is club. The same team who takes care of meter reading and installation, he understands he is being given a set of rate type which he has to allocate and he knows what to do. And he takes the responsibility and does it. A technical guy who goes to site and does it. Or whatever does not have an impact. Let's say there is apart from this, you have installed for every meter there is a seal. You must have seen a seal code. In old days there was a plastic seal on every meter. Who has seen that? Has anyone seen a plastic seal on every meter?
Yes, I have seen.
You have seen, right? Sort of this one. So there were plastic seal which was released from the company that every meter is allocated a designated seal. So that seal was also technically installed at this site at this location because it has no influence to billing. So these type of tools or these equipment are technically installed because I don't have to do a billing rate installation. I don't have to allocate it to a rate type and all, just see. So I will technically install it so that it gives me that at this device location, what are the devices which are present from my company side. I have a meter, I have a CT, I have a PT, and I have a seal. If someone breaks the seal and puts his own seal, India, people can do that. I can go to my nearest electricity utility company. I can buy some 500 rupees. They will give me a new seal. I will put it on my system. But the moment someone will go to site, to take the metering, he can read that particular seal number. If it is different, he will alert. Okay, we'll see how he alerts as well. So he will alert, and then the different process starts, which is of which we call it as vigilance process. Okay. So that is where also technical installation comes in. Whatever doesn't have to do anything with billing will stay as technical installing system. Whatever has to do something in billing will come as billing installation. The next topic, MRU and portion. How many of you know what is MRU and portion? Since you are there in the company itself, you're working. Anyone ever aware what is MRU, what is portion?
MRU is meter reading unit,
Okay.
and portion can be, but as like the people will get paid in a particular time, somewhat like that.
Very good. Anyway, Arnab, you were trying to say something. What is MRU portion for you?
Yeah, you are talking about alt portion, right? 002, 001.
No, normal portion, not all portion. All portion.
Okay.
What is portion? Arnab?
Like which month the customer is due for its bill.
Okay, which month is to be billed? Fine. We'll learn now MRU portion. See, this is a particular location. I will say this is Kolkata. I'll try to see whatever I know, little bit I know about the location. There is something called Ulta Dangla. There is something Victoria Terminal, BT, Karighat, New Town, Salt Lake, Bada Bazaar. Okay. This is what I know. I don't know many places. Sorry. So we have Ulta Dangla this side, BT, Karighat, Bada Bazaar, New Town, and Salt Lake. So what happens? What is MRE? MRE is, let's say, there will be one meter reader who can go and only read this portion of Ulta Dangla in one day, for example. So in that case, what is MRE? MRE is one meter reader's one day activity. Okay. So what he does in one day, that is listed as an MRE. Let's say if there is a row house like this, okay, house. So this meter reader, he goes to site on 5th of August. An MRU will be downloaded. And in this MRU, there will be list of meter connection object and device location, ideally. This is connection object 1, device location 1, 2, 3, 4. Means society 1. Or connections in between connection 1. Or I can say society 1, in which connection object 1, DL1, CO1, DL1, CO2, 3, 4, whatever. Then this is another society. So he will have list of this society where he has to go, and next, he can actually take the reading, next, and come back and go to the office. Okay. So this is called street route. So what is MRU? MRU is the list of CODL, connection of the device location, and the devices which he has to read in a particular day. So MRU is the task of one meter reader's one day task. That is called MRU. So what will happen? I will have all the list of devices. If I am Jyoti, MRU number. If I am Abhishek, the MRU number 15 is assigned to Abhishek. So in 15, this MRU number, let's say Abhishek, there will be some other. Shruti can be a meter reader. So I will say, okay, Shruti, you take 15 as a 15 is your MRU for. So what is 15 does? 15 number MRU in 15 on 15th of a date, Shruti can go to multiple different locations which is given in this MRU on that particular date and take the readings in the order in which it is given. Okay. So the list of meter reading which has to be taken in a particular day, or the task of one meter readers one day. So let's say if there are more home here, but the potential of this meter reader is only to take 500 reading in a day, he will not get this. We will not allocate him 600 home. I will only allocate him 500 home because he can only take 500 reading in a day. What is the point in giving 1000 reading and he cannot read in that day? What is MRU then? So I will allocate 500 meters or 500 meters which is present in that particular location, or the number of society which is closest to 500. Let's say there are 4 to 5 society which he can read in a day, and then I will give it comes to 550. So this being his MRU. So what is MRU? MRU is 1 meter readers 1 day job. Okay. What is MRU? 1 meter readers 1 day job. Everyone understood what is? Let's say Shruti is a meter reader who has been assigned to a place called Salt Lake. She goes to multiple office location. She goes to 3 office location, which is Wipro, Infi, and Infosys, and but you can say Capgemini, which is close by. So in that case, what we do is Shruti can go to the MRU of Wipro, location of Wipro, read all the meter in the Wipro unit, then go to the next Infi campus, read all the meters in Infi campus, then go to Capgemini, read all the meters in Capgemini's campus, and then come back. Okay. So then and for the whole day, she can only read these 3 campuses. So only 3 campuses will be given in that particular MRU, and the different building of that particular campus. Wipro will not have 1 building, it will have 7 to 8 buildings, and each building will have 15 per meter or more than 100 meter can happen. So she will only go to that each device location, read all the meters, go to the next building, read all the meters, get from the next building, and so on and so forth. She will complete the. So what is MRU? MRU is 1 meter readers 1 day task. Okay. Everyone got what is MRU? This MRU contains, it will contain the list of the connection of the device location, and within that the number of devices which has to be read in that particular location. So it will have PO1, which is, let's say this is Maruti apartment. Okay. This is Swathi apartment. This is Wipro. This is Infosys. Okay. So what will happen? So this particular company, let's say first the person will go to Maruti apartment, he will read all the devices. Then he will go to Swathi apartment, which is a neighboring one, read all the devices. Then go to Wipro campus, read all the devices in the campus. So it will contain the connection object of Wipro Tower 1, Tower 2. Each tower has a name, in the Wipro campus. So it will get the name of each tower and has a list of meter inside. So it will have all the list of devices and the connection of the devices, so that it will ease the meter reader to take the reading and reach the location. Okay. Hope you understood what is MRU and what it contains. So to see any MRU, what you can do is /m VL31. If you go, it is disconnected. This is MRU2. I will tell you how many installations are there in MRU2. I can see from here. See, these many installations are there in MRU. Each installation will have multiple devices, correct? So each of them are associated to this MRU2. Okay. At where is MRU allocated? MRU is allocated in installation at this level. So there will be multiple installations where this is allocated. All of them will be read on that same day. And what is the date? If I double click on this MRU, it is end of the month, 31st or 30th of the month. End of the month, this MRU works for end of the month. Okay. So any meter reader who will be allocated to MRU2, he will go at the end of the month to the site and take this reading. So what is MRU? MRU is
So that means the meter reader go to one particular date and take like 10 device or meter read from the particular area. Correct?
Perfect. And this is a task of that meter reader for that day. MRU2 means task of 1 meter reader for that day. Okay. 1, 6, 7.
Particular.
So every meter, if you see, your home will have a cycle. When I say cycle, on every 9th of a month, some meter reader will come to you. Why, Because your MRU is 9. The scheduled date of your MRU is 9th. So automatically on 9th, a meter reading unit will be downloaded to his device, and he will take this device on 9th and come to read your. So every region has a cycle allocated. Okay. So let's say if I go back to my diagram of that, I deleted that Ulta Danga one. I will show you now. So Ulta Danga, Town, Viman Nagar, you can say here Salt Lake, Bada Bazaar, Aligarh. So all of them, maybe here 1 meter reader is reading on 10th. Here 1 meter reader is reading on 10th. Here 1 meter reader is reading on 10th. Every region there are some meter reader reading on 10th. Okay. This will be MRUD 10. This will be MRNT10. This will be MRUN10. This will be MRKA10. This will be MRBB10. Okay. So whenever you create installation if there is any installation come up, I will assign it MRBB10. If there is some meter reading or meter reader who has or some unit who has come up, I will allocate it MRUD10, Newton MRNT10, and Salt Lake MRSL10, like this. It will not be 10 everywhere. It will be 10, 10, 10, 10, 10 in that location, because every location is a block which I have to keep on reading from 1 to 38. There will be 2 meter reader who will be assigned to that one location, one big location, 2 meter reader keep on reading. 1 meter, 2 meter keep on reading. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 they will reach here, they will reach this side. 10 they will reach here, 1, 2, 3, 4, they will do it some other location. That's 2 meter. So the MRU is to actually enhance the performance of the meter and also the coverage part, so that I don't miss any reading in the location. Okay. So 10th, everywhere you can see 10th is a date. It is not like only Ulta Danga, everyone will, all the meter will go to Ulta Danga and take the reading. No. It is across the whole region, there will be reading taken on 10th, on 12th, on 15th. There will be meter reader who will go to different location and take the reading. Okay.
How many MRUs you can have in a month?
In a location.
A location would be read only once, if this entire thing is a location and if it is split into small segments, so it will be read only once. So
okay, I'll explain my question as well. Maybe your answer is right, but I have to clarify my question. Question is, 10th I have read this region. First, I must have read in this region. Second, I've read this region. Third, I've read this region. Fourth, I've read this region. Fifth, sixth, seventh. So how many days should I read? Go on reading in a location. How do I divide my location? I will divide by location so that all my working days is covered. How many working days normally we have? 20 in India. Maybe Saturday, Sunday, or I can say 22. I'm taking 22. Maybe I don't think Saturday, Sunday is a holiday for meter reader. I will take 30 days average I take, and then 4 days of leave in every month. So 4 to 8 days of leave. Sunday, every by 4 Sundays gone, and 4 days of leave, holidays or others. So 22 days. So I will divide my region. I will note this and I will divide my region into 22 blocks and create 22 Ulta Danga MRUs. Create 22 Newtown MRUs, create 22 Kalighat, create 22 Bada Bazar MRU. Okay. Got it?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Okay. So there are meter reading captain in every region. Captain 1, Captain 2, Captain 3. Now we'll come to portion. What is portion? In case MRU is 1 meter reader 1 day task. So in that case, what happens? To build every MRU, there is something called portion. Portion is created. So to plan the meter reading, MRU is created. Correct? Now you are very clear. To plan the billing, portion will be created. Okay. So the whole West Bengal or Kolkata will be divided into zone: north, south, east, west. Okay. So they will be divided into zone, and what I will do is in my north zone, I will have MRUs of 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I will club all my 10 MRUs into one portion called portion north 10. I will create portion east 10, portion south 10. Okay. Similar portion 1, portion 2 north, portion 3 north, portion 4 north. So this north zone, there will be a team lead of north zone, there will be a team lead of south zone, there will be a team of east zone, So every meter reading captain has a responsibility to complete every single reading in a particular month. His responsibility. Similarly, portion gives a responsibility to every backend billing team to complete billing of every single customer every month. That is why I'm dividing it into zone and region, and then preparing an MRU on portion. Okay. So portion north will have every MRUs in north will be covered by portion north, south, east, west, like that. Okay. So what is portion? In one day, number of meter MRU which can build in a day in allocated location. That is called portion. Let us keep allocated location part. In north, I'll say all the MRUs which are built on one particular day in that zone or in that location is called portion. Which it is all the customers or all the memory which has to be built on a particular day, that is portion. All the meter which has to be read on a particular day is called MRU by a meter. Okay.
That means portion will have multiple MRUs within that one portion. That means if you have like more customer accounts within it, in comparison to the MRU. Like if I talk about groupings, MRU will have MRU with a shorter grouping, where portion is a broader grouping. You have like more number of installations.
Great. You are now, since you have answered, you know a critical topic and important answer yourself. Since your concept is now clear, one portion will have multiple MRU, okay, and one MRU will have multiple device. Okay. Since one zone itself is MRU, so one portion will have Anga 10, Bada Baja 10, Newtown 10, North Zone. So all 10 will be in portion 10 only, all MRU 10. In portion South, what is this? VT. Victoria Terminus 10, Kalighat 10, and maybe Salt Lake 10. All 10 will come in the South Zone. Something like that. Okay. So in that particular zone, so one portion will have multiple MRU, and each MRU will have multiple devices. But then the coverage. See, to go on site and it is a humongous task. But to sit backend and only bill the customer and ensure the error in the backend, I can bill 5,000 customers. But at site, I can take only 500 reading. Correct? Or 50,000 customer on the batch program will run, it will take bill all the customer. My task is to ensure any error has come, I will fix the error. So for me, I am responsible. Once I am responsible, taking the responsible portion, means my responsibility to bill every customer. So I will have more numbers. Okay? Indirectly, that's how. So from business only SAP has come. So you look how business is related. So now everyone is very much clear with MRU portion. Any doubt? Any doubt? No doubt. Then the scheduling is completed now. I will just show you in screen. Okay. I'll go to system. Rupa Vedarji, you know now, right? What is MRU portion? What is portion, Rupa?
Okay, portion is basically number of MRUs in a single zone is a portion.
Number of MRUs which can be built in a single day.
Yes, in a particular day in a particular zone.
Perfect. Zone can be anything. For Kolkata, showing north, south, east. They can say zone 1, zone 2, there can be 100 of zones. How you divide? Okay. So in a particular zone, the number of MRUs which are there, on a particular day, the number of MRUs to be built is called portion. Okay. You are right. In a particular day, the number of MRUs which has to be built is in a particular zone is called portion. Okay. The concept is quite clear. If everyone concept is aligned, you are all right. Let me go to the next topic. I will show it in the system. Okay, you there in the call. Now I will go and create an MRU portion. How do I create an MRU? First, I will create a portion. Let me create the portion. Ulta Danga. Portion. Ulta Danga. I can say circle chalk. I can say Subhash Chandra Chalk. SUC. Subhash Chandra Chalk. Okay. So I created here Subhash Chandra Chalk. Sorry, that was fine. Subhash Chandra Chalk will come as MRU. Let me cancel this. Then or not sold. LZ L08. So there are 3 dates. Schedule billing date, allocated date of final billing, and end of billing period. Schedule date means I am taking the reading is scheduled to be billed on 10th. Okay. So let's say there are few meter reading which was not billed on 10th. The meter reading was not taken on 10th. Then the meter reader will have 1 or 2 more chances to bill to take the reading. So can have more chances. So what I can do is I can make it 12. So in case that means I will give 2 more days for every. Let's say meter reader somehow was unable to read the meter, he can go to the next day, take the reading, or the next day to take the reading. So you will have 2 more days in spare in some of the industry. In that case, we do give it allocated date of final billing. Scheduled date of final billing is this is scheduled. Allocated means by this date he should be created, and end of billing date means by this date billing should be done. Okay. So this is the implication. What is scheduled billing date? Date on which the billing has to be done. Allocated date of final billing means the date on which meter reading should be taken. Definitely by this date, otherwise it will go for estimation. And the last date is when the billing will automatically run and bill everything. There will be nothing left. If it is estimated, it will be estimated. If it is not estimated, left out, it will still estimated bill. So that is the end of billing date. So on 90% of the account bills on this date, 95% and above, 2 to 3% which is left out because non-availability of metering, it will be going on to the next step, and the rest can go into this step. Okay, so that is the implication of what is implication of scheduled billing date, allocated date of final billing. They are different dates. Scheduled billing date is a date on which scheduled. Let's say I have scheduled in MRU of whatever I've done, I've scheduled it for 10th. Okay, so that means Shruti can go and take the meter reading on 10th. If Shruti was unable to take 100 meter reading on 10th and she missed last 20, what she will do? She will go next day and start from the last left 20 and take the meter reading and start from there, because the next MRE is very closer to where you have left. Okay. So you will read the C20 and then go to the next and cover the day. So you will have 2 days in spare. If you are not there, if you have not covered and completed on 10th, you can go and complete it on 11th, or you can go and complete on 12th. 3 days left for the allocated date of final billing. Okay. So by this date, the meter reading should come in the system. Otherwise, it will go for estimation. And since you in the backend, you are a meter reader, you have to close all the reading by 14 if something is scheduled by 10th. Means 12th, when the last reading has come, 90% of reading was already taken. 95% of the reading was taken on 10th, billed on the same night. How MRE portion works? This is 9th, 11th, 12th. Your meter reading is on 10th, right? So 10th. A batch program runs, which will bill all the meter reading which has come on this day. So there is a program, EAMABI, just remember this, EAMABI, which triggers and bills all the meter reading which has come, or the account which is billable. Let's say there were 500 accounts, out of them, 480 got billed. 20 is having no reading. So the meter reader goes on 11, he takes 10 additional reading with his existing MRU. Today, then the 10 rest of the reading in the next MRU along with the next MRU. Because he was unable to cover all 500 on that day, he has that leverage of going to the next and this, because I have allocated date of final billing here. So my batch program this batch program keeps on running on 9, on 10, 11, 12, 11, it will start running and bill all this MRU again. 12th, it will again start running, bill all this MRU. 13, it will again start bill all this MRU left out once. Whichever is billable, it will be entry. So because of which I have allocated date of final billing as 12. What is my end of billing period? By this date, if there was some issues because of which the billing guy was unable to attend this bill or some error was there, it will estimate and bill by this date. End of final billing means by this date, all the billing will be closed. Okay, so there are gaps. There is 1 or 2 logical days gap which other countries give. In our country, we normally keep it 10th, smartly. So whatever delay is there, but the reading will always be considered of batch of the cycle. Let's say if it goes on 11th, still the reading taken will be considered of 10th reading. If it goes in 15th, still the reading will be 10th reading. So that next month again it goes in 10th, that particular reading will be shorter. Since he delayed this month, the reading will be longer. But how it matters? Since it is longer, he will give more money this month, less money next month. That is why logically India fits to same date every year. But in other markets, they use it differently. They use scheduled billing date on which it was assigned, by which date he has to close the reading, by which date he has to definitely close the billing. That is the end of billing period. Okay. I have to give cycle. If it is bi-monthly, I will have to give 2 months. If it is every month, I will give 1 bi-monthly, quarterly, the 4 months semi-annually and annually. Okay. This is tetrally, you can say tetrally. Okay, fine. So I will give 1 month every month cycle. Factory calendar is like, let's say my company has a factory calendar where I know what are the holidays in my location. So I will select those factory calendar and then interval from in interval to, I will select interval from interval to 30. I will say explain this interval from interval to what should I consider as 1 month. 28 to 32 days, if we will consider as 1 month. In a portion, we have to give this. Let's say some of the customer, 28 days and some 32 days. What is the significance of it? That I will explain. Let's say there is a new customer who has joined on 7th and his cycle has come on 15th. His cycle is 15th. So this period says that this customer will be not billed here he will build on next 15. Okay. Within this 28 to 32 days, it will be the calculation will be done accordingly. He will build on next 32 days. So whatever is number of days, accordingly his month will be prorated. So 7th to let's say 28 days, or let's say 30th days will be 30 days, and let's say 7 to 30, then 7 to 7th, 7 to 10th is 30 days, and then 5 more days he will be built on this. Means the proration for 5 days will be done. So this is actually helping a calculation what should I calculate as 1 month? My 1 month is from 28 to 32 days. Additionally, whatever it crosses, that will be prorated as delta days. So to help billing, just to understand what is this 28 to 32, it says me what is my 1 month. If someone is shorter to this, he will not be considered as 1 month. All those meter rental charges, year rental charges, all those charges will not be applicable to. Whatever customer has completed 1 month, those will be applicable for monthly charges. And beyond 1 month, it will be prorated. So this interval from interval month, interval 2 gives you what is the definition of month in your company. Okay. In case this is done, I will just save it. Once I save, your portion is being created. Portion 10 and 1 zone. Now I will create an MRU. MRUD. There is a MRU Ulta Danga 10. MRU Ulta Danga 10 portion. I will give the portion which we just created. I enter. If you see, the moment I enter, all those dates, 10th date will automatically come from the MRU. Okay, to this particular place. Okay. And once I've given this, I have to just give number of previous MRs. 1 factory calendar. I can give any factory calendar. Means my local factory calendar. Here you can give India factory calendar if required. Their custom factory calendar, because every company has a different calendar. Maybe your any founder day or some other day which you want to internally calculate. So you will have your factory calendar for your own organization. So once this is done, I will just save. Once I have saved, my portion MRU will be created. Okay. So this is how I create my MRU and portion.
So like when you create the portion, that time you enter the 10th in every month. So that's why like in MRU it's showing automatically 10 for every month.
Yes. Yes. So the moment I hit enter, automatically it inherited the date from the portion. MRU doesn't have a date. It inherits from the portion. So let's say on 10th, in this portion, if there are multiple MRU 10 Ulta Danga, MRU 10 New Town, MRU 10 this, everyone will use this portion. So for every one of them, what I will do is I will use the same portion. It will inherit the date of 10th. 10th date will be commonly allocated. Rest inside whatever you can enter and others. The 10th will come from the portion. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you have actually set in 1 month period for in portion, like to build the MRUs. So when it's going forward, is it estimated the 1 month, or if we choosing the 3 months period, so it will estimate for 3 months, future reading? Yeah.
Okay, so you are asking me some other question. Maybe see, MRU is, as you see, calculated here month by month. Okay, and you see the metering reason is 01. So your question is actually, let me reiterate, make your question right. So how will there are few scenarios where you always estimate the reading and quarterly you take the actual reading. So how do I do that scenario in maybe in your company or in the project where you do? The system automatically estimates for let's say 3 to 4 months, and or maybe bi-monthly, then it will estimate every alternate month and take an actual reading every alternate month. Right? Is that question right?
Yes.
And how it works? That may be your question, right? How is that seen? Whenever the meter reading is 01 while creating an MRU, that means I have to take an actual reading. If you see over here, 01 means periodic. Let me make it bigger. See, whenever I will write it meter reading by utility company 01 means it will be taken. Someone has to actually take the reading. While creation, if I assign it to 03, whichever month while creating the MRU, I will assign 0303 every alternate month. Automatically, it will take it as estimation. Okay, so it will automatically estimate the reading, or it will take the actual. So since I have taken all 01, so in my case, it will always be actual reading. Someone will have to go every alternate month, every cyclic month. If let's say in 2 months, if you want to ask if you want to make it automatic estimation, just go and for the next 2 months you make it 03. System will automatically estimate it, not release it for download. It will be estimated automatically. Okay, that's how. If you want to do it for 4 months, estimation, 4 months, you can do it 03, 03, 03. It will estimate for 4 months. Okay, parallelly. Hope I answered your question.
Yes. Thank you.
Welcome. So these dates you have already given. So now, but you have only given 2022. 1 month, 1 year reading has come up there. 10 of 2022. But let's say in 2023, 24, how will the reading come up? How will this date come up? So if that is called scheduling. So you have to schedule it every year. Slash show. I go. If I display the schedule record, so every if I display, there's no schedule record. Currently, there is no schedule record for this. Schedule record means actually assigning a date, planning a date. 1st of 2022 to 12th of 31st December 2022. It has to be planned by the meter. Then 2023 to 2024, 24 to 25. These MRUs will keep on having a schedule record generated for that particular date. Schedule record generated means you are confirming that the MRU is right. I don't have re-engineered my site activity. So these MRUs means, let's say there is some re-engineering and you are obsoleting all these MRU. They don't create a schedule record. Create the schedule record only for the active ones. So that is a schedule record has come for which you are assigning date. So how do we create a schedule record? If there is no schedule record created now, then what will happen? I will show you. Slash O EL28 or EL01. If I go here, if this is the MRU, this is 01 reason. If I want to create any order, no schedule record exists. To get the schedule record, what to do? I'll show you. Go to this T code, schedule record year 43. Give your MRU portion 1/1/2024 to 31/2025. Generate. 24 schedule record for 24 to 25 is generated for portion. Now I will do it for MRU. Again, 24 schedule record generated. Now if I go to this 01 to create order, so there is a transaction to create metering order. This particular transaction, if I go and execute, I can see already this list of date already coming up. How this list of date has come? This is called schedule record. And this has come from here, which I have just done. This place, schedule, regenerate individual schedule record. Okay, for portion and MRU both. Okay, then this list will come. And you can keep on updating this list. You created it for 2022, but you have made it for 23 and 24, for 24 and 25. Now, if you want to keep on extending for 25, 26, 27, maybe other dates, so just go and change the dates. And if see, it was only till 25, I'll show you. In this, where it is called here, it is the end, it ends at 25, right? 10 and 12. If I change the date from 25, 26, 25 is origin, 26 to 27, in generate, is to portion. Okay, let's do first create for portion. First, I have to create for portion. Once created for portion done, then I can create it for MRU. Okay, once I've done it, if I go back here, come again here, now you can see my date has reached 2027. Right? Yes, how this list is coming? This is coming by generating the schedule record, which you do by this T code. Year 43. Okay, and this is called scheduling. What is scheduling? This generating the schedule record for the MRU and portion to create a metering order. So this is called scheduling. Okay.
Yes, like when you check the list of schedule record first time, that time shows till 2025. Like why again you create schedule record that time it's showing like 27.
I extended the date to 27 here. That is why I generated a new schedule record. If you see here, I changed the date from 24, 25, and then I changed it to 26, 27. Okay, like this. So again, a new set was generated. I can change it to 28, 29. And first generate portion. So which recording? Creation
year 43.
And this you can generate. See, you cannot create more than 3 to 4 years. The limit code gets exceeded. So you can only plan for 2 to 3 years. Okay. So that's where. Otherwise, you can still extend. If you see if I can do it for 28 only. No, it cannot do it for 28 also. But yeah, you can keep on extending. I've extended it. That is why the new data has come. Hope it is clear. Any doubt? What is MRU? What is portion? What is scheduling?
Yeah, so like when creating the portion, we set the schedule date and allocation date as 10th. So, like, is that the reason when we are extending the date for the next year, it is automatically taking 10 for every month?
Yes, yes. This MRU is named as 10th. If you see in the name itself is 10th. Why? Because this is an MRU for 10th. So every year when you keep on extending, you will extend it for 10th only. If you want to change it, you change the name and never use this MRU for any scheduling. Let's say this year you want to stop this MRU and want to make another MRU for that region, which is called MRUD new 10 or new 50. Stop this and start scheduling for that one. So, but whenever you schedule for this 10th one, it will always give you 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10 edges. Okay.
Okay.
Ideally, answering to your question is yes. Since the MRU itself is having a template of 10, whenever you schedule it, it will only schedule for 10. You cannot change the date. Okay. So that is why whenever from an installation, when you go to an installation phase, this MRU is having date of end of the month. Okay. So whenever I will create an order for this MRU, to create an order, I will give keycode EL01 for this MRU. I will get this MRU to use the MRU to 2501. Some slash EL01. I'll click MRU and then if you see MRU D10, if I give MRU 02, see, all of them are having 38, 38, 38 new generated. This data which you are seeing is actually a tempered data. Otherwise, the recently whichever we have created for this 3105, 3006, these are month end. These are the right ones. Ignore 6 months, this is actually a test system. People keep on playing around. So they have played around. First they kept it 6, then they changed it to 31, something like that they have played for this MRE. Otherwise, this is a month end MRE right now. So the active one is actually month end. 31, 31 and 38. So whatever 31 and 38 is the one is an active one. Okay. If I show you our MRU, let's say MRU UD10, that is which we have recently created. I can show you that MRU. This is our MRU. If I show you this EL01, you will always see the right list, which is 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. If we don't see anything else. The 9th, which you are seeing 9th and 8th, is because of holiday. We kept India as, if you see all of these days are holidays, so it is correcting by 1 or 2 days. It has taken it on 8th itself. Why? Because in MRU, I have given, while creating an MRU, I have given correct number of days too. So it will take previous day or previous to previous day, in case there is a holiday. Okay. Otherwise, everything, if you see in the list, will come as 10, 10, 10, 10. Any question? That MRU2 is actually test data which people keep on playing because it is a system access to everyone. This is the right data. This is how you create. Okay. Yeah. In that MRU, what happened is someone has gone to MRU and tried to change the portion within the MRU. Okay. And from 6th, he has changed it to 30th month end and now started generating. So there are 2 different lists of scheduling generated there, which is the wrong way to do. Ideally, SAP allows if you want to do, but ideally for planning, you should have only one date. So that is why we will have this date. If I go and take this MRU, go to change, okay, in the scheduling, if I go to schedule record, change, schedule master, MRU, I go to change this MRU, I change this portion from 10 to 30th. Since all these records have already generated 10th, it will not delete. The new 30th one also it will create. Because now it is 30th. So you will have 2 lists, 10, 30th, 10, 30th, 10, 30th, 10, 30th, how you are seeing on MRU2. Okay. Ideally, it should be only one date. Okay.
Hey there. Want to get good at managing utilities? Our SAP ISU course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP ISU. It's like a toolkit for managing utilities, from billing to customer service, helping you stay on top of things. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced skills. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This amazing learning opportunity is very affordable. Ready to become an SAP ISU expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.